2014, in the month of June, Dark Souls 1 became available for download for those who had an Xbox Live Gold membership, and this was back in the day where I'd try every new free game for gold, and Dark Souls would just happen to be one of those games, one of those mysterious, unsuspecting, innocent games. Little did I know, within those next incredibly special moments of this adventure, this entire franchise would mean a lot more to me than just a video game, as cliche as that may sound. In this 3-part video essay series, I want to discuss what sets the Dark Souls franchise apart by going over the open-ended exploration, a challenging but rewarding combat system, an immersive and atmospheric world, and a lot of the overlooked deep and complex lore. But before I do, I want to quickly make note of some things. This video and a lot of the videos following won't discuss many DLC areas or optional bosses that aren't important, as a surprising amount of people haven't even touched the DLCs, and for some of these games it would make these videos a bit too stretched out. Secondly, most gameplay is captured by yours truly using the PC for Dark Souls Remastered and Xbox 360 for the original. Later videos with Dark Souls 2 and 3 will be captured entirely using a PS5. However, when it comes to things I may have missed, I'll sometimes pull some gameplay from other creators on YouTube and be sure to link their accounts in the description as well, whenever their videos may play. Also, not sure if it matters that much, but I didn't use any summons, NPC, or players throughout any playthrough because I wanted a better grasp on the varying difficulties between each game, and my god, there are varying difficulties to say the least. However, I will still touch on the multiplayer aspects of the games, with both the good and bad parts of it, and yeah, I most certainly think that every single Dark Souls game is a masterpiece. Even Dark Souls 2, I think Dark Souls 2 has some better aspects than 1 or 3, but it won't stop me from giving quite a lot of constructive criticism, especially with Dark Souls 1, because even if something's a masterpiece, it doesn't mean it's perfect in every single way, shape and form, because that's just impossible for any game or anything to even accomplish. But with that out of the way, let's get into Dark Souls 1 from the first flame all the way to the linking of the fire. The creation of the world within this universe is not too different to our own. In both cases, a mysterious force is responsible for breathing life into a primordial void. In Dark Souls, this force is known as the First Flame, and it's responsible for bringing light, warmth, and life into the world, however coupled with darkness, cold, and death. Before this Big Bang type event, there were everlasting dragons that existed in a fixed and unchanging state, neither alive or dead, they just were, as were the trees and the rocks. However, these dragons were said to predate life itself. This was titled the Age of Ancients. During the events of the First Flame, humanoid beings began to rise from the ground and make their way toward it, discovering warmth for the first time. 4 of these beings would discover the Lord Souls beside the flames and attained immense power, becoming kings in their own respects. Nito claimed the soul of death. The Witch of Izalith and her Daughters of Chaos claimed the soul of life, and Gwyn claimed the soul of light. Afterwards, in secrecy, a 4th soul called the Dark Soul was discovered by another being known as the Furtive Pygmy, which took it and hid it away. The Pygmy is known as the race of shitheads and shit-eaters, the race of humans. The 3 lords with their great power concluded that they could overthrow the dragons and become the new rulers of the Ashen World. Thus, cooperation began and war was imminent. The 3 put up a monumental fight against the dragons. The Witch of Izalith and her Daughters of Chaos orchestrated deadly firestorms across the lands. Gwyn discovered that his bolt of lightning could peel back the scales of the dragons, and when they landed, Nito would be the final bringer of death, finishing the dragons off. What really turned the tide of this battle was another dragon, Seath the Scaleless, an albino dragon portraying destroying their own kind. After all, scales being the source of the everlasting dragon's immortality made Seath extremely envious of his unfortune, and turned his back on the dragons in his own quest for immortality. Seath wasn't the only betrayer of his own kind, however. Gwyn also had a once loyal son, his firstborn, who he tried to wipe away from history after sacrificing everything to side with the ancient dragons, the Nameless King. And although many others were involved in the defeat of the dragons, Knight Artorias and Ornstein to name a couple, the unsung warriors of this war were in fact humans, who, just like the Nameless King, were intentionally removed from history, leaving all of the glory for the three lords and the loyal knights. Gwyn did not trust the humans, in other words, the pygmy, for keeping another lord soul in secrecy. However, the Nameless King's betrayal does raise an interesting fact. The dragons did not hate the other races, seeing as they accepted the Nameless King so easily. This is solid evidence that the keepers of the Lord Souls did indeed initiate this war, and the dragons were only defending their lives. But inevitably, most of the ancient dragons, apart from a select few including Seath the Scaleless, perished in battle. Thus began the Age of Fire. However, after a couple thousand years, the fire would begin to fade. This caused Gwyn to become frantic and drastic, ordering the Witch of Izalith to create the first flame again to prolong the Age of Fire. However, while she successfully created an unnatural flame, it grew at an uncontrollable rate, forming into a flame of chaos, and neither her nor her daughters were able to restrain it. The flame inevitably devoured the witch and used her soul to fuel itself, forming into the bed of chaos and mutating the occupants of the city into demons. Ever wondered why Blighttown was a piece of shit place to go to? This is probably why. Due to this colossal failure, Gwyn divided his Lord Soul and gifted it to Seath the Scaleless and the four kings of New Londo. Then afterwards entered the kiln of the first flame and sacrificed himself to prolong the Age of Fire and let the Age of Gods live on. Gwyn was so scared of the dark that he sacrificed himself with light. Like, Jesus Christ, just get a lava lamp or something. There are a lot of theories that the Age of Fire started after the first flame, or rather after the Lord Souls were discovered, or that the first flame really was not the first flame and it's just an endless cycle of fire, and no fire, and patches, and no patches. This brings up a significant point about the lore. Not a lot is known about the lore. Hidetaka Miyazaki frequently borrowed English books about fantasy and science fiction that he did not fully understand, and allowed his imagination to fill in the blanks by using the illustrations shown in the contents. His design philosophy when it came to developing games was influenced by this, and although this may seem lazy when it comes to story building, there is lore that is set in stone and lore that is left up to speculation. This is just the style of his design. There's lore set in stone such as the first flame, the war, and the Age of Fire. This all truly did happen, although not knowing how or why the first flame began isn't exactly an end-all be-all, and it's not a terrible thing if we never know. I mean, we don't even know what started the Big Bang in our own universe. This is one of the coolest aspects about the Dark Souls franchise. Sometimes a movie like Shutter Island has the best type of ending, leaving you to think and question what happened and why. I'd like to think that the dragons existed in some form of being before the first flame, and that they knew and told the keepers of the Lord Souls that the fire is inevitably going to go out, and the Age of Darkness will be inevitable. It will be unstoppable. This is all simply a cycle, and simultaneously the unnatural recreation of the first flame had already been in the talks between Gwyn and Izalith, which enraged the dragons, leading to the conflict of the war, seeing as the three did not want to lose their lordship or rule and wanted to extend their reign. And maybe the dragons were just in the way of their plans, telling them that they can't do that, that the cycle is inevitable. By the way, this is not anything I'm confident in, and when it comes to discussing theories, I'll leave this all up to you to discuss. However, it's cool cool to think that the world beforehand could have been the world of Elden Ring, or the world of Demon Souls, or the world of Bloodborne, as they share a lot of similar landscapes, and yeah, Patches is present within all these games. You know what? Maybe Patches started the first flame. Miyazaki genuinely wants your mind to have fun with the story and come up with your own theories. However, before we look more into the lore, playing Dark Souls yourself for the first time can evoke a wide range of emotions. From dread to anxiety to triumph and joy, you might experience a sense of accomplishment when you finally surpass a hurdle you thought insurmountable, or a feeling of fear of the unknown when you explore a new area. Of course, there's undeniably frustration as you find yourself dying repeatedly and possibly lose half an hour to an hour of hard-earned progress because your dumbass pressed circle and rolled off a cliff, but really it wasn't your fault. This game just sucks, but really it's not, and you quickly learn to take full accountability of your own performance in this game, because it's the only way you can get better. It's the only way you can improve. But for most, this is the first hurdle of many. I know it was for me. Death in every single Dark Souls game is inevitable for people who aren't, you know, these guys right here. And death is intrinsic to the story. See, you are cursed. Being the keeper of the Dark Soul, like Eve having a delicious crunch of the forbidden fruit, in addition to the unnatural prolonging of the Age of Fire, a curse was spread across the world, and beings who die return to the bonfires, perpetually repeating the cycle of life and death until they lose their sanity or will and become hollow, eventually becoming permanently dead. And you play as this cursed pygmy, returning death after death, facing almost insurmountable odds to have a chance of having the fate of the world in your own hands. Becoming hollow is a term for players to leave the game and not return. You see, a forgotten, worthless descendant of the pygmy facing off against the lords of life, death, and light isn't supposed to be easy. You will die repeatedly and deal with helplessness, and a lot of people will lose their hope along the way. Not only the other humans who tell you the journey is pointless, but other real-world players who can't get past the Gargoyles or Ornstein and Smough, and I mean, I don't really blame you, but I think calling this game hard is an overstep. These games are challenges. However, after a few playthroughs, a lot of the bosses you had trouble with can become laughably easy. I feel like most games struggle to juggle challenge with difficulty, and Halo 2 Lasso is a perfect example of that. I mean, only one person in the whole universe has beaten that deathless. I'm sorry, but that's just fucking ridiculous. Whereas with Dark Souls, the more you play, the better you become, regardless of level. You can do a level 1 playthrough with a broken sword, deathless, if you train at it. I'm not suggesting you to try, I mean, look, if you want your life to be okay, you don't do that. If Dark Souls ever implemented an easy mode, it would ruin the whole story, because it would lose its sense of despair, and there are things that you can do that make it easy, sometimes way too easy. You see, multiplayer is a fantastic addition to the Dark Souls franchise, and they all operate in similar ways among the three games. When you regain humanity or Ember, you're able to cross the gaps between the world and engage in jolly cooperation, or invade other players, or be invaded. You're not only able to cross the gaps between the worlds, but these worlds can be centuries apart. This could indeed be proof that the Age of Fire and Age of Darkness is an endless cycle that will never end, and other people like yourself will always have and always will be on this exact same journey. This is how I interpreted what Solaire was saying, at least, but regardless, multiplayer can make the experience more challenging when you get some guy with a Japanese name invade your world and spank you sideways, but you can also summon people with a Japanese name before heading into a boss fight and not even have to touch the boss before it's over. So yeah, I mean, summons can be your easy mode. But I need to say, the multiplayer community community is one of the most respectful and orderly online experiences I've ever personally come across. When you enter someone's world or someone enters yours, it's important before battle that you bow at each other, maybe even wave beforehand, but always bow or you're a dickhead. Then still right before battling, you jam the LB or L1 bumper to say, I'm ready, are you ready, I'm bloody ready, okay, warm up phase is over, I'm truly gonna show you who is the man, but don't heal. Usually the person being invaded always has more Estus flasks at hand, so the invader is left with a huge disadvantage. Or maybe the person who's being invaded has used up all of his Estus flasks, so even if they're still at similar skill levels, it could be an uneven fight, so it's courtesy not to heal, and for the battle to just be sudden death. I really like how these rules were not set in stone. The community somehow all collectively agreed that this is the way to do things for whatever reason, and even all the way down in Australia this was passed on. This is one of the coolest aspects about Dark Souls, and it was downright hilarious when all of the rules just flew out the window among the release of Elden Ring. You could easily tell who was a Dark Souls player and who wasn't, or who was always a ball bag. But in addition to the multiplayer aspect of the game helping you with bosses or even how to get to bosses, notes can be left behind by players to help you where to go, or to even deceive you in jumping off a cliff. Again, it was hilarious tricking people into doing this with Elden Ring, because you can be a part of the problem and upvote messages for their usefulness or deceitfulness. It's important to say that the only reason why these notes are there in the first place is other players upvoted them, so it's not the person's fault that it's there. And even in Dark Souls 3, the developers added a gesture mechanic, being able to add pointing to notes to show you exactly where the hidden area is, or where to jump off and find some nice loot. These elements do make the game a lot easier than a lot of people who haven't touched a Souls-like game would come to believe. However, this hasn't stopped the community from attempting to create their own rules on how to play. Some players insist that the proper way to play the game is to play completely blind in offline mode, refraining from online guides, and not even summoning NPC players to help with your battles. And while for your first ever playthrough I would urge you to attempt this way, I don't think cutting out all the help is necessary, although farming embers or humanity to have endless summons is also quite ridiculous as well. I do believe there needs to be a healthy middle ground when it comes to these experiences, because after all, these games are challenging for a reason. However, going through New Game Plus, cooperating with a friend the entire way through and beating the game in like a couple hours is extremely fun as well. These are the aspects of multiplayer that I do enjoy within FromSoft's games. However, there is one big one that newcomers do not enjoy. There is no true seamless co-op, and it can be confusing to wrap your head around. If you want to summon a friend to complete the whole Dark Souls adventure by your side, it is not as easy as you might think. For one, humanity or ember is limited, and in some situations you must farm to get them. Secondly, you need to beat the boss 2 times if you're going through the game with a friend, 1 for each host. Thirdly, you'll need to make sure that you have a secret password set in stone so you can interact strictly with just your friend, because with such an active community to this day, the chances of you just summoning a complete random is fairly high. Fourthly, which doesn't even sound like a word, there is absolutely no voice chat in Dark Souls 1, none whatsoever. This makes it extremely hard when you're summoning someone to tell them where you're going or what to do. Since there's a lot of people who place their summon signs at bonfires, you can have no clue which boss the summoner is going to head to, or if they're even going to a boss in general. This problem applies to every single Dark Souls game, and in Dark Souls 3 I can't say how many frickin' times I was summoned right outside the Dancer boss fight, only to be taken by the summoner to the Vort boss fight. And this problem is no one's fault, seeing as a lot of newcomers may not even know about a second boss that might be in that area. However, this dilemma can cost you valuable ember or humanity. And lastly, the biggest problem that newcomers could face: when you defeat a boss, your friend gets the boot and gets sent right back to their world. This is confusing because you can resummon them and continue the game normally, however it's just a waste of resources and time. These problems, however, isn't an end-all be-all for multiplayer, and like I said, you shouldn't rely on multiplayer to get you through your game. And you might already have enough resources to get the amount of summons you desire. However, it would be nice for you to be able to have a straight up co-op from start to finish, especially with New Game Plus. Even if it was strictly for New Game Plus, that would encourage a lot more replayability for an already extremely replayable game. But my conclusion for this topic is multiplayer is fine and it doesn't hurt the core game in any big way. I mean, I barely even use multiplayer myself, so I just thought these problems were worth bringing up. In addition to death and multiplayer being intrinsic to the story, so are the other mechanics. Estus flasks are usually seen as just another health item in the game. However, From Software thought of a way to make it connect to the story in a way that makes meaningful sense as well. You drink fire, my brochicho. When you rest at each bonfire and regain all your health and refill your Estus flasks, you're healing with fire and filling up the flasks with fire, the one true source of all life in this world. And if you want to know more about something or someone, read the item descriptions or weapon descriptions of someone that you killed. For example, you'll find out that the Asylum Demon is wielding a stone arch tree. Yes, the very first big bonk instrument of death you come across is a damn arch tree, my guy. A tree that was around during the Age of Ancients. But yeah, everything that I just mentioned will pretty much be applied to every single other game unless there's notable differences that I want to point out. And from here on, I will talk mainly about the story and maybe bring up some other mechanics if it comes up. But let's start from the Undead Asylum where you will start the game. Many branded with the dark sign were hunted and driven far away to the north to the Undead Asylum, where they were locked away. You are not permitted to leave, and few have managed to do so successfully, as there's two Asylum demons that block your way, one above ground and one below ground. Unable to die, the beings locked away are left to go hollow and slowly drive themselves to insanity. You, the player, are one of these undead, awaiting the end of the world in your small jail cell, until a mysterious knight drops a corpse from above you with a key attached to it. We later find out that Oscar is the knight's name, and he offers all he has to the player so they could take up his journey and complete his quest.
In thine exodus from the Undead Asylum, maketh pilgrimage to the land of ancient lords. When thou ringeth the bell of awakening, the fate of the undead thou shalt know.
Not too much is known about this character, however you could later find his armor set discarded in the Darkroot Garden, stating that the wearer is from Astora. He seems to realize that he is hollowing, which is why he came to this asylum to pass the torch onto you. And if you return here later in the game, you will find him hollowed and hostile. It's not clear from the start if you're truly the chosen one in this story, or if this quest can be handed out to any undead or any descendant of the pygmy. However, something important can be noticed in his words that could answer this question.
There is an old saying in my family, thou who art undead art chosen. In thine exodus from the Undead Asylum.
So this prophecy isn't foretold for any undead, however specifically an undead who escaped the Undead Asylum. And seeing that the character is from Lordran, it's clear that he ventured to the Undead Asylum to fulfill this prophecy. It's also vital to point out that this saying came from the neighbouring land of Lordran, where he came from, something that we will discuss shortly with another character who hails from the same location. This starting area isn't just a great introduction to your mission, but it also acts out as a tutorial of sorts in its own unique way. You get an introduction to the basic mechanics from the corpse having the white light on its body representing an item, notes left outside your cell that briefly go over the simple movements, and these movements are then up to you to perform when you come across some regular enemies. And the Estus flasks that Oscar gifts you, the health mechanic that you will intuitively learn to use sparingly, only drinking to maximize its efficiency. All these fundamentals are shown, not told. The designers trust you enough to figure things out for yourself and not baby you through how to fight the best or when to roll through extensive and dragged out tutorial sections that go through everything step by step. Maketh pilgrimage to the land of ancient lords. However, it wouldn't be a bad idea to hone thy art before your pilgrimage. I'll attacketh thee, and at the right timing you should parry. Ah, excellent. That was 3 parries in a row. Now, when I attack, I want you to roll it 5 times, then hit me with a counter attack. And this brings me back to what I originally said about the combat. Everything is your fault. It was entirely my fault that I went through the first entire playthrough without running once. But regardless of how easy you may now find the Asylum Demon to be, that first ever victory felt extremely gratifying and felt really deserved. There was no one helping me, no one telling me the boss's weakness or his moveset. This introduction sets up the tone for the rest of the journey and the themes of this game so goddamn perfectly. You're in a desolate and broken world, but you can represent hope and change. There will be challenges along the path and you will mess up and you will press B and roll off a cliff or get killed by a boss that was only 1 hit away. But you deserve these failures, you deserve every single misstep just as much as your victories. And as soon as you start taking accountability for your actions, face the unknown with optimism instead of fear, and you don't brush something off as unachievable or too hard and keep bouncing back after your failures, you will succeed. Does this sound familiar? It's your life. It's your life, my guy. You can see why this game means so much to people based on these themes alone. If every single game is a breeze from start to finish and holds your penis while you pee and barely offers any challenge, threats, or pain or despair, it's subconsciously telling you that life should be like this as well. I mean, I'm not saying that all games should have to be Souls-like or have no difficulty level, but I do think that we benefit from a challenge that this game provides. However, challenging and difficulty aren't the sole reason why this game is a masterpiece. We have only just left the Undead Asylum, because if you figure out that you jump attack the Asylum Demon, nearly half its health is gone from the start. Woohoo! And we have our whole journey ahead of us. After getting carried away to a random area by some giant crow who we will touch on later on, you arrive at Firelink Shrine for the first time, which serves as the game's hub area in a way. And it feels quite relieving that you stumble across some more normal looking and sounding people.
There are actually 2 bells of awakening.
Ah, so did Oscar not know about this, or did he not tell us? But there's something else that Souls-like games love to do that not a lot of players could be used to. Making the choice to keep a conversation going with any NPC by just continuously pressing talk. For example, there's some guy in the hub area that asks you to piss off. However, when you continue to talk to him, he reiterates he wanted you to piss off, but not in a mean way. Then if you keep talking to him, he starts to like you and lets you join his covenant. I do feel that Dark Souls 2 did conversations the best out of the Dark Souls franchise. However, all of the Dark Souls games did this extremely well in their own regards. Yet again, the game trusts you to get as much information from everyone as possible, and through this you're able to understand more about your mission, or more about the character being spoken to, or pretty much how everyone has given up. And just a side note, I love how this game throws doubt at you, implying, hey dude, this game's hard, just stop trying. I know I did, just turn off your console, play some Ubisoft game, there's no point, just leave. This is hard, I haven't even gotten past the Capra Demon. And this is making you want to prove them wrong. Similar, yet again, to real life. It's a great and subtle way to instill determination within anyone. When you make your way down to the lower levels, you will come across Anastasia, the Firekeeper of Firelink Shrine. Firekeepers are mortal manifestations of the bonfires they keep. Their souls are gnawed for infinite humanity, and it's clear that this isn't something Anastasia enjoys. She's had her tongue chopped off to limit her complaining, but we will return to Anastasia. Sorry. I mean, we'll just leave her here for now. If this is your first time in Firelink Shrine, you'll probably head up the mountains to the big bridge to continue your journey. However, for any returning player, you'll head straight into the graveyard behind the shrine, run around and remember exactly where a totally normal and not overpowered two-handed sword is located. Further along your quest, you'll notice your second boss fight is another demon. And this demon might seem nothing more than just a roadblock like the Asylum Demon. However, when we go back to what I previously said about the Witch of Izalith turning the occupants of Blighttown into demons, you ask yourself what a demon is doing all the way over here, or even all the way at the Undead Asylum. It's then that you realize they must have been placed there to halt your journey. After all, the Taurus demon blocks the way to the first Bell of Awakening, then the Capra demon blocks your way to the second Bell of Awakening. And if we go back to the Undead Asylum, the Asylum demon can be seen above the tower before it even drops down, making sure that no undead even makes it out alive, which could be the reason Oscar wasn't able to make it out. A lot of players speculate on this being the case, however I'm extremely adamant that this is not the case, and he simply came back to the Undead Asylum to find you before he went hollow. But regardless, the design of this boss placement is intentional and calculated, whereas in a lot of other games, bosses are just seen at the end of every level out of convenience with no real backing. After this, however, you'll come across a unique NPC who is gazing at the sun. Knight Solaire of Astora, the same neighbouring land that Oscar hails from. One of the reasons why Knight Solaire is such a beloved character in the Dark Souls franchise among the community is because he represents a contrast to the other characters in the game, who are often grim and cynical. Solaire's unwavering optimism and determination to complete his quest even in the face of insurmountable odds is a breath of fresh air in a world filled with despair and hopelessness. He also has a strong willingness to help you or other players throughout this journey. Solaire encounters other players and offers them assistance and guidance. He even has his own unique gesture, the gesture becoming iconic among many players of the game. What's interesting about what Solaire says to you is that he became undead to pursue this goal. Coming from the same location as Oscar, many people from Lordran could have done the same thing. Perhaps Oscar deliberately became undead as well. However, even if their motivations for coming to Lordran may have been similar, their upbringings were wildly different from one another, and this difference is spotted in the descriptions of their shield. This is an important descriptive section of Oscar's shield. Shield of a nameless knight, likely a high-ranked knight of Astora. And here's a segment from Solaire's shield, decorated with a holy symbol, but Solaire illustrated himself, and it has no divine powers of its own. As it turns out, Solaire's incredible prowess is a product of his own training and nothing more. This crucial difference between these two formidable warriors are equally as impressive. Oscar is a high-ranking individual from his land, and Solaire is self-taught in such a commendable way that he's managed to make it all the way out here, travel with us throughout our journey, and sometimes completely alone and without hollowing. Something a high-ranking individual was not able to do. I mean, no shade to Oscar, but I mean, the main takeaways from Solaire, beside him being a G, is that he's a member of the Warrior of Sunlight's Covenant, a covenant created by himself that seeks to bring light and hope to the realm of Lordran. He's also an adherent to the Lord of Sunlight, Gwyn. I won't deny the theories that Solaire is a son of Gwyn, but I mean, I don't know, man. It just doesn't have a lot of backing that would make me talk about it. However, it's important to differentiate adherence from worship, because he never once praises Gwyn himself. Rather, he praises the sun. It's important to point out that Solaire is on a completely different quest compared to us, or the other humans / hollow that inhabit Lordran. A quest that's entirely his own. He wants to find his very own sun. And it's strange because, I mean, he's looking right at one. So why is it so important? Well, instead of asking why, let's first ask how. How is there even a sun in the sky? I thought the first flame was on Earth, not in space. But if what I said about history is true, there shouldn't even be a space for a ball of gas to reside in this world. The concept gets even more strange when you realize that the sun doesn't even reach places like the Darkroot Basin. So is the sun an illusion made by Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, or simply a manifestation of the first flame, which Dark Souls 3 seems to imply? This leads me to think that Solaire wishes to create his very own sun. We already know that his formidable miracle user, which fittingly uses the attribute of faith. So perhaps Solaire wishes to find a sun miracle so he can cast his very own sun? I'm not confident in this theory at all, but like I said, one of the best things about Dark Souls is these types of discussions. So at any point, if you have a better theory on what anything could mean with anything I say in this video, be sure to let me know down in the comments below. But yeah, the sun could be the illusion of someone else entirely, which we will discuss later on in this video when we get to Anor Londo. However, all we know now is Knight Solaire is a bro of the highest caliber, and he's willing to help us with select bosses along the way. Another great aspect of this game that you will come to find out is the interconnectedness of the levels. You will eventually come across a ladder that you'll be able to kick down, leading to the bonfire in between Firelink Shrine and the Taurus Demon, one that you've previously visited, making sure that travel becomes a lot easier and quicker without needing a fast travel mechanic. And later on, when you make it to the Undead Parish, the location of the very first Bell of Awakening, you can take a long and eerie elevator ride down into the unknown, and when you make it to the bottom, you take in your surroundings and you'll notice that you have just traveled to the Firelink Shrine, the starting location. You're now able to seamlessly travel between the end of the road and the start of your journey in one short elevator ride. This aspect of the experience was done so perfectly and is continuously executed within all of the FromSoft games. You've just been rewarded for continuing your journey in a way that not a lot of other games are able to capture. In fact, not even in a way that the future Dark Souls games are able to capture with the inclusion of fast travel from the very start. I'll admit, if you prefer just having fast travel right off the bat, that's a fine opinion to have. But I honestly feel that Dark Souls only implemented it when you needed it and makes you appreciate the map design a whole lot more. I mean, I can map out Dark Souls 1's entire map with my eyes closed at this point, but I can't say the same for Dark Souls 2 or 3, at least not at the same level. And it could be a strong aspect that Dark Souls 1 has over the other games: memorability. But before you head to the next boss fight, a mini hub area can be found across a bridge and down some stairs where an extremely valuable blacksmith is located. Andre of Astora. Again? Wait, why is every pair of nuts from Astora? Goddamn. This guy is another undead from Astora, and with him, you're now able to finally upgrade your gear. And although you'd be able to buy a weapon and armor upgrading kit yourself, he will also be able to ascend your weapons into elemental types, such as fire or lightning, and sell you important tools early on, such as Titanite shards that you're able to upgrade your gear with if you don't have enough. This dude is a huge help, and he's one of the only returning characters in Dark Souls 3. Notably, Andre is the only character in the game with facial animations for talking, and there's a particularly good reason for this. He was supposed to be an extremely important character within Dark Souls, and in fact I don't even need to explain it myself. I'll give you a quote from the main man Miyazaki himself, being asked about Andre of Astora and his importance in the game. He said, and I quote, "He was originally a descendant of Gwyn, whose task was to protect a door within the Firelink Shrine. In the end, he was going to push aside the goddess statue to let the player progress, but as development progressed, he became just a simple blacksmith." So yeah, there's an alternate universe where Andre, the now simple but helpful blacksmith, was once related to Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight. There's not much more to go on with this character, but it's extremely important for you to take the time to upgrade your weapons to at least +5 before taking on the next boss, which is in the church right across from the bridge of this location. Your very first duo boss fight. Now, FromSoft love duos, and FromSoft fans can love duos, but at times would rather a machete to the bum crack. This will be your first truly challenging duo boss fight, unless... Alright, Solaire, you said you wanted to help me out on the journey, so I decided to summon you here today to... However, whatever your opinions of duos are, it's my honest opinion that Dark Souls 1 does this the best. I feel that they're the most balanced duo boss fights out of any of their games. Each one requires calculations and baiting. You can't just rush in when one's open. You need to be aware of what the other one's doing or what it's about to do. However, nothing about them is unfair or cheap. At the start of this boss fight, it looks like there's just one boss, and during this period of the fight, it's relatively easy. You must take out as much health as possible before the second boss comes along, and when the second boss does indeed come along, the whole dynamic of the boss fight is dramatically shifted. Now you need to be careful. One may spew fire, and out of that fire, one could jump out of the fire with an axe slam attack. Defeating these two is enormously rewarding. And I mean, of course, these bosses are going to be hard. They're blocking your path to ringing the bell of awakening. Another piece of visual storytelling that often goes unnoticed is the choice of gargoyles. Historically, gargoyles are simply used as water spouts designed to throw rainwater from the outside wall of a building. Derived from the French gargoyle, I think gargoyle? Many scholars consider gargoyles to be spiritual protectors of many churches, scaring off evil spirits, such as the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. It's important to note out that this is a church, and a lot of people have noticed the similarities between the Undead Burg and Nuevo San Juan Parangaracuretos, which was, funnily enough, a church buried underneath ash and lava. Another real-world detail that could relate to what's underneath Blighttown. Attention to detail has never been more subtle yet so impressive with FromSoft games. But before we go too far ahead of ourselves, we have a bell to ring. Awesome. Nothing happened. I mean, I gotta be honest, ringing the first bell, regardless of which one you go for, is anticlimactic. However, something or someone does mysteriously appear back down the ladder, seemingly out of thin air after this bell was rung. And that is Oswald of Carim, who can request absolution for all sins, including murdering non-hollow NPCs and abandoning your covenants. There are many things that are strange about this man, aside from just his pose. Firstly, when he talks about absolving your sins, he starts to laugh at the end of the conversation like it's a joke. I mean, this is entirely subjective note, but imagine if you were confessing your sins to a priest and they laughed. It would make you question their faith to a certain extent. However, the second thing I want to bring up is, did he follow us, or was he always here? Did us ringing the bell grant us to perceive him? And finally, Oswald is a worshipper of Velka, the goddess of sin, and according to the lore, her weapons were occult infused, meaning these weapons are meant to kill gods. Furthermore, crows are a symbol of Velka, which we will get to pretty soon. And seeing as a crow picked you up from the asylum, inevitably to wind up facing some gods down the track, this has led a lot of fans on the web to speculate Velka is wishing you to become the Dark Lord. This is further influenced by Oswald popping up right after ringing the bell in the parish. It does make sense that the crow picking you up would mean a lot more to the story than a simple mode of transport to and from the asylum, because why would the asylum demon be placed there to stop you from leaving, while a crow is there to help you leave? I want to touch on Velka a bit more later on in this video. However, the second bell of awakening must be rung. But before we go and do that, I want to go to the Darkroot Garden and Darkroot Basin. Andre's pet, I suppose? So these beings right here are Titanite demons, born from a Titanite slab, and the Titanite slab just happened to be in that very room when it happened. However, that doesn't explain the missing leg and missing head from all of these creatures. I mean, not just this one. These creatures pose a threat, especially if you stroll down into this room early game. But regardless, if you ran straight past it or chose to battle it, you'll inevitably make it to the Darkroot Garden. This place for the first time while playing this game provides a completely different landscape and tone from the Undead Parish or other areas previously explored. For one, this place is perpetually dark, which adds to the gloomy atmosphere, and when you start to venture further down the path, you'll come across a strange shrubbery being that pops out and proved to be a little piece of and it even teaches you through the environment to not trust everything that seems too good to be true. I mean, I did mention that I wouldn't touch on the DLCs of these games as much, however, the Artorias of the Abyss DLC is extremely important when it comes to this area. With this DLC, you venture 200 years into the past to a location location that no longer exists, the lost land of Oolacile. And when you walk around both the land of Oolacile and the Darkroot area, you'll notice that Oolacile is the Darkroot in the past. There are many landmarks that make this obvious, however there's a lot more factors that go unnoticed. One big one is without the guidance of Oolacile's magic, the scarecrow creatures became feral and turned into these green shrubbery motherfuckers. This land also has a lot of connections to Seath the Scaleless. Venturing deeper into the basin, you'll come across large crystal golems that are the creations of Seath himself. These golems could have been ordered to capture the maiden who will let you reach the lands of Oolacile, as a golden golem has successfully done so. Seath has managed to create many creatures, both successfully and unsuccessfully. However, one creation is found here, and that is the Moonlight Butterfly. This boss fight plays out extremely differently compared to the other bosses, and its attack patterns are all orchestrated for you to run, roll, and evade away from its spellcasting, and only after a series of attacks it comes down to rest on the bridge for you to be able to start attacking it. If you come across this boss later in the game, your massive health bar as well as the Estus flasks you've accumulated can make this boss fight pretty easy. Some say the easiest in the game, as there's a lot of room for error. However, earlier on, let's just say under level 20, this boss requires a lot of calculations and pattern recognitions for those that aren't spellcasters themselves. This boss is optional, however it leads to another deceased blacksmith, possibly from the lands of Astora or a friend of Andre. He has an important ember that you are able to use to upgrade your weapons, and well, I mean, this whole area is generally and widely regarded as optional aside from the magically sealed door at the start of this area, as you don't even need to venture here to complete the base game. But that being said, there is a lot of important lore here that is crucial to understanding the current and forgotten history of these lands. Eventually you'll come across a tower that leads to the Undead Burg, granting an ease of travel between these locations. However, this shortcut itself isn't what I want to focus on, rather what's inside this tower, locked away, not to be confused with Dwayne the Rock Johnson, Havel the Rock. Havel's weapon of choice is an everlasting dragon tooth. Coupled with his bulky, fat-rolling, inducing armor, he looks pretty badass. However, his backstory is quite tragic to say the least, and this also ties back into Seath the Scaleless. Havel not only despised magic, but despised the dragons, and since Seath the Scaleless is a dragon using magic, Havel could never trust Seath. And even though he was once a loyal follower and friend of Gwyn decided that it was just best to lock Havel away in this dungeon where he was left to slowly go insane and turn hollow. That is the short of it, and even with that, it's not hard to feel sorry for this hunk of meat. It doesn't stop people from speculating that this person may not be the real Havel or that Gwyn was never the one to lock him away, but what I failed to wrap my head around is that he wields this giant ass friggin' everlasting dragon tooth and never once thought to break down the wooden door. This fact has confused many people in the community, however it's actually been debunked. One Reddit user actually stated that the door itself was locked. Now we are able to fight the Capra Demon and continue our pilgrimage to the second Bell of Awakening. An interesting theory that I've read online to do with this area that the Capra Demon resides in is that all the undead wielding torches drove the Capra Demon away, seeing as the Capra Demon is weak to fire. However, even if the Capra Demon wasn't weak to fire, he's still one of the easiest bosses to come across in this game. The dogs and tight compact boss arena do make it difficult for first timers, but once the puppies are taken care of, this boss doesn't seem to have a health bar at all. Regardless of how easy this boss is, this dude has one of the coolest designs in the series, wielding two great machetes with a boar or gargoyle helmet. This guy is criminally underrated for how badass he looks, and I do wish that he was a more integral part of the story, or even returned in one way or another in the future games. Maybe became just a little bit more of a challenge, because his looks do not justify the difficulty. The Capra Demon, upon defeat, drops a key to the depths, and reading the description of this item will give you a fairly good idea of what you're getting yourself into. Those banished from the Undead Burg eke out their existence in the depths, a damp lair with no trace of sunlight. Nearly half of the depths form a perilous, flooded labyrinth. Going through these depths, which comprise of a large, dark sewer system, is the primary and main way to reach Blighttown, although technically if you pick the Master Key during the character creation phase, this whole area, including the Capra Demon, becomes optional, but this is considered the conventional way to head. Aside from the hollows and dogs previously fought, the cooks stand out in this area and have an interesting backstory. This whole area was used to discard the unwanted in the land of Lordran, and when people became sick or hungry, the butchers created a meal out of their flesh. A lot of fans theorized that when they continuously discarded the unwanted meat from the humans down into the hole behind the butcher, the rat that ate it turned into a giant, since the rat was actually eating a large amount of humanity and the dark sign. This also leads you to realize why rats do have humanity at random drops, because, I mean, they eat people. Regardless if you knew this fact or not, it never fails to be disturbing. Venturing deeper and deeper into this area, you'll come across your first basilisk, which looks like a lizard toad aneurysm that makes a return to Elden Ring later on. These abominations look quite weak at first, but when they fart in your face and kill you instantly, you awaken with half of your usual health. This by itself is absolutely infuriating for any player to experience, especially on your first playthrough if you don't know how to cure it. This may seem easy to do, and in theory it kind of is, granted you have enough of the souls to purchase a purging stone from the Moss Lady. However, this could be a point where you have to restart your entire save. You see, NPCs are crucial in this game, and if you're someone who's careless enough to assume that everyone's a hostile, you've screwed yourself in the long run, and Miyazaki does not care. If you rang the first bell of awakening and attacked Oswald when you made it down the ladders assuming that he was hostile, and then later got spooked by the undead Moss Lady merchant and hit her as well, there is no way that you can get a purging stone without sucking it up and beating the depths and Blighttown, then travelling to the Ash Lake for a 10% chance of it dropping from the man-eater shells. This is where a lot of people would suck it up and restart their entire save if it sounds like a better option than going through hell and back just to get to normal health again. And in fact, there are a lot of choices later on that can lead you to restart your save, such as killing another important NPC or investing all of your souls into a useless attribute that is resistance, because there's no way to respec your points in the first Dark Souls game. However, I want to point something out, something that you might not have known. In the day 1 release, Curse actually acted wildly different to how it does now, and we should be extremely grateful that it has been patched. The Curse effect used to be stackable, leaving you with at times only an 1/8 of your health. Yeah, so yeah, if you've managed to make it through this unforgiving area and unlock shortcuts, you'll again appreciate the interconnectedness of the level design, because the trek to the boss becomes extremely easy in this pretty difficult area, and the boss itself is also extremely easy. The Gaping Dragon is another spectacularly designed boss that doesn't live up to its looks. Now don't get me wrong, every single time this boss makes it out of the sewer in the cutscene, I can't help but think how goddamn awesome it looks. The rows upon rows of teeth that appear outside the long slit down the dragon's stomach, coupled with the sunless and depressed atmosphere, this could well be the coolest designed boss in the entire game. This dragon is known to be a twisted version of the everlasting dragons that previously ruled the world. A hungry monster that is nothing more than a shell of its former greatness, now a bottom feeder at the bottom of the sewers, feasting on whatever comes its way. The Gaping Dragon's movesets are pretty easy to get the hang of, as the only moves you need to watch out for are its jumping attack when its spine twists upward and reveals all its teeth, and the cheap AoE running attack. I say cheap because I personally feel that rolling, running, or sitting down, just fucking sitting down, coupled with an AoE that's just its entire body, is a bit of a low effort way of making a boss harder. However, this boss is kind of a pushover, which is quite upsetting. And you're also able to buddy up with Solaire to take down this beast, which is overkill, but exciting nevertheless. And some say that this beast was called the Tight Dragon before you and Solaire came along. Out of the many unfortunate souls that were consumed by this giant beast, one of them had the key to Blighttown, which the Gaping Dragon drops, and this will be the last trek you'll make to ring the final bell of awakening. But before that, you'll come across a mysterious merchant called Domhnall of Zena, who greets you with a Welsh greeting, Aishmai. I hope I said that right, and overall seems very cheerful and nice. However, some members of the community have dubbed this charming gentleman as Domhnall the Trickster, even though there's nothing bad that he does in the game. In fact, he can be seen as an unassuming merchant. However, something he does sell will certainly deceive you. Crystal weapons. The first time I came across these crystal weapons, I thought nothing of it. I thought, look at that damage. Hey, that looks pretty good. So I purchased a sword and went on my merry way. After a few satisfying moments, I was like, why haven't I used a crystal weapon before? These are the shit. Then after a few more satisfying moments, it broke extremely quick. I thought, wow, that's strange. But you want to know what's even more strange? You can't repair them. You can't repair them. You can only upgrade them, and then you can use them again, but only for a noticeably short amount of time again. This may have been extremely annoying in the moment, however, in hindsight, I am so grateful I found this out the easy way instead of the hard way. You see, later on in the adventure, you'll come across crystal upgrades which can be used to upgrade your gear. Now, if I saw this and later on decided to upgrade my Zweihander to a crystal Zweihander, then I would have uninstalled this game and slammed my head across my keyboard. You cannot undo this. Once it's crystal, there's no going back. It makes me wonder why the developers put this mechanic into the game in the first place, because it makes no sense. Why have something that's so good for a good few minutes and then render it completely useless? So Domhnall is a trickster for having the balls to even sell this nasty stuff to me. But what got people's eyebrows to raise is the Designworks interview about Dark Souls 1, where Hiroshi Nakamura, someone who worked on the game, asked about the outfit that Domhnall was wearing to Miyazaki, where he called it the Trickster outfit, to which Miyazaki, the lead director of the game, simply stated, yes, a character like that is actually very easy to fit into the game. You can essentially place him anywhere and move him about wherever you want. Notice something strange about his reply? Miyazaki somewhat dismissed what Nakamura said. Miyazaki somewhat dismissed what he just said and indirectly answered his question by not addressing the trickster aspect of his clothing. This has led a lot of people to come up with theories that this character is not who he seems. However, I want to leave it at that since I'm not that confident with any of these theories. I've read a lot and none seem to convince me strongly. However, if you have any reasons why he may be a trickster, be sure to give me your insights in the comments below, as like I've said, I'm open to everything. What we do know about Domhnall for certain, however, is his helmet is based off of Henry VIII's helmet, who was in fact half Welsh. Henry did have 6 wives, so you could also say that Domhnall was a top G, however he killed 2 of them, so make of that what you will. But now, Blighttown is next, and this area is a horror to endure for any first timer playing this game, for 2 main reasons. The first is, it's hard, and the second is the original Xbox 360 and PS3 versions suffered from extreme frame rate issues in this area, especially when looking down at the ground, and this problem persisted until I got near the end of Blighttown, which was a major kick in the balls for my experience. However, the remastered version does fix this issue, and if you played the original on the PC, you wouldn't have run into this issue with the help of mods. But even now that it does perform well, most players will still use the shortcut via the Valley of Drakes to escape this nightmare-fueled pile of swamp shit. For one, this area is infested with toxic spitting enemies that can drain the player's health over time, and unlike poison, which has a duration of 3 minutes, toxic has a duration of 10 minutes if untreated, and is twice as deadly. And these enemies are often in hard to reach areas, which just adds to the difficulty. Secondly, the geography of this area is pretty complex, with narrow, sometimes moving walkways, vertical drops, and hidden paths that can be easy to miss. You can and will fall off the edge, and if it's not a misstep, these infested barbarians will knock you off for you. And they're randomly placed around every nook and cranny to ensure that you won't ever be alone. I will admit this area does calm down quite a bit when you reach the first bonfire next to the Poison Lake, and where you will fight Quelaag, but while the hell lasts, this can be one of the most infuriating sections of any Souls game to date. But before making your way to Quelaag's domain, you'll be invaded by a man-eater Mildred, one of the most iconic invaders in Dark Souls 1. She's a cannibalistic woman, obviously, wearing a sack over her head and wielding a butcher knife. She has a wooden plank shield, who is not easy at all. But once you're able to defeat her, she's able to be summoned to help you in your fight against the Chaos Witch Quelaag. Quite possibly the most annoying aspect about this boss fight is that you need to carry purple moss clumps to cure yourself of poison, because you'll need to trek through a poisonous swamp to get to her in the first place. And be careful about projectiles thrown by these cum dumpsters. But when it comes to entering the fog wall and beginning the battle, I wouldn't say that Quelaag is a hard boss. However, she's not easy either. Her moveset consists of fire slashes and fire stabs. Meanwhile, her parasite aids her in battle. The spider-like creature can regurgitate lava, either with a lava rush, where the creature leaps towards you, spitting lava simultaneously, or the creature performs a lava breath move, where Quelaag pats the spider's head ever so gently and the spider lava on the ground, you know what I'm saying? Leaving it there to just be a hurdle and catch you if you're not careful. The most dangerous move that she can perform is when Quelaag bends forward and reaches down the spider's head and performs an AoE attack. This does have a surprisingly broad range, but can easily be avoided. Overall, this is still a very, very memorable boss fight, and the game never fails to surprise you with the creativity behind the designs. This boss is the daughter of the Witch of Izalith, like I mentioned at the start of this video, and failed to escape from the chaotic flame that her mother created. Quelaag and her family were visibly corrupted by this flame. Quelaag is referred to as the perfect creation of chaos, and the relationship between her and the parasite that's grown from her is kinda kinky. They work well together like two voluptuous pairs of tenacious friends. Quelaag might seem like another roadblock on the path to the second Bell of Awakening, however, she needs us, the undead travelers, to come. That is because she needs our humanity to aid her sister, the Fair Lady, who you will find past a fog wall after defeating Quelaag. Listening to the Fair Lady speak is extremely depressing, as it's clear that she's no threat, seeing as she's lost all of her senses after the cursed recreation of the flame. But she remains calm and caring. She assumes that you, the player, are in fact Quelaag and asks for you to take care of yourself. It's clear to see that the sister's transformation was not as forgiving as Quelaag, as she can be heard sobbing in pain due to the egg sacs forming around her body. And for some reason, if you decide to kill her, you will not only not have a bonfire here anymore, but her servant will let out a blood-curdling screech. You can also find another sister of Quelaag, Quelaag, who resides in Lower Blighttown, just outside the sister's domain. To have her appear, you must have a pyromancy flame at +10 or higher. However, you can also just summon a friend who has +10 pyromancy, which is a pleasant thing for the developers to add for those not interested in pyromancy. When her mother attempted to recreate the first flame, Quelaag was able to escape without suffering any mutations at all. However, she seems to be suffering from something else entirely, survivor's guilt, and she asks you to put her family out of their misery. The servant speaks to you about Quelaag, dubbing her the Lost Quelaag, stating that she has never been seen by anyone since the tragic events that mutated her family. So it's here that we realize that she has spent the last centuries, millennia, so close yet so far from her brothers and sisters. Damn, dude, that's kinda sad. Well, anyway, we're off to Zen's fortress, baby! Woo! Oh, fuck yeah! Fuck Quelaag's domain!
Was it you who
Wait, what?
rang the
What happened to the
bell of awakening?
It appears that some ableists decided to kill a mute girl for her Firekeeper soul. At her body you're able to retrieve a black eye which keeps constant watch on Anor Londo, the place you're heading to next. And this is attached to the killer of whoever killed this Firekeeper. But it looks like King Seeker Frampt not only could hear both bells, but knows that we were the ones to do it. Reading the description of the covetous silver serpent ring gives you the best idea of who these primordial serpents may be. A snake that could have been but never was a dragon. These primordial serpents are a crucial part of the Dark Souls story, and more specifically the ending, so I'll come back to them later. However, let's just focus now on what Frampt has to say to you. He gets straight to the point and asks you to succeed the Lord Gwyn and link the fire to undo the curse of the undead. You must visit Anor Londo and acquire the Lord Vessel by going through Zen's Fortress, a deadly house of traps. Now, Zen's Fortress is a hell to go through. Not a lot of games do level engineering quite like From Software. The layout of this fortress on your first journey can be extremely complex, with many narrow corridors and bridges coupled with traps and pitfalls, and yeah, if you do manage to fall off the bridge and end up surviving and make it to the bottom of the fortress, you'll be greeted by 4 ever so sexy Titanite demons. There is a notable jump in toughness with these enemies as well, even coming straight from Blighttown. There are 2 main types of lizard humanoids who will be blocking your path, one with a shield and spear and one that throws lightning bolts your way in very, very inconvenient situations. If it isn't the enemies that kill you on your first run, it will most certainly be the environment, the hardest of which are either the swinging axes placed awkwardly between enemies and constantly hurling lightning bolts your way, and pressure plates sending waves of arrows your way. You can use these arrows to your advantage, however, by timing the trigger to only occur when the lizards are in its line of fire, and you will only understand the best route to take of this fortress after trial and error. And even when you reach the very top, there are some people who have no idea that there's a bonfire at the top. I only accidentally discovered the bonfire on my 2nd or 3rd playthrough because there was a note on the ground that read bonfire ahead. However, being tricked too many times to count and into jumping off a cliff, I was like, yeah, f*** off, that's bullshit. Bonfire ahead, yeah. So I hesitated to believe it. But however, I peeked over the edge to find a small ledge that you could nudge to, and lo and behold, there's a bonfire. I was never happier and madder at the same time. I can't count how many times I went all the way from the bottom of Zen's Fortress to fight the boss at the top. Once you reach this bonfire, there is a huge sigh of relief. However, after exploring further, you can come across a key that unlocks a cage that you can take to and from the very start of Zen's Fortress. Now this is level design done right. And why does From Software and From Software only make this feel so damn gratifying every single time? The long and short of it is, this fortress serves as a test for those seeking to enter the City of the Gods. Heroes and warriors from various eras have attempted to reach Anor Londo by passing through Zen's Fortress, but only a few have been successful. One such hero is Black Iron Tarkus, a boss that can be summoned against the average enemy. He is a knight from Berenik. He's one of the longest surviving knights to attempt to cure the curse of the undead and fulfill the prophecy. It's heavily implied that he is the one of the few to have completed Zen's Fortress and traveled to Anor Londo, and the area is littered with the remains of other knights who were not so successful. It's theorized that he is the one who smashed the glass window in Anor Londo that leads players through the raft and paved the way for future undead to venture through Anor Londo. He later fell from the roof to his death, as his corpse, along with the black iron set and the black iron great shield, can be found near the large painting in Anor Londo. Another character who attempted to pass through Zen's Fortress is Big Hat Logan, a scholar of the soul arts and a member of the Vinheim Dragon School. In his attempt to reach Anor Londo, Logan ended up trapped in a cage in Zen's Fortress. Despite his great intelligence and magical abilities, Logan was forced to remain inside a cage until he was discovered by the player. We'll get to Big Hat Logan later on, as he plays a pretty important role, but for now we have the City of the Gods to head to. After defeating the hardest boss in the entire game, you get transported to Anor Londo by a flying... You know what, I'm just gonna get ChatGPT to draft a poem about these Batwing demons. Batwings, once a simple way to fly, but now they're known to make you die. Gone are the days of peaceful flight, now they stab and cause a terrible fight. We trusted in their wings, so big and so grand, but now they're the enemy, a treacherous band. We relied on you to help us cross, but now you're a menace at a terrible cost. Now that that beautiful piece of art is over, what does Anor Londo feel like to encounter for the very first time? Anor Londo is located high above the rest of the game world, surrounded by mountains and clouds, which helps add to its sense of grandeur and majesty. The architecture itself is known for its beautiful and ornate design with grand white stone buildings and intricate details. The city is also lit by the sun, creating a bright, ethereal atmosphere that contrasts with the dark, grim environments of the rest of the game. Apart from feeling entirely otherworldly, it has an initial feeling of peacefulness, and even after fighting the tough enemies located in this environment, there seems to be a sense of undisturbed serenity, in contrast to the danger and chaos of the rest of the game world. Visiting this place for the very first time really solidifies how much the landscapes vary and how talented these level designers are, and we've barely even scraped the surface, as this is considered halfway through your adventure. When you arrive at your first bonfire, you will cross paths with the Lady of the Darkling, who is also known as the Dark Moon Firekeeper. This bonfire's firekeeper. She wears the brass set armor to hide her hollowed form and help her hunt the guilty as the Dark Moon Blade. This suggests that she has connections to the Order of the Dark Moon Blades, a group of knights who are sworn to protect the gods and hunt down the guilty. The fact that she wields a parrying dagger may also suggest that she's originally from Carim, a city known for its skilled sword fighters and weaponsmiths. There are also several theories surrounding the Lady Darkling and her relationship with the other characters of the game. One theory is that she gets her humanity from Lautrec, a character who is found imprisoned in a cell in the Undead Church, who shares the same homeland of Carim. This theory suggests that Lautrec brings humanity to the Lady of the Darkling in Anor Londo to keep her alive, not too different from Quelaag bringing humanity to her sister, as the bonfire she attends receives extraordinarily little activity. Upon venturing deeper into Lordran, and the black eye begins to quiver, you will find out that Lautrec killed Anastasia, the Firekeeper at Firelink Shrine, possibly to preserve the life of his mistress, the Lady of the Darkling. Or to keep it for himself, I mean, who knows, as Firekeeper souls have a lot of humanity, but it's here that players tend to view Lautrec as a bad guy, in such a hypocritical way. After all, it's possible that during a playthrough you could be the one to kill a certain Firekeeper, either the one at Quelaag's domain, possibly the one at Anor Londo, or even after reacquiring Anastasia's soul, you'll keep it for yourself. The value in them do make this extremely tempting, which I believe the game designers pulled off brilliantly, because there's no real consequence for killing a Firekeeper, apart from just having one less bonfire to travel to, of course. This is just a game theory, however there's something else I promised that I would touch on in this area, and that something is Velka. There are connections between Velka and Anor Londo, and even slight connections between Velka and the Firekeeper here. Painted World of Ariamis holds several items related to Velka, including the Dark Ember, which is used to hunt down the gods. Velka is connected to the Dark Moon Firekeeper in Anor Londo through her role as the judge and punisher of sinners, and if Lautrec killed Anastasia under the Lady of the Darkling's command, it would make them both just as guilty. However, it's here we remind ourselves about Oswald. After all, it's likely that he was the person who imprisoned Lautrec in the first place for previously killing a Firekeeper. If Lautrec happened to escape, then quickly make up the souls to request absolution, is he set off scot-free? Well, he is, under Oswald's own rules. Does this mean that if he killed the Firekeeper, then just requested absolution, and then we later kill him, are we the murderers, or in other words, the guilty in this situation? And why does Lautrec get imprisoned for being guilty, while we get to request absolution whenever we so desire, no matter who we kill? I mean, we don't even need to request absolution. All of these flaws in Oswald's way of thinking make me think that he's most definitely not pure of heart, especially after what transpired here in New Londo. And Oswald's devotion to Valka could have been obscured. He could have simply profited from gullible people who give into the fear of an unforgiving god. This is where we ask ourselves, were Oswald's rules always around, or are they merely an invention? There's no doubt that his effects are extremely powerful, inarguably world-changing, as there's no other way to calm someone down for slicing off their nose than to request absolution. Perhaps these are the reasons that Valka chose to disobey Gwendolyn's order and infuse her weapons with god-killing properties to end the suffering of those who simply didn't monopolize on forgiveness and fear, by possibly attempting to overthrow the gods. A recent theory about Valka popularized on the Sinclair Lore YouTube channel is that Valka is one of the missing daughters of the Witch of Izalith. In Dark Souls 3, when you go to the statue of Valka, she is wearing a similar outfit that the Daughters of Chaos are wearing, and Valka's talisman directly says that it's made from her hair. And then we also know that the whip in Dark Souls 3 belonging to the daughter of the Witch of Izalith is fashioned from her black hair as well. Whether hair itself is a strong enough correlation or not, the theories presented within the Sinclair Lore podcast always get my mind buzzing on the possibilities. However, I'm never ever going to say that I'm 100% certain with any of the theories. Yet again, I need to remind you, Valka is a mysterious and influential character in the lore of Dark Souls that hasn't been given a lot of substantial lore, and you can never find her within any of the installments. So, I mean, here's to hoping that she pops up in Dark Souls 4, or if Dark Souls 4 ever comes out. Here's to hoping. Dark Sun Gwendolyn is an easily missable boss in Dark Souls, and it's strange that he's optional, seeing as he is the youngest child of Gwyn. He's in the hidden passage that can be found by taking the rotating staircase down to the Dark Moon Tomb, which is usually an empty room with just a statue of Gwyn. To enter Gwendolyn's Covenant or trigger a boss fight with him, players must have the Dark Moon Seance Ring from the Catacombs, or have killed Guinevere. But if you do kill the illusory Guinevere later on, the Firekeeper previously mentioned will get super duper pissed and wants to have a little bit of a tussle with you. Gwendolyn is revealed to be a male who was raised as a female due to his associations with magic and the moon. He created an illusory version of his sister, Guinevere, to watch over Anor Londo after the gods abandoned the city. And there's also the theory that he created the illusory sun as well that shines over Anor Londo. However, this awe-inspiring place has fallen, and Gwendolyn is the only remaining god who wants to entice the player to relight the first flame and succeed Gwyn. And again, FromSoft, why do this again? This game is a damn masterpiece, okay? And with every criticism I give it, it will not sway my opinion. However, with all this hype, with the Dark Moon Gwendolyn, a literal god among men, he's a weak pussy. This arena is unlike anything we've seen. I mean, it's fun, but it's painfully easy to beat him, often on your first try. I don't know, man. With all the talk about Dark Souls being the hardest game ever made, I'm starting to think I'm taking crazy pills, because although there's been slight challenges along the way, this whole journey has been a piece of piss. In fact, I think I could play this game with my eyes closed. What's going on? Did I set this game on easy mode?
Ashinwan no mayo wa Mushinaido.
Oh my god! Okay, it's happening! Everybody stay calm! What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm! Wait! My foot! What's your foot?
Nothing up until now will prepare you for this fight. Never have I ever been slapped in the face with a difficulty spike quite like this, and I'm not gonna lie, I had to stop playing the game for a good few months on my first playthrough. Even summoning Solaire to come and help me fight still proved to be a nightmare. My son bro got absolutely slapped by this duo. To add insult to injury, the boss's health bars increase when summoning an NPC to even out the fight. There are a few reasons why this fight has left such an everlasting impression on many players. The fight against Ornstein and Smough is unlike any other in this game, as the players must face two bosses at the same time. I mean, sure, you have fought the Bell Gargoyles, but they had the exact same moves. I mean, they were the exact same thing, whereas Ornstein and Smough are wildly different in movesets and physicality. And no, I'm not fat shaming, it's just an observation, which complement each other so damn well, it's infuriating. This adds an extra layer of difficulty as the player must divide their attention and resources between the two opponents. Now, I'm not gonna lie, Ornstein's speedy Gonzalez dash attack pissed me off. Not because it was fast, but because he'd get ready to charge and then start charging and then bump into something and then stand up and go, wait, what? Huh? Did I just hit my head? And then start charging full speed again with no warning whatsoever. And then Smough does a completely different charge attack as well. So you need to continuously position yourself behind the pillars to stop his plan of attack. Once I mastered this, I decided it was Ornstein who should die first.
Yeah, baby, that's what I'm talking about. That's what...
Oh. Sorry. Did I say I stopped playing the game for a good few months? Did I say I stopped playing the game for a good few months? Did I say... I'm not going to stretch this segment out, but I just want to let you know the first time that I encountered a second boss phase was in this game, and my small pea brain could not handle what was going on. I didn't understand. But yeah, I mean, look, but now I can appreciate this boss fight. For one, it's the art design. Both Ornstein and Smough have distinctive and memorable designs. Ornstein's like more of a slender and agile dragon-slaying knight, and Smough is very bulky and heavily armored. They both fit the part, and the designers knew what they were doing, but the music was extremely memorable as well. It was so intense and dramatic, giving you a feeling of, yes, I can do it, and also a feeling of
Ashen one, bite to the pillow. I'm coming in dry.
If this was your first Dark Souls or FromSoft game in general, this is what people refer to when they say this game is hard. It's a common misconception that every single boss fight and area is hard for the sake of being hard, because that's just flat out wrong. Right now, you're fighting for the Lord Vessel in order to kill Gwyn, which he's entrusted these two warriors in protecting. That's a lot different from ringing a bell. These bosses have been entrusted with protecting everything that this world relies on to survive. Not to say that the other bosses later don't bear the same responsibility, but after many tries, many cries, and many controllers, you'll inevitably emerge victorious. And this feeling is one to just bask in. I remember the first time I defeated this boss, I just sat down the controller and I just felt like I did it. I actually did it. Like, this was something I thought that was just unachievable when I was a kid. It's a feeling often only captured by From Software, as I've said many times, but it just feels earned. It feels justified. Not only did you have to memorize the patterns, be smart about when to attack and when to back off, but you had to keep your cool and not do anything rash out of emotion. Drink a flask out of desperation because you haven't found the time. Go for an attack when you're pissed off that there hasn't been an opening for a while. You kept your cool and persevered. And what's more is when you make your way up to the elevator and enter the last room of this building,
now you're about to be rewarded
Okay.
with the greatest gift you could receive. Big old titties. You like titties?
you are given the Lord Vessel, which grants fast travel between all the major bonfires from any bonfire you rest at for the rest of this adventure. This gift that the developers gave us, and the timing of it is just simply perfect. I admit fast travel could have been nice at the start of the adventure, however this is just a sigh of relief, and probably the best reward for our demanding work up until now. This reward feels like a gift. What's interesting about this area, however, if you choose to attack Guinevere, there will be a short cutscene where Gwendolyn talks to you and says that your actions will not go unpunished. The entire city of Anor Londo plunges into darkness. You're now able to head back to the bonfire, and when you place the Lord Vessel at the altar, a beam of yellow light will shoot up into the sky and 3 golden gates will completely dissipate. Keep in mind, you've placed the Lord Vessel, but it needs to be activated with powerful souls. Seath the Scaleless holding a fragment of the Lord Soul located in the Duke's archives. The 4 Kings also holds a part of the Lord Soul who is located in the new Londo Ruins. Grave Lord Nito is holding the Soul of Death, who is located past the Catacombs and beyond the Tomb of the Giants. And finally, the Bed of Chaos is the holder of the Soul of Life, who is situated past Blighttown, Quelaag's domain, and inside the Demon Ruins. From here you can go whichever direction you please. I mean, the world is your oyster. Let's start with the Duke's Archives since we were just there. The Duke's Archives, also known as the Regal Archives, is located in the grand city of Anor Londo that you were just at, and you can see this building from the left of the first bonfire on the mountains. The Archives are home to Seath the Scaleless, a character who was granted the dukedom and the Archives themselves by Gwyn as a reward for his assistance in defeating the Everlasting Dragons. This whole building is a massive library fortress containing an extensive amount of knowledge, including numerous spells and magic relics which you, the player, can learn powerful spells from, obtain crystals and magic embers, and acquire weapons within the archives. The library is also home to the Chancellors, who are sorcerers who serve Seath and kidnap inhabitants of Lordran for his experiments. This could apply to the Golden Golem mentioned from the Darkroot Basin, seeing as Seath created these golems and has a fascination with the maidens. I mean, it's not very characteristic for a golem to not kill you, so the archives can contain the results of these experiments, one of which are the Pasakas, which can be found in the basement of the tower, who are snake-like creatures with a blue octopusy head. With a blue octopus head. These creatures used to be humans until they were subjected to Seath's experiments. This whole place is nothing more than a giant maze on your first playthrough and could easily be the most infuriating and difficult area for players, with enemies that are significantly buffed and deal a lot of damage being able to easily kill you in like 1 or 2 hits, and Chancellors just warp all over the place. The narrow hallways and tight spaces make it difficult to avoid these attacks, and the enemy placements do not make it easier. This place is damn challenging, but you can't deny it's goddamn beautiful. This is easily one of the best locations in the game, with a diverse range of enemies, beautiful scenery, and an interesting level design. The aesthetic is just so damn cool, with like winding staircases that rotate around with the use of a lever, and a massive library filled with bookshelves and staircases. It just gives this area a mystical, almost Hogwarts-like feeling that sets it apart from the other locations in the game. One of the most memorable moments in the Duke's Archives is what a lot of players call the Leap of Avalon, a risky jump that you can do while the staircases are in the middle of rotating that allows you to access the Avalon's crossbow. The Duke's Archives also serves as a prison, which you will shortly find out. Now, this is one of the coolest walks to a boss in this game. The more you walk through this narrow walkway, the more crystals you see forming on the walls, which just adds a strong atmosphere of mystery and danger. And when you finally make it out, you face off against Seath the Scaleless, but he defeats you instantly and places you inside his prison, with seemingly no way out until you decide to whack the guard and steal his key. When you make it out of your cell, a guard will sound the alarm and anger the Pasakas who we just talked about. If the player turns the alarm off, they will cease to be aggressive and return to their resting area. However, there are at least 2 Pasakas that are found in the lowest parts of the tower that are always passive and constantly crying with the voices of human women. These Pasakas are thought to be the handmaidens to the Princess Guinevere. Big Hat Logan makes a return here as well, and he can be found trapped at the bottom of this prison. You can set him free using the Archive Tower Giant Cell Key or after defeating Seath, but we will return to him very shortly. It's pretty straightforward leaving this area, and when you do leave and activate the bonfires, the trek to Seath the Scaleless is moderately easy. However, it's pretty cool. I really do like the design of the crystals and invisible walkways that you can walk across to get to him. Some players have found this boss to be relatively easy, while others have found it to be more challenging. The main thing you want to do before attacking him is to run up and destroy the crystal at the start of the fight. I'll now go over some of Seath's backstory again and piece together the puzzles on why the lack of challenge in this fight could be justified by the developers. Born an albino dragon without scales, Seath lacked the immortality possessed by other dragons, so out of jealousy and envy he betrayed his own kind and sided with Lord Gwyn in the war against the dragons. However, Seath's jealousy and desire for immortality continued to consume him, leading him to go pretty much insane in the pursuit of the Scales immortality. This may be the reason why he may not have been as strong as he once was. On an interesting note about the crystal we destroyed is that this was a primordial crystal which he was able to use to become an undead, granting him immortality. He inevitably dies, but Seath's corrupting magic lives on through its effect on characters such as Big Hat Logan. Let's return now to Big Hat Logan. If you set him free for the second time, you will find him studying Seath's books, not even recognizing who you are, and he gets enraged that you're interrupting his studies.
Who are you? Stay clear of my work. Curses upon you. How dare you disturb me?
Then for the final time, if you venture back to where you first fought Seath the Scaleless, he will be found hostile and trying to kill you, leading only one of you to make it out alive. Now there's a big debate on how this all happened and whether he hollowed or simply drove himself to insanity. However, I genuinely believe that he drove himself to insanity, and I'll provide my evidence on why. He desperately wanted to get into the Duke's archives as he was absolutely infatuated with it. Researching into sorceries and knowledge on Seath was all he cared about. It's possible and highly likely that he deliberately got himself imprisoned in Zen's fortress knowing that he would be transported to the Duke's archives, and as soon as you set him free, he says he will visit the archives. It's my impression that he started studying and learning all sorts of new information from the archive and learnt some bizarre and unsettling information that was better left hidden. He could have learnt about hidden histories, secret societies, mysterious spells that granted him with an infinite stream of information that his small, fragile, submissive, petite, breedable body could not handle. I do like the idea of this because I often ask myself what answers are inside the Duke's archives, but maybe the real problem is there'd be more questions. That's my opinion on how he went insane, at least. I think he simply couldn't sleep on the information he learnt. Perhaps he felt a sense of responsibility because he could have been a good guy, but in the end, whether it was due to insanity or hollowing, I do believe we did the right thing by putting him out of his misery. Now I think it's time that we visit the Catacombs, home to one of the easiest boss fights with two of the hardest boss treks in this whole entire game. The Catacombs can be accessed at any point in the game as it's right next to Firelink Shrine. I've noticed that there's pretty big robust evidence that the Undead Parish and Firelink Shrine was home to many people. So many people in fact that they ran out of room to bury their dead and had to build these catacombs to rest their loved ones in. Or maybe perhaps the dead located here were nothing more than puppets for the Grave Lord to use, or Pinwheel, I don't know, man. Venturing into these catacombs or any catacombs in the Dark Souls franchise and navigating its tricky environment is not easy on your first go. But what's worse is coming here at such a low level is one of the worst early game decisions that you could make. Something you could easily do I mean, everyone's done it. A lot of people say that it's tedious and time consuming with no fires to light the way and tough enemy skeletons that are pretty hard to defeat with their bullshit roly-poly move. This area is pretty unforgiving. However, I do like the vibe of this area. It's a unique contrast from Firelink Shrine. Activating certain paths and figuring out quick shortcuts to head to the boss in these catacombs are pretty enjoyable to do. I do like how the player is rewarded for figuring out the quickest route to Pinwheel. However, the hardest part about Pinwheel is most definitely getting to Pinwheel. The conventional way of getting to Pinwheel is infuriating as is. The rolling skeletons and self-destructing floating skulls. But my god, even going through the shortest routes, those wheel skeletons, even on a high level, can easily ram into you and one-shot you. These guys will make sure that you die at least a few times before getting to Pinwheel. And yeah, Pinwheel is a joke of a boss, which is quite sad because he's quite cool too. Pinwheel is described as a necromancer who is stealing or has stolen the power of Gravelord Nito, the first of the dead. Pinwheel is known for ruling over the catacombs and for having 3 masks representing the child, the mother, and the father. What's interesting is there's a chance that all 3 are dropped by Pinwheel, and the first half of all of the item descriptions read the same. One of the 3 masks of the Pinwheel, the necromancer who stole the power of the Gravelord and reigns over the catacombs. The second half of the descriptions all describe the wearer specifically, the father as valiant, the mother as kindly, and the child as naive. And when you drop down, it seems as if all 3 heads begin discussing on how to deal with this intruder. This is extremely creative to do for a boss fight, and just leave that up to the player to discuss why these heads were talking to each other. Players can obtain the right of kindling, a secret right that was passed down among clerics, that allows bonfires to be strengthened with kindling beyond what was once normal. There's one pretty big theory that includes his motivations being tied to the occult and the followers. Failed attempts to steal the power of the Gravelord Nito, as there's a shield found on a corpse further on in the game of the Tomb of the Giants that tried to steal the power of the Gravelord Nito. Perhaps Pinwheel was trying to take out the gods for the occult, or maybe he's doing it all for his own selfish intent, trying to restore whatever humanity he had before this transformation. It's said that this shield defends against divine weapons and more specifically lightning weapons, something Gwyn used against the dragon, so perhaps Pinwheel was once an especially important part of history and was fighting on the same side of Velka. Furthermore, every mask can be a rare drop from the Pinwheel servants in front of the Gravelord Nito's tomb, which could be evidence that he's not done yet and he's still needing to send more of his troops inside. But apart from that, he may have lost most of his strength after merging his whole family into a single body by his own doing, maybe to save them, or perhaps someone else did this to him. Or maybe Pinwheel itself could be a completely different entity that used these 3 souls to grant itself more strength, as the mother increases health points, the child increases stamina, and the father increases equip load. Aside from other environmental factors you could find, such as bodies of the supposed parents and masks that look the same as the masks of Pinwheel, not a lot is actually known about the Pinwheel himself, or itself. But if you thought the Catacombs was infuriating, my god, you have something in store. In short, this for me is one of the most unfun locations in all of Dark Souls. I love every single location in this game, and I would often come back just for the fun of it, just to explore and see what I've missed out on. However, the only reason I come to the Tomb of the Giants is to beat Nito and then never return. This area is extremely difficult if you're not a caster or if you don't have the Sunlight Maggot hat. Being pitch black, this place is a complete nightmare. Constantly falling off cliffs that you can't see, the archers and skeleton dog abominations make this a drag. Eventually, just like the Catacombs, you will find the easiest and quickest path to make it out. But even then, this has to be one of the longest treks to any boss fight in the whole franchise, apart from Dark Souls 2. But unlike Pinwheel, when you finally make it to Nito, he's unfortunately not a piece of cake, making you travel the whole route all over again. I understand the argument a lot of players make in terms of them enjoying it, and even though I couldn't disagree more, I'll cast my bias aside and play devil's advocate. This area does reward exploration, and the feeling of dread and despair which the Dark Souls games try to capture in this area succeeds very well. A lot of people also like the lore of the area and the lore of Gravelord Nito, and I can't argue about the lore being extremely interesting. However, I find the core gameplay of this area and the boss fight to be extremely lackluster and even cheap in a way. For one, you'll take fall damage right at the very start of the fight to get interrupted while using healing items by the rage-inducing scream that is followed by a sword coming out of the ground and up into your asshole. When you're all healed and ready to go, you're bound to be stun-locked by skeletons. I'll say this for many boss fights I come across. However, if the hardest part about the boss is not the boss, it's a bad boss. This is the only boss in the game that I have to say is just a bad boss design, regardless of how cool this character is and his backstory is. Like, I understand he's got the soul of death and is likely the first being to experience death, granting him the abilities of necromancy. It still feels so underwhelming that when you fight him away from the other skeletons, he's a piece of piss. His moves are easy to predict and he gets mad and farts off an AoE attack when things aren't going his own way that kills his own minions and not me. It still feels extremely underwhelming that when you fight him away from the other skeletons, it might sound like I'm being overly negative, however I just can't lie to myself. I just didn't enjoy this guy. And like I said, the whole area I just didn't enjoy. This doesn't by any means dismiss the fact that Gravelord Nito is a significant character in the game. He's a really important figure in the world, and Nito was actually created as the boss for the prototype map of this game. His design actually went through several iterations before it was finalized, and it's clear that there's a lot of care that went into his creation. Like, I can see that. The title of the First of the Dead has a dual meaning as well, as it can refer to Nito being the first to die or the birth of death itself. And since you took the soul of death, does that make you the Gravelord? I mean, you took his soul. Are you the existence of death itself now? Because what happens to the birth of death? Obviously death won't stop happening, but it's questions like these that make the Gravelord Nito so interesting. And I won't lie, even if the boss fight itself is dog shit, the character of Nito, with his backstory and future repercussions with you being the holder of the soul of Nito, make him and the Tomb of the Giants pretty interesting. Demon Ruins shall be the next destination, the birth of demons and the resting place of the bed of chaos. Before heading anywhere within the ruins, you must take care of the ceaseless discharge first. The brothers of Quelaag and Quelana, who is the most affected from the chaos flame that ravaged these lands. Let's firstly address his name. Ceaseless Discharge. May sound comical at first, but there's a few reasons for this bizarre name. He was mutated beyond recognition just like the other members of his family, however this curse affected him differently. He would constantly ooze out lava, filling up the demon ruins with it. Ceaseless meaning constant and unending, and discharge, the action of discharging a liquid, is a straightforward name and pretty blunt name to be called for addressing this mutation. However, yeah, it's kind of funny. To soothe his pains, his sisters gifted him an orange charred ring. However, the dumbass dropped it into the lava, leaving him to burn, eternally suffering. Here's where things get a little strange. It was thought that the corpse on the altar right across from the ceaseless discharge was that of Quelana. This does support the theory that she faked her own death, but leaving the memory of her with her whole attire right across from her brother burning eternally is kind of morbid. Some of the community theorizes that Quelana did truly die and you are simply speaking to her ghost. And I mean, this theory is actually quite convincing, as the main piece of evidence as the phrases she uses when she first meets you.
A mere undead, yet you can see me. Fascinating. I am Quelana of Izalith. I am not often revealed to walkers of flesh.
These phrases imply that Quelaag is not a physical being and is only seen by certain individuals. While it's true that Quelaag exhibits survivor's guilt and is referred to as the only one who survived the chaos, it's still very possible that Quelaag's ghost is haunted by her own guilt and the memories of what happened in the chaos so much that she's unable to move on as a ghost. She may not have been the only person who survived. She very well could have been the only person who didn't. Regardless if she faked her own death or merely believes that she's alive, her brother is not too happy about you desecrating her corpse and taking the gold-hemmed black set, which, fun fact, you used to be able to upgrade this set on the Xbox 360, but I guess that was patched because it was kind of overpowered. And by the way, if you use this set and wield a scythe, you kinda look like the Grim Reaper. This boss fight can go pretty bad if you're earlier on in the game. However, there's a method on defeating this boss that is often coined as a cheese method. However, I really don't like the use of the word cheese. FromSoft have always been known to have small little gimmicks with their boss fights to make them exceptionally easier or even a one-hit boss. However, there's a good reason for this boss to throw himself off the cliff in this situation. I mean, after all, there's a specific animation for this. Her brother, with quite literally nothing left to live for, only has the sister's corpse to guard, and is all that he has left in this world. So you just, randomly coming up and taking it would leave him to make such a drastic decision to jump across the cliffside and hang off the bridge. For even a small chance of getting back what he's defending, he will throw his life away for his sister. And it's tragic that he does, even though she's only around a 3 to 4 minute walk away with light traffic according to Google Maps. Fighting this boss the conventional way is still not easy by no means. The mixture of a massive health pool, considerable damage, strong enough to one-hit you if you're not careful, and tough hitboxes make this boss fight particularly challenging. And it's not hard to understand why when this boss is easily one of the biggest bosses in any Soulsborne game. But when you finally come out victorious and defeat this boss, there is an end to the ceaseless discharge of lava and the pool of discharge is no more. The next location is easily one of the coolest design destinations as well, despite garnering mixed reactions from the players. I honestly believe that the atmosphere and unique aesthetic make this area damn awesome and visually striking, with the view of the fiery charred ground and the ruined walls and statues give off quite an old foreboding civilization lost in time. However, I totally understand why the Demon Ruins may not be everyone's cup of tea, because this area is pretty much the birthplace of demons, which could have been one of the best areas to visit in the entire franchise if they gave it more time. It does have some serious lost potential. When you think birthplace of the demons, you think, holy crap, dude, there's gonna be a lot of bosses and enemies here for me to fight. However, guess how many enemies there are for you to discover. There's 4. There's the demonic statue, there's the Chaos Eater, the Chaos Bug, and Burrowing Rockworm, and none of which really pose that much of a threat at all. The Taurus Demon and Capra Demons are recycled just to be ordinary enemies, which is quite cool. However, there's an argument that it ruins the magic of them being a boss in the first place. I understand that things like this happen with Souls games, however, I would have excused it if there were more variety of enemies. On top of that, the Demon Fire Sage boss is pretty much the Asylum Demon and Stray Demon combined. I won't lie, this boss can be pretty hard if you hadn't gone back to North Asylum Demon and found the Stray Demon to learn from its moves, but I do find this boss to be enjoyable. I don't know what it is. I used to hate the Stray Demon and Fire Sage Demon, but I don't know, I actually like these. I like them, man. They're pretty cool. Nothing much to say on that front, but remember how I mentioned the ceaseless discharge dropped the ring that his sisters gifted him? Well, turns out that ring is gonna be the next boss. The Centipede Demon is a formidable foe found in the lower levels, wielding no weapons, but instead it uses its multiple heads to attack its opponents. This giant thing has a total of 6 heads. These heads can extend, spit fireballs and be cut off off, and the right arm is the biggest and has the longest range, while the left head is used to grab opponents and put them into its toothed chest. When you kill it, the orange charred ring that the Centipede Demon drops is vital to progress through Lost Izalith. If you don't figure out that you need to wear it, you will not be able to reach the Bed of Chaos at all. I do want to mention I really appreciated how this was one boss fight right after the other that fits well with the location that we're exploring. I only hoped that this kind of momentum kept up and, you know, we'd constantly be fighting demons or even respawning demon bosses in an arena type event, because we are after all in the birthplace of all demons. However, Lost Izalith was an extremely rushed zone that was even confirmed in a Designworks interview, which is sad to see. However, to play devil's advocate, it may not have been the easiest things in the world to recreate a seamless, interconnected world from Zen's Fortress to Lost Izalith with a crazy amount of detail, especially, you know, first being on the Xbox 360 and PS3. Because we know from personal experience that we could barely handle Blighttown, but I do wish the remaster focused a little on the expansion. However, it was just a remaster and not a remake. There is evidence of Lost Izalith actually being bigger originally, but a lot of the works had to be scrapped. Solaire of Astora can also be summoned here to help you fight the Centipede Demon, where you will fight with him for the last time, and for most people on their first few playthroughs, Solaire will have the same fate. You can find him after this boss fight asking himself why he cannot find it, entirely lost in thought and losing his marbles. This right here is completely gut-wrenching to hear, because Solaire never seemed to lose hope under any circumstances. He was always happy to see you and talk to you, which can leave a lot of players just completely confused and lost. However, later on, things can get extremely tragic. Before arriving at the location of the Bed of Chaos, you need to walk past a gloomy hallway and discover the fate of Solaire. You'll find a faint light in the distance, and upon walking closer, it appears to be human who doesn't hesitate to start attacking you. This at first could seem like any hostile NPC encounter, but when you see the armor set of Solaire's designed chest piece, things get real pretty damn quick. Solaire has completely changed character now, and honestly extremely rapidly, seeing as he was helpful not that long ago with the Centipede Demon. He starts talking about how he's found his own son, and then he starts stating that he is the son. He is wearing a strange headpiece that seems to be controlling him. The first time I encountered Solaire here, it was honestly heartbreaking. He was one of the only NPCs that seemed like a brother to me. I was always uncertain of his quest, however, this completely caught me off guard. I didn't even want to attack. I had no idea how to feel. However, as he continued to press me and I kept on taking damage over time, it became clear that there was no option, and when I defeated him, it was the only victory that felt like a true failure. That sense of despair and dread this entire game was building up had another element suddenly join in: heartbreak. Solaire can seem like a very relatable character to most, and having him around this journey made it more enjoyable and comforting. And without him now, it's back to the feeling that you had at the start of the game: loneliness and despair. When Solaire is defeated and the Sunlight Maggot headpiece is dropped, the description titles it as a loathsome parasite. When wearing this, it acts as a light source for the player. However, there is still one thing that I question to this day. Why doesn't the Sunlight Maggot affect the player when they wear it? Yet it completely took control of Solaire. This is where another debate pops up, similar to that of Big Hat Logan's fate. Did Solaire go hollow, or did he just go insane? If he went hollow, it would have described the Sunlight Maggot having no effect over us. However, why would he even bother to wear it? And how did his condition progress so rapidly? I believe that he did not go hollow. However, the Sunlight Maggot may affect those who are weak and are close to going hollow. Perhaps he did not even know what a sun was and genuinely thought that this piece of light was a sun. I don't believe that, but I just want to theorize it. I'm unsure of what the reasons are behind his fate or how he even got here in the first place, and if anyone wants to drop their own theory down in the comments below, it would be much appreciated, because there's an endless amount of theories. If you know your way around Dark Souls, however, you'd know that there's a way to save his life by offering 30 humanity to Quelaag's sister in Quelaag's domain after joining her covenant, and going through a shortcut next to the Fire Sage demon to kill the Sunlight Maggot before it even latches itself onto Solaire. However, not a lot of players will figure this out themselves, as like I said, the game doesn't exactly tell you these kinds of things. Now, we set our sights on the Bed of Chaos finally, and this is the final boss in Lost Izalith, representing the twisted being of chaos, the Witch of Izalith herself. Hidetaka Miyazaki describes the design and development of the Bed of Chaos as being particularly challenging, due to the difficulties in finding a common goal between the designers and the artists. He states, and I quote, "I suppose the Bed of Chaos is the principal example of this. The artists and designers worked extremely hard and came up with some fantastic designs, but it exposed a real problem in our production method. We had no way to find a common goal and work towards it when things went wrong. It's definitely something I want to correct in the future." This quote does highlight the difficulties in creating the Bed of Chaos boss fight and the importance of collaboration between the developers in creating a game world, but it does explain why a lot of players may have disliked this boss. The Bed of Chaos takes the form of a huge tree with a humanoid-ish shape. It attacks with two arm-like limbs that eventually sprout flaming limbs that resemble wings, but importantly, the imagery of the Bed of Chaos also aligns with a reoccurring theme of motherhood and reproduction. The Bed of Chaos could resemble a uterus with each side of the dome representing an ovary, and the player crawls into the canal to kill the fetus inside the womb. In terms of strategy for defeating the Bed of Chaos, it's pretty much trial and error but more forgiving. For starters, you'd need to head to either side of the boss and take out two of its energy sources, and when you take out one, it'll stay gone. Even if you die and come back, it'll still be gone, which is great, you know? When you run across the arena to the other side, the ground starts to crumble, leaving you to avoid falling into the rubble and jump across the gaps. I mean, this is pretty fun, but this is all there really is to this fight. You just take out these two energy sources, then run into the core of the boss and take out its life source. The Witch of Izalith being one of the founders of the Soul of Life, this boss fight is admittedly anticlimactic. But anyway, yeah, cool, we're done with that. Now we're on to the fourth and final soul that needs to be collected before we finally face Gwyn. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, Seath. Oh, forgot about Seath. Oh, poor doggo. Before we can head down to the new Londo Ruins, we need to head back to Andre the Blacksmith and purchase the Crest of Artorias. Head back to the Darkroot Garden and open the magically sealed door to only be attacked by the forest hunters led by Alvina. But you can join them, and this covenant awards you with invading other players by gifting you Titanite shards to Titanite chunks, or just rubbish, like literal rubbish. There are also these little cute mushroom people things here too who are completely neutral to your presence, so if you decide to kill them, you're a piece of shit. And then eventually we will make our way to the grave of Artorias, and that big doggo Seath will not be happy that you're there. Seath should be done earlier in the game when you're not as high of a level, however I think it's perfect to wait until the last minute to fight him now because it's funny. I'm not gonna lie though, Seath is a really cool designed boss, and I mean, all of them are so far. Seath was once the loyal knight of Artorias, the Abyss Walker. However, the ring he uses to traverse the Abyss is right here, and we need that for the Four Kings, so we got to put down the good boy. Unless you completed the DLC and fought alongside the younger version of Seath and he remembers you, making him not want to fight you, you'd need to fight him. Regardless, I mean, you now have have the ring so we can head straight to New Londo Ruins. New Londo was once a utopia, a great city that held a thriving culture. It could be that this city was built by the undead to rival the city of the gods, seeing as this area is called New Londo. This city was ruled over by the four kings, which Gwyn granted a part of his lord soul to. However, the kings were seduced by Karth, another primordial serpent like Frampt. Karth offered to teach the ability of life drain to the four kings, which break the chains of mortality among men. The four kings could not resist, then New Londo plunged into darkness, and their knights became dark wraiths. We know from reading the item description of the Dark Hand, an ability that the Dark Wraiths have, they too were incited by Karth, and used the power of the Dark Soul to absorb humanity. To contain this evil, the city was flooded and sealed away, as we can read from the item description from the key to the seal. The sealers flooded New Londo to banish the Dark Wraiths and the four kings. The agonizing decision was made with the realization that countless lives and the robust culture of the city would be lost. The victims now roam the ruins as ghosts. There were 3 sealers who were appointed to watch over the ruins and await the Lord Vessel Bearer, who was prophesied to defeat the corrupted 4 kings. By the time that the player reaches New Londo, only one of the sealers remains, and he has a cool outfit. Ingwood doesn't mind a little chat, but eventually he will gift you a key which you can use to drain the water and search for the 4 kings. This area, just like most areas in the game, really is wildly different compared to the other areas in the game. It not only has its own tone, but has a whole story to the city, which is something that Dark Souls does so well with its world building. There's a kind of calm yet foreboding atmosphere in this area, and if you don't know where you're going, it can be a nightmare to find your way, with not only the different paths you can take, but the ghosts that you cannot hit unless you use the transient curse or equip an occult or divine weapon to do damage. I feel that this area does have the perfect balance of challenge and difficulty. However, I do wish that there was more to see here, because the city is extremely cool and detailed when you drain the water, but it seems kind of small as well. The Dark Wraiths are now going to be encountered for the first time. These are enemies that are also present within Dark Souls 3 and arguably harder in Dark Souls 3, because I mean the player encounters them a lot earlier on. Eventually you'll make it to a spiral staircase that leads to complete darkness, but if you equip the Ring of Artorias, you'll be able to jump down and safely land to face against the 4 kings. Environmental storytelling is extremely important here, as those who take the time to read the description of items would know what the ring should do and wear it for this plunge. However, if you just skip over every line of dialogue and never read item descriptions and essentially try and speed run the game, you'll run into brick walls. This boss fight can be quite a breeze depending on what level you are. However, it's not exactly the easiest on your first go. You need to make sure that you attack the first king as soon as possible and do as much damage as possible before the other kings start to spawn. And that's pretty much the long and short of this entire fight. However, the environment doesn't make this a walk in the park either, due to no real environment at all. You're essentially inside the abyss. You're abyss walking. You're in complete and utter darkness, which leaves you with little to no depth perception. So figuring out how far away your opponent is from your attack can be a little bit of a struggle sometimes. However, with this boss down, you now have all the necessary components to activate the Lord Vessel and reach the end game. The fight against Gwyn is spectacular, both in visuals and a balanced fight. But the music is extremely awesome, probably one of the best boss soundtracks in any game to date. It seems both heroic and extremely sad at the same time. I haven't addressed a lot of the soundtracks in this game, as I didn't want to get in the way of the flow of this script, but each one is perfect. Dark Souls always have an incredible soundtrack. I mean, hell, all of the FromSoft games invest so much time and effort into curating the best tracks that fit the themes of the games they produce so well, and this game is no exception. The Gwyn, Lord of Cinder and Firelink Shrine soundtracks will go down in history and help prolong this game's cultural longevity. However, in terms of this segment itself, here's where Dark Souls 1 shines the most in my opinion: the endings. There are 2 endings within this game that the player decides based on personal beliefs and whatever you deem to be moral. This has been done in many games, so it doesn't sound as special when I say it like that, but the reason why Dark Souls do it the best is because there isn't a wrong decision. In fact, it's a decision that is still highly debated to today. For the whole game, you've been told to link the flame, and it seems like it's your only mission. This ending is known as the linking of the fire. You sacrifice yourself as Gwyn once did to prolong the age of fire, and let this world live on for longer and fulfill Kingseeker Framt's goal. But the reason why I highlighted New Londo last is because Karth, another primordial serpent, can be found at the bonfire of the 4 kings in the Abyss, who offers an alternative way of thinking. Karth tells you about the gods finding their souls and your ancestors finding the Dark Soul. He explains that Gwyn resisted the course of nature and you must destroy him and usher in the Age of Dark. This at first could seem like the bad ending, but when you think about it, is it really? Linking the flame seems canon to most people. However, I don't think that this ending is the right ending to have, as I once did. I mean, it does seem like this is the moral choice, because you're saving the world, but why? Why save this world if you're only prolonging the inevitable? After all, we've seen what kind of monstrosities emerge from attempting to unnaturally prolong this world. The demon ruins and the curses are a perfect example of that. And this whole dilemma, the Age of Fire, was only built upon the bloodshed of the eternal dragons, killed for simply being in the way. However, the beauty of this game is the choice is yours to make. You're free to not only choose, but to think whatever you want when it comes to the lore of this game and how things should play out. Dark Souls 1 is a game that stands out for its challenging but rewarding gameplay, intricate and unique level design with so many locations, enemies and NPCs to meet, with such a deep and complex lore that ties into the whole adventure, locations and gameplay in a way that no other game company has managed to capture. Every playthrough is incredibly fun and gratifying, and I constantly learn something new or come up with some crazy theory that's probably off the mark 99% of the time. But that's the beauty of it. Miyazaki has managed to catch lightning in so many different bottles. I love playing with the story in my head and trying out different playstyles that changes the whole experience dramatically. This is why Dark Souls is a masterpiece. I want to thank many YouTubers who helped me understand the lore. The many Reddit posts in the Dark Souls subreddit that discussed theories and concepts. And lastly, the Dark Souls wiki and lore websites that structured things in a very clear and concise way for the community to understand. Researching for this video was incredibly fun, and I have to say that I loved every moment that I made this video, regardless of how many people end up deciding to click on it. But if you want to subscribe and all of that jazz, do so, because I'm going to instantly start preparing for a script for Dark Souls 2, a criminally underrated game that is a masterpiece as well in its own way. So be sure to look out for that. But I hope you enjoyed this video. Thanks for watching very much. Thanks for watching. Don't know what else to say. My name's Moldy Fish Sticks, and have a spanking day. And you know what? As always, stay safe, stay sexy, stay humble. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Suck your nipple.
Young Hollow, there are but 2 paths. Inherit the order of this world, or destroy it. Once, the Lord of Light banished dark and all that stemmed from humanity. And men assumed a fleeting form. These are the roots of our world. Men are props in the stage of life, and no matter how tender, how exquisite, A lie will remain a lie.
Every franchise has an outlier, an underappreciated and misunderstood installment. Dark Souls 2 might not be everyone's favourite Dark Souls game, however it's certainly the most underrated one by a landslide. I for one put this game off due to its criticism and overall lack of popularity, and only when I cast my preconceived biases aside I was able to see how amazing this game truly is. Most by now know this game was not directed by Miyazaki himself. Rather, he passed this game on to other devs from Bandai Namco, as he was working on Bloodborne at the time. So that's a pretty solid answer as to why this game feels so different from the rest. I don't want to beat around the bush. This game does certain things better than Dark Souls 1 or 3, Sekiro, Bloodborne and Elden Ring. All the while the opposite can be said for Dark Souls 2 as well. I've straight up been contemplating whether this is truly the best Dark Souls game or the worst. I'll give you the most basic summary before getting into what has changed from Dark Souls 1. And without wasting your time, I'll explain why I love this game so much. The enemy AI in all of FromSoft's previous games either attack you or they don't attack. Granted, each have a very distinctive attack pattern. They're all simply just placed there to be defeated. In contrast, the enemies in Dark Souls 2 have a wider variety of behaviours. Some enemies run away from you to chase them down, some are passive until you attack a member of its group, or passive until you kill the area boss. Some will play dead, some will fear light, some will hit trees, and some can only be detected by their shadow. Some suicide to break your equipment, and if you hit some locked doors, the enemy AI can actually be tricked into opening it for you. Right here I simply listed a wider variety of AI behaviour that lacks from any other FromSoft game. And although intelligent enemies don't make a game a masterpiece on its own, it helps to immerse you into the environment. Furthermore, this is the longest Dark Souls game by far, and it's by far the most expansive and diverse in terms of the locations and bosses. With all of these great things to be said, it's safe to say that this game had extreme potential to be FromSoft's best game they have ever created, and I wholeheartedly mean that. But after all, this game was almost cancelled many times through its development, and for a fair enough reason. This could have been FromSoft's best game they've ever created, but it was missing something. When comparing this game to its predecessors, the boss battles were bountiful, however they weren't exactly as memorable or as challenging. There wasn't a sense of true progression and interconnectedness to a lot of the map design. And that goes with the story as well. Although the concept and characters were interesting, and the story itself could have been stronger than Dark Souls 1, it felt kind of soulless and without as much meaning. And there was so much ambiguity with all of the characters and with the theme. The enemy AI behaviour range was superior, however I had no real connection or relatability to the NPCs in the world. Granted, I felt the dialogue length itself was pretty remarkable, but there wasn't an interesting enigma of a character like Big Hat Logan where you follow a storyline and you're as eager to see what comes next or question what happened to them. There wasn't a brotherhood bond between another character like Knight Solaire that not only had an amazing and tragic adventure, but represented a glimmer of hope with an otherwise dismal and hopeless world. Not to mention the flow of the game could just stagnate, it could just become boring and chore-like. Granted, this is personal opinion, however when it came to the Iron Keep, this game took a really excruciating turn for the worse, and it's not that I found it challenging, it's that I just found it unbearably chore-like. There can be long stretches of chess-like placements of enemies with bonfires so far and few in between. And whether it's Iron Keep or Shrine of Amana, the boss battle at the end can be laughably easy. In fact, this goes with most bosses within this game. They're all relatively easy, apart from the DLC, but it makes you question something you should never question when playing a FromSoft game. Was this even worth it? Additionally, there is a completely different fast travel system within this game, in that it's instantaneous from the very start. This was a sigh of relief for most players because admittedly the world was not as interconnected as Dark Souls 1 because they branch off into completely separate paths from the hub area. But some other players felt fast travel was earned in Dark Souls 1, and I need to agree it was extremely gratifying. But the developers knew that with the map design of Dark Souls 2, restricting fast travel could have made travelling around the world a lot more frustrating and tedious. Admittedly, there was a lot of areas where I wish there wasn't any fast travel, and I wish I could just explore and have the knowledge that I couldn't come back out until I completed it. In this game, you can now equip 4 rings instead of 2. And when it comes to leveling up in the game, players can no longer level up at any bonfire, rather they'll have to travel to the hub area and use a mysterious woman to help them level up, like the Firekeeper in Dark Souls 3. On the same subject as leveling, one of the most important attributes now is adaptability, which levels up your agility to improve your rolling invulnerability and time to scull your Estus flasks. Rolling plays out almost the exact same in all of FromSoft's games, apart from Sekiro. You roll to dodge a move, and the lighter our equip load, the faster and more evasive you are. Whereas in Dark Souls 2, leveling up your adaptability increases the amount of iframes your character has in terms of invulnerability. The base rolling iframes of invulnerability that your character has in Dark Souls 1 and 3 are the exact same, 13 iframes. And while Dark Souls 2 is lower on default, leveling this stat up can give you around 16 iframes eventually. So if you're playing this game for the first time without realizing this crucial aspect, dodging feels as responsive as the local council when there's a pothole in the road. It's a damn useful stat to level up, but there's nothing worse than having that one stat that you need to level up or the game it just isn't fun. Another new mechanic in Dark Souls 2 alone is the petrification of enemies and NPCs that often block your path. You're able to use the fragrant branch of Yore to unpetrify them, and you must use these items sparingly as it's hard to come by at the end of the game. But making note of areas you need to come back to and deciding which paths to open up is a fun experience in my opinion. Hollowing also plays out completely different in Dark Souls 2 compared to the other games. This can seem way too punishing initially, however I feel that it's a lot more forgiving than people realize. For starters, unlike with Dark Souls 3, you slowly lose a small percentage of your health after dying repeatedly, eventually until you have half of your maximum health. Whereas with Dark Souls 3 you just lose 30% on your first death and it stops there. But instead of losing 30% at all, you can stop it at 25% with the Ring of Binding, a ring you can easily get at the start of the game. This is something not a lot of people consider. On the other hand, Ember in Dark Souls 3 and Humanity in Dark Souls 1, tools that are used to reverse hollowing, are far easier to come by than human effigies in Dark Souls 2. However, I feel that this is a good thing since farming endless humanities and Ember defeat the purpose of challenge within these games. In terms of the mechanical feel of this game, it feels more clunky and unresponsive compared to the others. Sometimes buttons would just not press, whether it's healing, dodging, sometimes the game would just be like, nah, no, you don't need to do that. Both on the PS5 and PC I had this problem with different controllers, but it was nowhere near as unresponsive as running. Sometimes you could hold down the circle or B button to wait a solid few seconds before your character decides to run. This can be due to your stamina bar still recovering, which still doesn't excuse this delay. There's a bar there for a reason and I'm fully capable of understanding it's not full, but there's some juice there. Let me run away from this goddamn goddamn enemy, you dirty son of a bitch. Hitting or getting hit can feel pretty lackluster as well. There's not the same impact in giving or receiving physical attacks compared to the other games, but one of the biggest changes is when you kill enemies 12 times over, they will despawn forever until New Game Plus or a bonfire aesthetic is used. This is ridiculous for a Souls-like game because you're not only making the game easier by eventually removing the challenge within that area, but you're making sure that players can't get any souls to level up from within that area. But the bonfire aesthetic, on the other hand, is a fantastic addition to this game, and a mechanic that's only present within Dark Souls 2. You can now burn aesthetics at specific bonfires to not only make enemies harder, which can in return drop more souls, but respawn bosses that you want to fight again. And NPC phantom invaders will also return with more strength and at times more numbers. This is a brilliant idea, as you don't need to go through New Game Plus to get a more challenging experience or refight your favorite boss. As of now, there's only one other FromSoft game that lets you refight bosses again, and that is Sekiro. In the other games, you need to be summoned into another world and fight a boss 2-on-1, which removes a substantial chunk of the challenge. Before using the aesthetic, it will warn you that this change will be permanent, and this is because it makes a bonfire New Game Plus. So when you actually start a New Plus game, that area will now be New Game Plus Plus. And on the topic of New Game Plus, this game adds new changes to each new playthrough up until New Game Plus 7. This features different enemy placements, different or more phantoms, and while Dark Souls 3 is a game I've admittedly replayed the most, its downfall is that there's no new changes with each new playthrough, and you'll just rush through the entire game a lot quicker than the first. However, I do wish enemies didn't despawn altogether at the same time. It's such a shame for this game to have such a brilliant idea with a very questionable and silly implementation at the same time. And for the last point I want to bring up, something I believe Dark Souls 2 does a lot better than 1 or even 3 at times, is its range of powerful weapons, or range of weapons and armor entirely. There's more weapons and armor in this game than any other FromSoft game apart from Elden Ring. I honestly believe that the Sulyvahn is the end-all be-all when it comes to picking a powerful weapon in Dark Souls 1. Whereas in Dark Souls 2, I tend to see more people swearing by completely different things, ranging so much wider than its predecessor. And with that out of the way, let's get into the actual story of Dark Souls 2. The introduction alone has got to be the best intro out of any Soulsborne game ever. Hands down, it is visually and thematically jaw-dropping. Unlike the other Dark Souls games, or even Elden Ring, this cinematic doesn't focus on the bosses or journey as much as the actual character you are playing as, and what it means to go hollow. You get a cinematic of what seems to be your wife and child melting into nothingness, as the narrator says your past and future will have no meaning, but most of all, you won't even care, because by then you will be something other than human, a hollow that feeds on souls. It's here you get introduced to Drangleic, the outskirts, and the kingdom in which you partake this adventure. Then the narrator says something interesting that tends to pop up in conversation more than once. You will stand before these gates without really knowing why. Eventually you row your way to these gates and jump into a swirling whirlpool which the narrator describes as your fate, like a moth drawn to a flame. The way that I like to see this opening cinematic and how it relates to the themes of this game is it's a lot more personable to the main character, or more specifically you, than the journey itself. It's clear that this cursed undead was once just a regular person, until he or she obtained the dark sign, and despite clinging to their sanity, they lose their mind and become hollow. The primary takeaway is that wherever you came from, whoever you were, and whatever you loved is completely gone, except for the knowledge that you did come from somewhere. You were someone, and there was someone that you loved. And perhaps the fact that none of that matters to you anymore is more devastating than remembering. It could be related to amnesia or dementia in a way. Is it more dreadful for you to run away from your family or to never remember them again? This theme of hollowing and who the hollow could have been beforehand isn't explored as much in other games. You simply just go on your adventure and don't question these kinds of things. Did jumping into this whirlpool like a moth drawn to a flame grant the player to enter the world of the dead, or is it all just a vision? Did the other characters also enter the world of the undead through similar means? The first location you head right into is called Things Betwixt, which in other words mean things between, and this is mainly because this location acts as a small dimensional rift between Drangleic and the outside world. You eventually come across a mysterious and foreboding house in these woodlands, to come across 3 hooded elderly ladies, Strowan, Moral and Griant. Don't know if I said that right, who happen to be former firekeepers. The character creation segment in this game feels more like a recreation, since you know that you have been someone in the past, so it wouldn't be a far-fetched idea to say that you're reinventing yourself after becoming hollow. A lot of people do not like this intro where the former firekeepers say this game is hard and you'll die a lot, suspecting that this game just simply feeds off of the difficulty more than it did in the original installment. However, I honestly believe that this opening monologue complements the Dark Souls theme so damn well in such a cutthroat and direct way. Like I mentioned with Dark Souls 1, death is intrinsic to the story and what it means to become hollow. You're not simply on a journey that tests the character's skills and strength, furthermore the player's patience and resilience. And if this were someone's first Dark Souls game to play when this released, I think this explanation would be better than Dark Souls 1's lack of it. I simply loved how in this segment the former firekeepers are just straight up mocking you and have absolutely no faith in your journey, because similar to real life, this feeling instills determination within the player. These games are demonstrations that not everything is supposed to be a walk in the park, aka any other AAA video game. You will die countlessly and feel like giving up, and you probably will give up. But with enough faith you'll come back and you will pull through. You're left to start your adventure through a tutorial section of sorts, and Dark Souls 2 has one of the best entrances to a hub area from any FromSoft game to date. The walk out of the dark tunnel, seeing the light in the distance grow bigger and bigger to the magnificent lighting and scenery of Majula, it's just still something that shocks me to this day. It's seriously hard to imagine that this game is almost 10 years old, and I swear the theme of Majula will never leave me, no matter how old and forgetful and dementia-ridden I'll get. I will literally always remember the theme of Majula. So this place, Majula, is a small remote town situated on the northern coast of Drangleic. It's the center of several crossroads leading the player throughout the kingdom. We will go into more detail about what makes this area such a safe haven when we head to the next area, but there are several NPCs that are important for progression in this area. One is the Emerald Herald, the firekeeper of this area, who we will learn more about later. The second NPC is a disheartened blacksmith who lost his key, and finding his key grants you the ability to upgrade your weapons. There's also an armorer here who has a really good early game armor set that increases the number of souls gained, but there's also a feature that every FromSoft game should have, but it just doesn't for some reason. It's a death counter. There is a death counter in Majula, which is an excellent feature, because if you're online you'll be able to see all the deaths in the world on this one plaque. Meanwhile, in offline mode you'll be able to see your own deaths. Like I said, this area branches off into many different areas, however there's only 2 easily accessible ones for now, as one is blocked off by a petrified NPC and the other requires the help of a miracle user found in Hyde's Tower of Flame. However, there's no real set path you need to go on, which gives players a lot of freedom compared to the other FromSoft games. Personally, I always head toward the Forest of the Fallen Giants first, since I see it as a simple stepping stone for what's to come. You'll come to find out that a lot of the map layouts coupled with the enemy placements are extremely calculated and methodical in Dark Souls 2, more than 1 or 3. They require a lot more memorization. Let's now discuss the name behind this location and why it has made Majula a safe haven for you. Long ago there was a war between King Vendrick and the Giants, instigated when the Queen Nashandra manipulated Vendrick into attacking the Giants, claiming that they were a threat to the kingdom of Drangleic. Nashandra actually tricked Vendrick twice because her normal form of a hot blonde lady was also bogus. She really looks like a villain you'd find in Scorn, if Scorn had cool villains. It's said that Vendrick ventured into the land of the giants and brought back something with him that he stole from the giants after his crusade. What this mysterious item was is unknown, however it hasn't stopped people from speculating that he took the Lord Soul or Lord Vessel. Regardless, the giants returned to ravage these lands, and a monumental war in the kingdom of Drangleic pursued. The giants eventually lost this battle, however it still devastated the land so much that it's clear to see this kingdom would have been far better off without pissing off the giants. So the Forest of the Fallen Giants was a kingdom entirely ravaged by this war, and the soldiers that defended this place became hollow long ago, succumbing to the curse of the undead. It's speculated that a lot of the trees in this location are actually remains of the fallen giants, as all giants were killed except one, who can be your first boss battle in this game. And yeah, FromSoft have a habit of making integral boss battles with seriously cool and intimidating designs feel like a joke. This boss battle is one of the easiest in the game, however it's not hard to understand why this fight may seem so easy. This is the last giant, a beaten, broken and locked up survivor of the invading forces that were once so powerful. This creature shouldn't even be able to muster up the strength to face you in battle, yet it sees you enter through the fog gate and hates you so much that it's willing to tear off its own arm to beat you with it. And I'll delve into why and how he's able to recognize you towards the end of this video, since this giant could play a significant role in this adventure's endgame. From here you can also fight another boss that happens to reoccur many times throughout this adventure, the Pursuer. The reasons for giving this knight the name of Pursuer is because this enemy hunts down those who bear the undead curse, relentlessly pursuing until his target is slain. This boss is very well balanced and rewarding to defeat, especially at a low level, but there is a method you can take advantage of where you can run behind the boss to the ballistas or the crossbows to easily take out the enemy at a distance, but its movesets and patterns make it a highly enjoyable fight. We'll return to the Forest of the Fallen Giants later in this adventure, however it's time to head to Hyde's Tower of Flame to grab the Miracle User to help progress through our journey. This area is spectacularly designed, and I wish that it were a little longer because there's not a lot of places quite like this. This area is reminiscent of Anor Londo, and while it seems like a visually striking and serene location, it demonstrates a long-lasting injury that the giants inflicted. The old knights are the main obstacle when arriving at this location for the first time, and unlike the hollowed soldiers in the Forest of the Fallen Giants, they're a bit more challenging to fight one-on-one. They have wide attacks and sometimes very unpredictable attacks. They could even straight up knock you off of the edge. However, this is where I started practicing against bigger enemies and farming some souls on my first playthrough, then discovering that they despawn after 12 tries. But at the same time, I was getting maybe a bit too powerful before realizing there were two bosses here. And we'll touch on the optional boss at first, and what makes you question everything is Ornstein is here. Why the hell is Ornstein here? Some people have their theories. Some people suggest that this is an illusion since he no longer deals lightning damage and he doesn't even drop anything upon death. Others think that this is Shieldless Lothian, a warrior from the kingdom of Ferosa, but I'm leaning towards boiling this down to simple fan service gone wrong. This battle is not only laughably easy but adds nothing to the game apart from baseless speculation. I believe Ornstein was just better left untouched from Dark Souls 1. The second boss is really who you need to defeat to progress through this journey, and granted there is interesting mechanics to do with this boss arena. Around this location there are levers you can pull that turns this boss arena from a pretty small circular platform that's easy to fall off of to a fully formed boss arena. Funny thing is, this boss is actually called Dragon Rider, and so are the other giant enemies in this location. However, they're all bullshit artists because they've only ever flown wyverns. But this Dragon Rider is special because he served King Vendrick. Talk about a Van Dyck writer. After this, you talk to some lady called Lycia, who claims to be a cleric absolutely obsessed with miracles and gets quite offended if you stop talking to her and refuse to buy miracles. But after conversing with her for a while longer, she ends up coming to Drangleic to open a path for you to continue on your journey. There's a lot of theories and pretty strongly supported theories that this lady is not who she seems, and possibly murdered people for her gear and miracles. This is supported with one of her lines of dialogue.
Without any goings on, I'll have to move soon to a place I could help the gullible.
So yeah, she's a con artist, enough said. Next up is No Man's Wharf, a cool designed location set inside a cave infested with undead pirates and feral dogs. And this area reminds me a lot of Neo for some reason. This is the first location you're urged to use your torches, however I never actually used torches. Funnily enough, the base game was actually meant to be a lot darker, but they scrapped the idea because that would have been a silly idea. And you would have had to use torches. There are some notable enemies that pop up here, the Varagians, and here is some information about them from the game that makes their backstory quite interesting. The Varagians were a fierce band of pirates who prowled the seas of Drangleic's northern coastline. They were conquered by a former king who chose to force them into hard labour at No Man's Wharf, rather than imprison them. Who this king is unknown, however it's safe to suggest that it could be Vendrick, but when observing their armour it's clear that they arrived from another continent, said to be the home of things inhuman, which could have been the same place that the giants came from as well. Another interesting creature found further into the cave is called the Dark Dweller, a spider-like monstrosity that can be a bit more challenging than the undead Varagians. However, if you use a torch to light the way, you will come to find that they are terrified of fire, making traversing this area a hell of a lot easier. Before we reach the end, however, there are two notable NPCs that can be found here, as well as further along the journey. First is Lucatiel of Mirror, a standoffish woman at first who eventually comes around and starts to trust you. She offers to help you and we will see her further along in the journey. And the second is a mad dog, Gavlan. This dude is a FromSoft treasure. Gavlan is a member of the race known as Gurn, FromSoft's version of dwarves. And while this dude seems like a harmless, unsuspecting dwarven drunk, we will soon come to find out that the other Gurn are actually poo stains. Gavlan, on the other hand, is not a dickhead because, after all,
Gavlan wheel, Gavlan deal.
When you get to the end of this map, oh yeah, there's another NPC, but he doesn't talk to you if you're a dumb c***, so I'm just gonna ignore that smug son of a bitch. When you get to the end and call the boat, you're greeted with a gnarly cinematic, I'm not gonna lie. And when the boat comes, it's here to stay, and I'm grateful to this day that there's a shortcut able to be unlocked that leads you directly from the bonfire to the Flexile Sentry, so you don't ever have to go through this shit again. The Flexile Sentry, in my opinion, is a criminally underrated boss design. It's similar to how I feel about the Capra Demon, with one small difference. It's just a little bit harder than the Capra Demon, seeing as you cannot hit it from behind as its Siamese twin will be there. And like the Capra Demon as well, this boss will return as a regular enemy very shortly. I also don't mind the time limit aspect of this boss fight because the water starts to rise around you the longer you drag out this encounter. Regardless of how easy these bosses are in this game, this was the first boss fight that felt somewhat rewarding. And I really liked the change from the rugged undead pirate aesthetic to the outdoor desolate castles known as the Lost Bastille. This entire area used to be known as the Kingdom of Alkin, but is now a large prison ground containing countless hollowed exiled by the king in this location. This is also the only location in the game that I can think of where you fight off not one but two pursuers. The lady that you met back in the wharf is glad to see you again and hints that this place used to be glorious back in the day, and it's sad to see what this has become. You'll then find your next boss fight in this area called the Ruined Sentinels, soulless creations of the Jailer. It's unlikely that the Jailer refers to the undead jailers, but more likely the previous ruler of this castle. There's not much to go off on, and you'll find that there's not much to go off with almost everything in Dark Souls 2, as a lot of lore is left up to interpretation, a lot more than usual, but since Aldir and his brother Vendrick were experimenting with souls and imbuing things with sentience, we could suggest that Aldir could have created these machines to serve his purpose of keeping the prisoners in check, and killing anyone who tries to escape. I remember these bosses being quite difficult when I was a kid, only to find them laughably easy now as an adult. You'll notice fighting these three that they have each individual name, suggesting that they have some of their personality intact. As further into the game, when you reach Drangleic Castle, they're simply a common enemy who behave all the same. They don't do anything wild like throwing their shield at you. Also, yes, these are optional, and so is an entire area in this section before we make our way to the final boss in Sinner's Rise, Belfry Luna. Belfry Luna is a counterpart of Belfry Sol, an infuriating location we will get to later. These towers symbolize two lovers who could never be together, in direct relation to the Princess of Ven and the Prince of Alken's love being forbidden. Not much is known about the Prince and Princess, again beyond speculation, but we do know that they made some strange and fairly annoying bell keepers guard the bell towers.
Whoever they are, whoever be they.
Shut the fuck up! This bell is home to the Belfry Gargoyles. They're like the Gargoyles from Dark Souls 1, in fact I'm quite sure there's no real difference between them, but more gargoyles. I already touched on the importance of gargoyles guarding religious bell towers in my previous Dark Souls retrospective, so if you want to check that out and you haven't, check it out, but it's really hard to say whether this boss fight is easier or harder than the Dark Souls 1 version. Of course, there are more gargoyles, leaving less time to attack. However, this place being optional leaves the choice for you to come back later, which is what I did because I didn't even know this whole area existed until my second playthrough, and because of that alone, I didn't really get to experience these things at a low level. And seeing as the Bell Tower Gargoyles from Dark Souls 1 are not optional bosses and appear earlier on in the game, I'll definitely say that those bosses are a lot harder. However, these gargoyles' speed have noticeably been improved. But without a doubt, these are the hardest bosses of this area from the No Man's Wharf to Sinner's Rise, as the final boss suffers from something this game does quite a lot: make a journey seem completely pointless. The Lost Sinner is definitely an easy final boss, arguably one of the easiest in the game, but her story is actually extremely interesting. Right at the start of this cutscene, you get a rude callback to Dark Souls 1's Chaos Bug, the parasite leading to Solaire's demise. Crawl into the eye of the Lost Sinner, seemingly taking control of her in order to kill you, just as it did in Dark Souls 1. The Lost Sinner has willingly locked herself away in this hellhole by her own accord, as punishment for her sins of which is unknown beyond speculation, but there are theories that the Lost Sinner is in fact the Witch of Izalith, eternally punishing herself for the sins of her past. Then there are those who see this person as a simple successor to the Witch of Izalith, and those who see no true connection at all. I don't believe this person to be the Witch of Izalith herself, because I'm quite sure that she's dead, and the Chaos Bug itself isn't enough to justify the strongest of connections. However, I am open to any other opinions in the comments down below. But with these two crucial facts in mind, the Chaos Bug controlling her mind and her eternal isolation, it's clear to see why defeating her was so easy. This theme has striking similarities to the last giant boss fight that you encountered at the start of the game, suggesting that your character is facing off foes who have already been defeated. Now it's time to light your very first primal bonfire after acquiring your first Lord Soul. And next up, you either have to purchase a rite of passage from the con artist to enter the Huntsman's Copse, or you can kill her and take the Lockstone and progress. But I'm just going to settle something before we continue to talk about the adventure. The Huntsman's Copse should have been called the Huntsman's Corpse, okay? What the hell is a copse? I googled it and it turns out it means a small group of trees. This is a forest. The first location you get to in this game is rumoured to have been modelled after the mansion of Tequendama Falls, which is now a museum in Colombia. And even though the mansion itself does have striking similarities, it's the mountains that really look exactly like the Huntsman's Corpse. There is a key to the prison in the Huntsman's Corpse that best describes this area in a relatively short and precise way. The undead hunts during the reign of the Old Iron King took place in this forest, and the cells in which the undead were held in still stand there to this day. However, the march of time has eroded away any difference between the captors and the captives. The last line of dialogue I believe to be the most important. As the undead curse swept through this place, eventually the captors, being the torturer and the captive undead, have both lost their sanity and forgot all about their roles in this forest. Another interesting creature found past this mansion is the torturer, wielding weapons intended to inflict pain instead of outright death. And the great moths, the giant poisonous creatures hiding away in caves through the corpse. There are two bosses in this area, one of which is entirely optional and possibly the most infuriating boss runs of all time. However, there is a cheese. There is a very tasty cheese indeed. But the first time I played this game, I actually got stuck here and gave up for a few months, only to finally defeat the boss and discover that it was all for absolutely nothing. But the reason why I touch on this is because during the old king's rule, he sent out his knights to round up the undead from the kingdom of Ven for fun, and during this time the executioner's chariot was designed to be used as a torture tool for the undead during these exact hunts. This whole Colosseum is just designed for the chariot to run around and perpetually knock over the undead and kill them over and over and over again. And even long after the Iron King's kingdom fell to lava and rock, the chariot prevailed with its punishment of the undead. Funnily enough, this was not under the control of the rider, rather the horses possessed the rider. And the hardest part about this boss, apart from the run, is most definitely the skeletons, who also appear in the next boss fight, the Skeleton Lords, which are the final and only main boss fight in this location. And you'll come to find out there's a lot of group boss fights in this area. In fact, I'm pretty sure this game, out of all the Dark Souls games, has the most of them, and I don't even need to look that up to confirm it. I'm like 99% sure. The main enemies are the Scythe Lord, the Staff Lord, and the Halberd Lord. But again, the hardest part about this boss is the abundance of little shitty skeletons. The Skeleton Lords were actually the leaders of the hunts at the Iron King's command, and after their memories were purged in Rebirth, they were situated here to remain for eternity until you decided to come along and gwiddy on the dance floor. And for me personally, it was only really when I went into the next area where I really noticed a strikingly different aesthetic comparing all of the locations I've been to. It was as if each level had an entirely different artist working behind it. While I think Dark Souls 3 is one of the best games ever made, it has a very disturbing fetish for the color grey. Dark Souls 1's color palette was more varied, but I honestly think Dark Souls 2 has the most variety. And the level design itself completely shifts as well. The previous area was more hilly, with long treks and scattered enemies, with waterfalls and places you could easily fall off. However, this area seems a lot more confined and obstacle-like, not to mention the name of this place is called the Harvest Valley, which doesn't disappoint as there's an abundance of rare materials and powerful items scattered around the place. But with more powerful enemies and more unforgiving terrain, it becomes pretty challenging to attain everything with ease. Here you'll find a rather important NPC, the stone trader Cloan. Cloan is an ore stone trader from Volgan, which has been described as a lively, bustling place, however incredibly competitive in her field. So she set out to the faraway and dangerous lands and preferred being here than in the safety of her own town. But eventually she was cursed with the dark sign which lured her to Drangleic. She never planned to visit this place, but just sort of ended up here. It's here we see the patterns of those infected with the dark sign that links us to the opening of this game. She doesn't remember how she ended up in Drangleic. She guesses that she just wandered in as if she was a moth drawn to a flame. You eventually come to find out that her father is none other than Lenigrast, the blacksmith in Majula, who came to Drangleic in search of his daughter, which raises a pretty interesting theory. Perhaps the reason why Lenigrast has not gone insane even though he's hollowed is because he has a purpose as big as finding his daughter occupying his mind. But strangely, she returns to her father in Majula and doesn't recognize him right away. She says the hollow over there resembles her father, but that's the only line of dialogue she will have in relation to her father at Majula. She will never outright say that she has found her father or she recognizes this hollow to be her father in any line of dialogue. And although Lenigrast is very grateful that you found his daughter, they never interact. Not once. This could be seen as silly from the game developers to not make them interact, but I think it makes sense. Lenigrast knows his daughter is safe, but doesn't want her to see what's become of him. And maybe for Lenigrast, that's enough. But it's here you will also find one of the coolest designed enemies in this game, the Desert Sorceress. These things can be extremely dangerous if not dealt with quickly, but pretty vulnerable to close quarter combat. These creatures come from the land of Jugo, the same place that Benhart comes from with the giant blue sword. He will be a more integral part of the story later on. However, these creatures were once the servants of Mitha, the Baneful Queen, before she ingested poison to seek more beauty. These servants will still follow the code of her beauty, hiding their faces with hoods, and never hesitate to attack an intruder who dares to harm Mitha. The Covetous Demon we are about to encounter, Mitha the Baneful Queen, and the Old Iron King are suspected to be in a very juicy love triangle. Mitha was always considered to be an incredibly beautiful lady, but when she slowly realized that the king, or rather her husband, did not love her, she pursued with further beauty at any cost. She became obsessed with becoming increasingly beautiful, eventually poisoning herself into this hideous monstrosity we now see today, making her boss design metal as fuck. How does this relate to the Covetous Demon in any way? As it turns out, this Jabba the Hutt looking motherfucker was once a normal person, and it suggests that he was infatuated by Mitha as he never left the Queen's side, and was likely a wealthy right-hand man to the Queen, or the Duke, or the Rook, or whatever the other chess pieces are that's closer to the Queen. But instead of poison, or a nasty spell that turned this lonely man into Jabba the Hutt, you want to know what turned him into this? You want to know why he looks like Jabba the Hutt? Food. Because he ate too much food. I shit you not. Anyway, this boss fight is a piece of piss, but the next area is designed extremely well, and is kind of reminiscent of Zen's Fortress in a way. The most interesting and strange creation that you'll find here are the headless mannequins. These things were given life by Mitha, however, since these things had faces and eyes, and apparently looked at Mitha, she tore off their fucking faces. I mean, goddamn. This is probably because she doesn't like the way she looks anymore, which is also probably why she wants to tear off your face for entering the boss arena. Before heading into the boss arena, however, you will feel that tingle. You know that feeling when you're so mad that you get that tingle, almost like a pissy feeling in your balls? Like you just want to piss? Yeah, you'll get pretty pissed off because there's this poison on the ground that won't go away. The first time I played through this game and I got stuck on this boss for God knows how long, I could not for the life of me discover how to counteract this poison on the ground. I thought it was an item maybe I had to equip or a lever that I had to pull, but at worst I thought that this could have been a skill issue. But after putting this game down for a couple months and coming back to it, I decided to ask Google, and I swear I would have never figured this shit out by myself. How do people discover this without any guides? I need to know what kind of stuff you're on. After removing the hardest part about this boss fight, this encounter becomes relatively easy. However, I cannot stress how awesome this boss design is, and how cool the area is as well, apart from the poison. And here we are, the Iron Keep. I really don't know where to start. Not only do my opinions on the Iron Keep vary, but so does my emotions. And if you've played this game before, you would understand why. This is by far one of my favorite levels in any game ever, and at the same time one of the most infuriating, downright abysmal, hellish experiences I've ever had as well. To put this into perspective, I played this game before Dark Souls 3 came out, and I finished this after I finished Elden Ring, okay? And it was solely because of this level alone. I have tried and died over and over again that I could literally draw out a map of this entire section all the way until the Old Iron King, including all of the enemy placements off by heart. I could just do it in my head. And this was the most unenjoyable experiences of the game. When it comes to Dark Souls 2, for many players, there's a certain threshold that you can pass. It doesn't occur in any other game. Think of it like layers. The first layer is fear of the unknown. The second layer is observing your surroundings and getting a feel of the map and enemies. The third layer is challenge. Oh yeah, you might die. But the fourth layer is triumph, and the cycle continues when you go to another area. This map, however, decided to add an extra layer or two. After challenging, it was chore-like. After chore-like, it was soul-crushing. There comes a point where after getting angry repeatedly, you eventually stop feeling anything. In fact, the first time ever that I faced this boss, which luckily I recorded, it's what you're seeing right now, I had absolutely no Estus flasks, and I was expecting a sorrow pitiful walk all the way back here, only to get killed by something before I made it back. I had that feeling of, oh, I came so far, only to be so further away. And you want to know what I did? Do you want to know what happened? I defeated this boss. Confusion surrounded my brain. How could the hardest section in quite possibly any game I've ever played feature one of the easiest bosses I have ever encountered? I don't know whether to feel accomplished or strap-oned, but this was the first time that I spent so long on an area, and afterwards I was just numb. Anyway, personal rhetoric aside, let's talk about the lore, because the lore here is actually extremely interesting. This land was once the Kingdom of Ven, and the counterpart of Belfry Luna, Belfry Sol, is situated here as well. On an interesting note, the crazed dwarves here actually still refer to these places by their formal names. And they are seemingly trapped in time. The old Iron King was said to have been born a lord, and decided one fateful sunrise, sipping on his morning coffee, that it would be a good day to try and overthrow the Kingdom of Ven. Along the way, he recruited a man from the far east who happened to have a lot of faith in the Iron King's journey, called Sir Alon, who had remarkable combat skills and was possibly the sole reason his plan had a momentous success rate. Ven was probably having a good time in the castle, just, chilling out, maybe gwitting on the dance floor, and he was probably not ready for the Iron King to come along and kick down the door, catching Ven with his trousers down. Although the Iron King won over the kingdom, the result was not as beneficial as it hoped, because he failed to budget for the future after quitting his full-time job. He had no resources left to maintain his reign, but luckily right after this conquest he discovered an iron-producing miracle called the Scorching Iron Scepter, able to create structures and minions out of iron. He did not hesitate to create monolithic structures and soldiers that were trained by Sir Alon himself, and this is why the knights you fight in this area are called the Alon Knights. After constructing this Iron Kingdom with his Iron Scepter, the man thought of quite a brilliant name for the Iron Kingdom, keeping all of his iron stuff. The Iron Keep. This dude now gained Mad Dog energy and was easily the most powerful ruler of this era if it weren't for one tiny little thing, the curse of the undead slowly ravaging his kingdom. This is exactly why his methods of throwing out and imprisoning those branded with the dark sign was so rash. It was his only weakness at the time. Sir Alon left the Iron King during this time, and since he did so at his peak, it's theorized that the Iron King's descent into madness was the primary reason. I mean, imagine if your best mate built the Colosseum with the executioner's chariot to ritually run over the undead repeatedly for all eternity. You might be a bit concerned with who you placed your trust into. The old Iron King losing his most faithful and most powerful servant was furious, and in the Crown of the Old Iron King DLC, you fight Alon as the Iron King. It's possible to suggest that Sir Alon would have beaten the old Iron King in the past, but with the Iron King's lordship status and the scepter granting him 50 million power in Rise of Kingdoms, he swiftly defeats Sir Alon. Alon would then perform seppuku, a ritual suicide, if he was defeated without landing a single hit. Before the memory ends, the king is greeted with a throne left for him in the room right next to the boss arena, a symbol of where he came from before his descent into madness, perhaps Alon's last attempt to redeem his friend. However, after this battle, the king did not attempt to change his ways and kept seeking more power. This would inevitably lead to his demise. The king has now lost an immensely powerful ally, so he devises a plan to create another with his newfound power. Enter stage left, Magus Aegil, another one of the king's followers who seek to grant fire a will of its own, giving way to the Iron King's idea of fusing his iron abilities with Aegis's fire abilities. Thus, the old Iron King attempted to give life to iron, and the king's follower, Magus Aegil, attempted to give life to fire, fusing it together into a singular being. The old Iron King created the Smelted Demon, and then it bore the strength of uncontrollable flames, and as the earth spouted fire, it turned on its master. The old Iron King, along with most of the kingdom, was then completely submerged with lava and iron, and quite similar to the demise of the Witch of Izalith playing with fire in Dark Souls 1, this flame tarnished the Iron King's soul and turned him into this demonic monstrosity. It hinted rather quite strongly that in the flames he met the Lord of Sunlight Gwyn himself. This is further proven upon after defeating the old Iron King and turning in his soul for Gwyn's blinding bolt. The description proves that this is the exact same bolt Gwyn used and says that he forbade anyone from using it. So how could the old Iron King attain something Gwyn forbade? Some theorize on him meeting Gwyn, and others suggest that he was always Gwyn this entire time. Another interesting theory, and quite a popular one I might add, is that the Smelted Demon was actually infused with the soul of Sir Alon. Perhaps the old Iron King attempted to revive him, but Sir Alon could have remembered his defeat and attacked the old Iron King out of revenge. There is some evidence supporting this theory, being that the demon's transitions into stronger forms show him performing the same seppuku that Alon once did. And if you get hold of Sir Alon's sword in the game, its special power-up move that buffs the sword damage actually features a seppuku animation as well. Some also say that their attack patterns are pretty similar, however it's just a theory. Again, I think it's important to point out that all of these events happened a very, very long time ago. In fact, so long ago that this is before King Vendrick's time. Most importantly, you might have noticed that the old Iron King is just called that, the old Iron King. No one even remembers his name. Now it's time for this place to be left behind. You light the second primal bonfire and return to Majula to head down the pit, varying in worth depending on their length. You know what else to bear? The first place we will explore will be the Grave of Saints, a rat-infested area home to the Rat King Covenant, where you will find the Rat King. He eventually asks if you would pledge yourself to the Rat King and join his covenant, and if you join him and reach rank 2, he will open up some new dialogue and reveal somewhat hidden history between the rats and humans within the Dark Souls lore. It suggested that humans begun attacking the rats after making a deal with them, and this Rat King has an awfully bad view of humankind. Even when you first rocked up, he couldn't help but say humans bring nothing but filth. And in a way this makes sense. I mean, rats are known for digging, through filthy stuff and trash, but humans are the ones who put them there in the first place. And the pit is no different. It's said that the pit in Majula is simply used as a giant trash can containing all of the discarded rot and corpses below into the gutter. There is a boss fight here too called the Royal Rat Vanguard, a mob boss fight of Endless Rat. After 10 rats are killed, the boss's health is revealed, and you need to look out for a different looking rat with spiked hair on the top of his head to pinpoint the difference. Overall, this is a very easy boss fight, a lot easier than the second rat boss fight that we will encounter later on. you learn that the Rat King once had another human amongst them, and there is also a skeleton of a giant person here in this area as well. Perhaps it was that person. There are those, and even Vati Vidya, that believe this human could have been Pharaoh's the Vagabond, creator of the Pharaoh's Lockstone, as both in this area and in the other area where we will see another rat boss fight, there are numerous Pharaoh's Lockstone slots to be found. And then there are those on the other hand who believe the Grave of Saints could also be a part of the Tomb of Giants from Dark Souls 1, pointing at the giant skeleton as evidence. Take those two theories with a grain of salt, however I personally don't have that much faith in either theory. This place is called the Grave of Saints after all, and to who these saints may be is never explained. Further down the pit we will end up in the Gutter, one of the most intriguing and dismal areas of Dark Souls 2. It's here the torches are extremely useful, as it's by far the darkest location in the game, but yet again, I'm just built different. It's here that the rubbish and the corpses are all discarded, and the undead here seem to be trying to make somewhat of a living out of this place. You can find beds and tables, and perhaps these makeshift houses were built by them. It's theorized that these people were thrown into the gutter while being still alive, and attempted to build these platforms in an attempt to escape, only to become hollow over time. But most of all, you'll find one of the most beautiful enemies in this game, and something I wish was in every game I've ever played. The poison-spitting statues. Truly, such a remarkable, lovable addition to this game. And what's great about these statues is that they're everywhere, spitting poison at you from very convenient places, and it doesn't matter how fast or slow you are going, if you dodge or roll or block, the amazing part is they will get you. Such a lovely creation from the dev team. But appraisal of these magnificent creations aside, the next area features a boss called the Rotten, who has a very cool backstory with it as well. The Rotten is seen attempting to create more poison statues in this cutscene, but more importantly, the Rotten's design starts to help us make sense of things. This creature is comprised of multiple corpses, embracing all of them to become one complete entity, and the design is rather similar to the Gravelord Nito. All of the final bosses of each area relate to Dark Souls 1, the Lost Sinner relating to the Witch of Izalith, the Iron King being Gwyn, and now the Rotten being Gravelord Nito. Additionally, players attribute the Rotten to being Pharos as well, as there's many connections between the two. If you cut off the Rotten's arm, he will drop the Pharos Lockstone. Pharos was also known for his inventions, and had a gift for creating traps, and would explain why the Black Gulch and the Gutter are littered with poison-spitting statues. And apart from these two areas, the statues are also found in one other location. The Doors of Pharos. Another note to point out is there seems to be a humanoid being on the Rotten's left shoulder, mimicking his movements, and it's suspected that this thing is the controller of the giant beast, or Pharos himself. Whether this is Pharos or not is still debated, however this is one theory I do personally believe in. This whole area from the pit to the gutter to the Black Gulch and even the Grave of Saints is such a murky contrast to the rest of the game, and I really love the shift in art style already. We're not even halfway through the game, and it seems that we have more diversity in locations than most other video games in general, not only in the art style but the map layout and structure. It's fascinating how all of these areas in the pits represent the unwanted trash and corpses of the overworld, yet vary in what they want to symbolize. The gutter symbolizing lost hope, the Black Gulch symbolizing corruption, and the Grave of Saints making you think about morality, who's right or who's wrong between the rats and humans. I may be overthinking certain things about this place, but now it's time for us to light the bonfire and return to Majula to take the last path of our journey through to the Shaded Woods. Venturing to the Shaded Woods, you will cross paths with Benhart of Jugo, carrying a very distinctive giant blue sword, who has his own quest, and upon completion you will receive his gear, which is pretty nifty, I'm not gonna lie. He informs you that the path ahead is blocked by a statue, but using the fragrant branch of Yord to clear the way, you discover that this petrified person is neither hostile or hollow, but a lady known as Rosabeth of Malphia. You find out that she is a pyromancer and was attacked but doesn't recollect who from. Her old master is actually the dude who doesn't talk to you if you have low intelligence, chilling on the pier in No Man's Wharf. And if you go back to Benhart, he will now be very happy that the pathway has been cleared, and you will find him in various locations throughout the rest of this journey. One of the most interesting NPCs that you will encounter within the Shaded Woods is a mysterious hybrid of a man known as Manscorpion Tark. He will not be able to speak to you at all, however, unless you have the Ring of Whispers equipped. And then he reveals something quite interesting about his creator. He speaks of a master that created him and everything else in the Shaded Woods as well. A master born with a fatal flaw. He resented those who had what he lacked. Previously, people believed Aldir to have made these things, and a number of other experiments were dumped here as well. But does this individual sound familiar? Resenting those of what he lacked. It's quite possible that Seath created these beings long ago, and many more around Dark Souls 2. However, another theory attributes Aldir as being the creator of many things as well, such as the Forlorn scattered around every location. Both liked creating their own respective monstrosities, so I believe it is a big mix of the two. But what's more interesting about this character is hidden in his name. Manscorpion Tark could have very well be a tinkered version of Black Iron Tarkus. Some people swear both for and against this, but I find the evidence inconclusive, seeing as they wear different armor and carry different weapons. Tark also speaks of his better half called Scorpioness Najka, and comes to you as a brother for relationship advice. Recently, Najka has been acting very different from her usual self, turning violent at times. So brother from another mother, you settle this domestic dispute the way any best mate could. With murder. Yeah. Scorpion Najka is the boss of the Shaded Woods, and I've got to say, Seath the Scaleless did an amazing job with his creation in this boss design as well, because this goes pretty damn hard. Kind of reminds me of Quelaag in a way. I mean, she has very similar animations. I think it's worth mentioning that Tark, being more mentally stable, has a more even-bodied distribution between the scorpion and human parts of himself, whereas Najka is mostly scorpion. Perhaps this is the main reason her mind has left her, but the sad thing is Tark actually does refer to Scorpioness Najka as his other half, and even though he asks you and then thanks you for killing her, he still refers to her as that. Defeating Scorpioness Najka opens up a gate to the Door of Pharaohs, yet again demonstrating the artistic diversity of this game. As the name implies, there are many doors in this area requiring Pharaoh's Lockstone to open, some hiding treasures and some activating traps. However, its flooded environment with walkways halfway up the walls and almost ancient yet masterful looking design is something that never fails to impress. If you're a member of the Rat King Covenant, the enemies will not attack you here. You'll be able to get through this entire area without a scratch, I mean apart from the boss. One of these doors leads to the Royal Rat Authority boss, and surprisingly to me, a lot of people found this boss to be extremely difficult, some swearing it's one of the most difficult bosses in the game. This is mainly because its fast and big sweeping attacks leave little to no breathing room for dodges, and there are a handful of little rats that come in so fast they can knock you into his hit range as well. This is definitely one of the bosses that's harder for those wielding close range weapons. However, I feel that since this bonfire is right next to this boss, unlike most of the others, it makes it a hell of a lot easier. The design of this boss is kind of festy, I'm not gonna lie. It's a massive cross of a dog and a rat, servant of the Rat King. Defeating this boss could actually be an alternate means of joining the Rat King Covenant, after obtaining its tail. If you trade in his souls, the equipment is a big indication of the Royal Rat Authority's intentions with his enemies. One is the Toxic Mist, a poison that gradually erodes the target's body while inflicting damage. And it says at the end of the description that whoever created this spell did not believe that his enemies should deserve a swift death. And note that it says his. It's pretty much stating that this rat this rat dog is a dude. The other Gavlan clones here will not attack you if you're a part of the Covenant, but most importantly,
with Gavlan, you will, you deal.
Next up is Brightstone Cove, and people seem to have very mixed opinions when it comes to this whole area, in its layout, gameplay and lore. Some believe the layout to be flawed and claim that it's simply a shit undead burg, and some find the area to be confusing and the traversal mechanics to be clunky, such as the ziplines. And I'm not gonna lie, I do think that the first boss is trash, possibly one of the worst boss fights in any FromSoft game to date. However, I do view this place as being pretty decent. I really like the intricate level design, and it seems that there's many different paths to discover with heaps of stuff to find, such as Titanite material. I mean, I can't really get enough of that shit. On the other hand, I do agree that it's not as interconnected as the other levels, but the final boss fight is definitely awesome, and a whole entire town being overrun by giant spiders sounds pretty metal, I'm not gonna lie. This place was once a mining colony. This place was once a mining colony, founded by a man called Saldora, who discovered this substance called the Bright Stone. However, the economic boom of this region was not too beneficial, as everyone, including Saldora, became greedy and continued to seek more. The mining activities led to the discovery of Freya, a spider who could have been found inside an ancient dragon. Saldora kept this spider for himself as he was fascinated by them. But the soul of Seath the Scaleless, or quite possibly Seath the Scaleless himself, attached himself to Freya, and as Freya grew in power and size, she gave birth to thousands of spiders that eventually overrun the town and led to the tragic downfall of this place. The spiders not only made burrows through the region, jump scaring civilians and feasting on them, but they would also penetrate their brain with pincers and control them as puppets, using them as human shields. After these events is when the Prowling Mages comes in, a warlock from Aldia who came to Brightstone Cove as a figurehead and leader of the force, offering people healing and protection. However, it's quite possible that the true reason the Prowling Mages came in the first place was of ill intent. He could have simply taken advantage of the distress caused by the invasion and manipulated the people for his own pleasures. After all, looking at the boss design of this so-called cleric, it looks a lot more demonic than saint-like. But I mean, it is Dark Souls, so... The walk towards the spider boss is definitely one of the most memorable in this game. I just love the design on the outside of the building of all the crystals sticking up from the walkway on either side, the spiders hanging out on the ceiling waiting for you to walk by, and the long path towards the bottom made up of webs with spiders trapping you at all angles. I don't care what anyone says about this area, this for me is one of the gnarliest boss treks of all time. The Duke's Deer Freya is a giant spider with two heads on opposite ends of its body, and it's made a home right next to the ancient dragon's body where it may have been found nesting. This is entirely my own speculation, but seeing that this spider has the Lord Soul of Seath the Scaleless, and since there's an abundance of crystals in this whole area, that of which was found near Seath the Scaleless in Dark Souls 1, and was a special move of his, it's very possible that this dragon is Seath. But I do admit that it doesn't look like Seath at the same time, and when you go back in time to the memories, it really doesn't look like him at all. But it's just a theory. Manscorpion Tark could have actually been friends with this spider before Seath took control of its mind, as he mentions that there was a creature with the form of a spider with power similar to his and Najka's. However, he disappeared and wonders if it was seduced by madness like Najka was. Notice how he doesn't refer to this creature as his master. This could indicate that there was a time where Freya and Seath were two different entities. After defeating this boss, Duke Saldora can be found in the Lord's private chamber, hollowed and hostile, and upon death he drops the Bright Stone key. It's clear to see that he was obsessed with knowledge, and there's books everywhere in his private chambers. Whether that's of his own accord or being exposed to Seath the Scaleless' soul is unknown. But now it's time for you to light your fourth and final primal bonfire after a long and expansive journey, and this is where things start to get pretty hectic. Lord Aldia, King Vendrick's older brother, has spawned from this bonfire. This creature helped his brother in founding the Kingdom of Drangleic. However, after doing so, he secluded himself in his manor in the search for the secrets of life, suspecting the undead curse as the key to finding it. However, there was a little family drama between the two brothers when it came to Aldyr's research methods, and Vendrick locked Aldyr away in his keep, and spoilers, it's not the worst place to be locked away. It was here that Aldyr apparently kept a giant in his manor and attempted to recreate a dragon. But after some time, he was never heard from again, or rather never heard from until now. He mentions that no one has come this far in a very long time, and asks you whether you want to break the curse that binds you. He implores you to embrace the destiny of your kind and confront the challenges that lie ahead. And before giving you the next task, he gives you a moral and ethical dilemma: inheriting the order of this world or destroying it altogether. This is a very different way of thinking than King Seeker Frampt, who pretty much says it's his way or the highway, prolonging the age of fire. Here he gives you a multiple choice option before disappearing again. He ends his monologue with urging you to search for King Vendrick, who will be able to guide you on your journey. Two things went through my mind when I initially encountered Aldyr. The first was, holy crap, that was cool. And the second is, I couldn't help but compare Aldyr to King Seeker Frampt. I like to think of Aldyr as an evil version of King Seeker Frampt. I mean, he is assisting with guiding you on your journey, acting as a friend, but like, he's done some pretty bad things too, which we will find out pretty soon. And I assure you, his next few lines of dialogue are very important to the story. Next, you will go through the Shaded Woods again, then through the Shrine of Winter, and finally reaching Drangleic Castle, which has probably one of the coolest walks up to a castle in any Souls-like game. The dramatic walk up the steps to the castle through the rain and thunder give a sense of grandeur, but people do say that it feels empty and unfinished. But I somewhat feel it being empty is reminiscent of what it once was. I mean, Anor Londo felt empty, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's not supposed to be the bustling city it once was. Before making our way up, however, we are greeted by none other than the Emerald Herald, the Firekeeper back in Majula, and she urges you to seize this opportunity to end this journey once and for all, for the sake of both of you. I want to highlight that in this moment right here, you realize none of the other Firekeepers from Dark Souls felt as if they were an integral part of the story. Meanwhile, it seems like the Emerald Herald is not only wanting you to succeed, but is willing to be by your side through this journey. She even says to you that she will always be by your side and won't leave until all hope from this world has completely withered away. And I don't know about you, but that's a powerful thing to add in this game. Before entering the gates, you'll come to a really cool mechanical design with the levels that's not present within any other FromSoft game from what I can remember. Out the front of the doors, there are two statues on either side, and you must kill enemies in front of both of them so the soul from that enemy activates the statue. This is pretty cool. It's a lot better than just pulling a simple lever or going up to the double doors and slowly pushing them open. It makes venturing around the castle quite fun. The first NPC you meet is right at the entrance of the castle, a chancellor named Quelaag. He firstly questions your presence in the castle and informs you that the king is absent and has been taken by the queen. This reveals that something significant has happened to King Vendrick, but as he starts to talk about King Vendrick's accomplishments, he then says something low-key crazy. King Vendrick defeated the 4 Great Ones. But if I'm not mistaken, that was us. We literally just did that, didn't we? Then you think, wait, hold up. Is he talking about the other Great Ones? Like Nito, Gwyn, and the Witch of Islith, and Seath the Scaleless? Could Vendrick be the main character from Dark Souls 1? But some players swear that the main character from Dark Souls 1 who linked the fire threw himself into the fire and became what's known as the Sublime Bone Dust, as their description reads. They say these are the remains of a saint who cast himself into the bonfire. But why do I even bother to mention this? Well, there's a total of 5 Sublime Dust that you can collect on each playthrough, which means 5 separate links to the flame could have occurred, which also means that there could have been 5 sets of Great Ones in total, from Gwyn's era to our era. The Chancellor then starts to go a little bit crazy and says things like this.
King Vendrick, we must fight back, or the giants will take Drangleic.
So from this line of dialogue, it's clear to see that he's trapped in time, and from here he starts questioning if this is a dream.
Is this some sort of a dream?
Where am I? What has happened to our castle?
And eventually he starts to forget who you are and asks why you're in the castle. Further along the castle, you will come by more statues being brought to life in order to stop you. Other high-ranking Drangleic knights called Cyan soldiers, modelled after one of King Vendrick's bravest military leaders, Sir Cyan. You will cross paths with some wall spectres, a ghost of a former warrior which will pass in and out of the walls. Eventually you will cross paths with a mysterious-looking NPC sitting in a faraway throne, who happens to be the Queen, Nashandra. She commemorates you on your journey and explains that a true monarch bears the weight of their own souls, and King Vendrick was less of a man than you could imagine, and he never took the true throne. This is hard to understand, but Uldir also said a similar thing. He explained that Vendrick was almost a true monarch. What this means we will find out soon, but for now you have to fight one of Vendrick's faithful warriors through the next fog wall. And it so happens to be the first recycled boss of this game. This boss fight was pretty damn easy, I'm not gonna lie. One dragon rider used a great bow from an elevated platform which you can easily destroy, and the other is pretty much the exact same from Hyde's Tower of Flame without the chance of falling down. However, little do you know that after fucking around with an elevator for an hour or two and going through the King's Passage, that one of the coolest bosses is right around the corner, the Looking Glass Giant. But I will make note of this. Dark Souls 2 has a strange habit of just throwing a bunch of enemies right before a boss fight, leaving you with the only choice of just running through the fog wall. This doesn't happen with the other games as much as this one, and it seems a bit strange, but let's continue with the Looking Glass Giant, as it's a really cool boss. This enemy is described as a spectacular monstrosity that serves as King Vendrick's lieutenant, and its duty is to test the prowess of those who seek to serve with Drangleic's royal knights. This is a good thing to highlight, as this was actually a test for the game itself before its initial release, to see if filthy casuals were good enough at the game, and spoilers, those from IGN and Polygon forgot how to use the buttons and blamed Donald Trump. Now this is probably the coolest bosses of all time. Its design is incredible, but the weapon and shield are distinctively awesome in their own respects. The sword fashioned with barbed wire and the giant shield acting as a mirror. And halfway through the fight, it has an enemy bust out of this glass mid-fight to help the knight take you out. Everything about him screams intimidation, and this is honestly one of the harder bosses in the game, which was great to have as its defeat is incredibly satisfying. The sole description of the Looking Glass Knight reads, "Long ago, the King's Passage was a route taken by the bravest warriors to prove themselves, but now it only prevents one from pursuing the runaway king." Noticeably, you'll see the knight's armor and weaponry strongly ties it to Christianity, with its helmet having a crown of thorns with tears rolling down its face representing the crying of Jesus. It also features 3 faces representing the Holy Trinity, and wings on the back giving it an angelic design. Its role as a gatekeeper leaves some mysterious unanswered questions about its identity, but the most compelling theory that I've found is the Looking Glass Knight could be the King's loyal knight, Sir Cyan. The King's loyal knight, Sir Cyan, was the leader of the fighting party against the giants, but he was slaughtered in a horrible way. The king then commissioned replicas of Cyan's weapons and armor and bestowed them on the promising knights. However, interestingly, not long after they donned the armor, most soldiers went thoroughly mad. Firstly, you could assume, this one being the most powerful knight in the castle, that this could be the true Cyan. Secondly, the king's armor is said to be a passage to another world, which could be a connection between reality and the things we couldn't tangibly connect with. This could explain how Sir Cyan's spirit was captured within the armor, and finally the symbolism of Jesus within his headgear could represent a selfless being who died for the sins of others. Sir Cyan was selfless in his defense of the kingdom, throwing his life away, all the while the king's sins of theft were the cause of this horrible war in the first place. It's a cool idea to play around with, but at the same time this could all easily be dismissed as no evidence is concrete. After defeating the Looking Glass Giant and his bitch boy Spawn, we must travel through everyone's favourite location, the Shrine of Amana. The Shrine of Amana can be compared to the Iron Keep for a number of reasons. There is a huge difficulty spike in the Shrine of Amana when compared to Drangleic Castle. Similar to the comparison of the Iron Keep and Earthen Peak, the two most difficult enemies in this location from personal experience were the large knights and most certainly the mages with homing soul arrows. The poorly lit floor is another obstacle as you can fall to your death from barely visible drops along the cliffside. Safe to say your character grew up in the desert and doesn't know how to breaststroke. The Forlorn could also invade this area, adding insult to injury. The water makes it all the more difficult to run and dodge from enemies, and the bonfire locations are far and few in between. However, it's my personal and professional opinion that the Shrine of Amana is a piece of piss, and I feel like I'm taking crazy pills here. All I heard was Shrine of Amana. Oh, you thought
The Iron Keep was hard? Oh, just wait until Shrine of Amana. It's the hardest level in any Souls game.
and people seemed so petrified of this level that they claimed it scarred them for life. And when I came here too, I was shitting my pants because of all the hype the community built up for it that I just didn't feel the same way when I finished it. For one, the bonfire next to the level boss is nowhere near as far away as the Iron Keep bonfire. And not to mention in Iron Keep, you were almost forced to fight off the enemies on your way to the Iron King. The mages can be in very inconvenient areas, don't get me wrong, and the large mace-wielding knights love to gang up on you, but overall, I really don't know how else to put it, but getting to the Demon of Song was a walk in the park almost every time. But at the same time, I don't get the hate for this area at all. I think visually it looks beautiful. It's easily one of the most aesthetic and unique locations in Dark Souls 2. The singing, the lights, the enemies, the creepy NPCs, it has a very distinctively beautiful yet eerie feel to it. And while the boss's movesets are fairly easy to get the hang of, the design is one of the coolest and strangest in the whole series. But let's start with the Milfinito. Needless to say, that's one word. These women are beings created long ago by the Great Dead One, and given the creator's name, it's strongly implied to be Gravelord Nito. The Great Dead One taught them to sing in order to provide comfort to those cursed with the dark sign, and when they sang, bright bugs dance and pacify the undead lizard men in the area. They live only to sing and have no real sense of self. They will continue to sing until they can no longer, and they will never leave the Shrine of Amana. However, one was captured and forcefully put in a cage atop the Drangleic Castle, with the key in the hands of the Demon of Song. This creature hides within the body of a giant toad. We can only see its face and arms, but it seems to successfully know the moveset of a frog, as one of its moves is a jump attack. Outside the demon's lair, there is a Milfinito that can be found that isn't able to sing, but when we walk through to the boss fight, the boss can be heard singing as if it were a Milfinito. This leads us to speculate that the demon could have stolen the Milfinito's voice, repurposing it for its own misdeeds. He is called the Demon of Song because he sings with his beautiful voice to lure people close so that he may devour them, which is a pretty messed up strat, I'm not gonna lie. This boss isn't easy by any means for those unfamiliar with its moveset, but it becomes extremely predictable after a try or two. After this fight, heading toward the Undead Crypt, you will cross paths with Aldia for the second time, and right before questioning your morality and offering some meaningless advice, he is about to deliver one of the best voice acted lines in all of gaming history.
Once, the Lord Light vanished dark, and all that stemmed from humanity. And then assumed a fleeting form. These are the roots of our world. Men are props in stage of life, and no matter how tender, how exquisite, a lie will remain a lie.
From Software never fails to hire the best voice actors that just fit inside every single role, and it's clear that this game is no exception. The most important thing to note about what he just said is that Gwyn could have been the catalyst for the first sin, the prolonging of the Age of Fire, which the game clearly suggests is an unchangeable cycle. The first sin could have very well been Gwyn playing God. Aldir then lets you know that Vendrick is close by and goes on his merry way. The Undead Crypt is a massive mausoleum situated below the Shrine of Amana, providing a strange way of rest for the living, including Vendrick for a reason we're about to find out. The crypt is overseen by a grave warden Agadane, who treats all the occupants with equal care, including you. However, takes the security here very seriously. Security from what, you ask? I absolutely love how a berserk type sword just gets pulled from thin air. It's amazing. So yeah, if you don't produce any light or light a torch, you're all good to come down here and chill as much as you like. When you talk to him, he reveals his reasons. He does not want you to produce any light because he believes it agitates the dead and disrupts their peace. He mentions that the undead residing in the crib are cradled by the comfort of dark and have no need for light. He also reveals that he is a finito, another being thought to be created by Lord Nito. And you'll notice at the end of Milfinito and Finito is Nito, so you never know. I mean, the coinky dink. Eventually he tells the player that Vendrick is near, but he may not be in the mood for company. Meanwhile, the enemies we faced out the front of the Undead Crypt were not so friendly to us compared to Agdane's gang. The Ladia Pyromancer and the Ladia Witch, who definitely have one of the most mysterious and unexplored backstories out of any group of enemies in this game. They are only found outside of the Undead Crypt, and according to their item descriptions, even though they once resided beside Agadane, they began to manipulate the onset of the curing of the curse. Their disrespect towards the dead not only branded them as transgressors of the crypt, but they were hunted down and slaughtered. These beings worshipped the god of disease known as Galib, and called upon him to cause the manipulation of the disease. But aside from that, not much is known, and I really wish there was some sort of DLC that explored this or spent some more time on it. The final boss before finding Vendrick is Sir Veldstad, a clerical knight from a faraway land who was lured to Drangleic and served King Vendrick as his royal aegis, and even up until now he is defending the king. Again, it honestly annoys me to say this over and over again, but he is not a hard boss. Even as King Vendrick's last line of defense, his moveset is pretty predictable. And finally, after a long journey, we have finally reached what we assumed to be the end. However, things take a very depressing turn for the worst, and what we are about to bear witness to is quite a disturbing sight. The whole aim of this adventure, the desperation that is within every single character, it all revolves around finding a cure for the undead curse. We have been told many times that there was once a king of a mighty kingdom who is quite possibly our best and only hope for a cure, but before there was a slight chance to regain our humanity and regain our past life and live a normal one, we come across the man himself, only seeing an echo of what was once a great and powerful soul. And the shocking part about it is he's not starting to forget who he is, he's not slowly slipping away, he is completely and utterly gone. The most disturbing part of this is he did this to himself, willingly, but we will get to why very soon. You don't actually have to attack Vendrick just yet. After all, he will be extremely powerful without doing certain things first. You must pick up the King's Ring, which opens certain doors to continue on with your journey, and we will now head to Aldir's Keep. This haunted, eerie mansion in the middle of the forest is where Aldir was locked away and supposedly kept a giant and tried to make dragons. Just a reminder, Aldir was locked away to this location in disagreements with what he and Vendrick deemed to be the true way of finding out the secrets of life and overcoming the curse. Aldir viewed the undead curse as the key to this mystery when he was locked away. He was far from finished. The experiments Aldir performed led to the creation of monstrous creatures that you'll find in this keep, some of which are dubbed unspeakable. All the beings encountered here are associated with ritualistic experiments, and the dragon acolytes were responsible for conducting the highly secretive research. It's rumored that over time an unknown force began manipulating them, but their main goal remains unknown. It's here we also encounter Lucatiel of Mira for the 5th and final time, and she seems to be slipping away, forgetting who you are, and then snapping back and asking for you to remember her name because she may not herself. Another fascinating NPC is called Navlan, a royal sorcerer who was possessed by a malevolent entity during an experiment, causing him to have a split personality. One day, the entity he calls Navlan completely took over and went on a murder spree. This is why he is locked away. The good personality took it upon himself to seal himself behind a magical barrier. The inside of this castle is magnificently diverse in terms of scenery and the enemies you'll find, probably one of the most underrated mansions in any Souls game to date. But what really catches you off guard is this giant skeletal dragon being summoned to life and dropping a key which will lead you to the next location. Before being chased down by Aldia's experiments gone wrong in a pretty cool segment where they're busting down walls and jump scaring you, you'll eventually come to a crazy realization. Aldia's attempts with making dragons may have actually worked. This creature called the Guardian Dragon is a wyvern trapped atop of Aldia's castle, and it's obviously guarding something pretty hectic. This is where I want to break away and praise something that this game does really well. Almost every single time without fail, all of the bosses and their arenas fit so damn well together. They look and feel the part, even if they're downright easy, I'll admit. Think of the Smelter Demon, representing the aesthetic of the design and the castle, and bursting into flames each phase of the fight, representing the fire around the Iron Keep. Or the same location with the old Iron King, a lava demon emerging from lava. The chariot boss running around in circles around the Colosseum, and the knights that are placed in the castles, almost always defending something with royalty. I could go on and on, but I feel like it's something I need to highlight quickly before we move on to the next location, which is easily one of the more jaw-dropping, downright ethereal locations in any Dark Souls game. It kind of reminds me of a mix between the crumbling Farum Azula from Elden Ring and the Archdragon Peak in Dark Souls 3. You will have two important conversations with two different people here, and the first is the Emerald Herald. She explains she's waited a very long time for someone like you to succeed who may shatter the shackles of fate and set her free. She then explains that it was her own manifestation that led you here, and the ancient dragon has watched over the world for an indefinite period of time. Then it's time for you to make your way across to the supposed ancient dragon, and if I mentioned, the aesthetic and surroundings was awesome. The environmental and even mechanics of this area is incredible, with long loosely made wooden bridges swinging in the wind and makeshift zip lines getting you from platform to platform. If people who gave up on this game before it got up to here came back and saw that this was happening, they would be shocked, because certain mechanics in this area aren't even present within Elden Ring, and it somehow blends this RPG into an action-adventure game style in a way that doesn't go over the top. It just feels perfect. There are a handful of wyverns that you can fight here before making your way to the building in the distance, and when you light the first bonfire, Aldia returns for the final time. He congratulates you just as the Emerald Herald did, and then he goes into a philosophical talk again. He speaks of the curse again and how there are false beliefs and desires for love, yet asks if it's wrong to believe in the illusion of life. It's a constructed facade, yet a facade that offers us warmth and comfort in an otherwise dismal world. He then tells us that he tried to escape his fate but failed, and now he's eager to see your decision. Seek the throne and explore both the light and dark and what lies beyond. Aldia and King Seeker Fram from Dark Souls 1 have very similar roles with the involvement of the undead and linking the first flame, like I mentioned before, but what I want to discuss is why Aldia may be a lot more interesting of a character when compared to King Seeker Fram. Aldia was once human, like his brother Vendrick. He's had direct involvement with the curse, and it's entirely possible he took on this form to escape it. This gives a sense of great relatability between the main protagonist and Aldia. King Seeker Fram, on the other hand, is more pragmatic in his philosophy. and is friends of Gwyn, friends with the man who committed the first sin. The very reason why we are here in the first place. I'm gonna say Aldir is more evil, of course, but more altruistic. I'd love to hear what you guys have to say in the comments below if you have any other way of thinking. However, I will say having the duality between Karth and Frampt is a bonus that Dark Souls 1 does have going for it. Two primordial serpents with differing views gives the player a more moral dilemma and makes you question what is good and what is bad. But let's continue with the story and head to the Ancient Dragon, one of the coolest treks up to the top of the mountain yet. The massive Drake Keepers guarding the dragon and the Dragon Knights creepily bowing to you as you make your way. Interestingly, they will not attack you if you killed the Drake Keepers before making it to the top. If you refuse to fight and just run off, they will view that act as dishonorable and gang up on you, making it extremely hard to get through them all. And here it is, you see what seems to be an ancient dragon. He speaks to you in code and offers some form of guidance in it. He suggests for you to peer into the fog in search of answers and gifts you an ashen mist heart, which you can use to delve into the memories of an ancient being in order to defeat Vendrick. Interestingly, here's where things get whack. You can choose to kill this ancient dragon if you want, to make the boss fight with Vendrick easier, which is one of the most bullshit boss fights of all time, and not for a good reason. You pretty much just have to come up and clip his toenails, and when it flies up in the air, you better hope to God you've got an automobile, because goddamn. Anyway, upon defeating this ancient dragon, it does not drop a dragon soul, it drops a giant soul. Nashandra calls the dragon a false deity, indicating that this dragon is not who it seems and is a copy. Ironic coming from Nashandra, of all people. However, she's right. It's strongly implied that this ancient dragon was revived by Aldir with a giant soul, and it's not, in fact, an ancient dragon. There are 4 memories that we need to access with the Ashen Mist Heart now, and first we will explore the memory of Vamar, where you'll get thrown back in time inside a battle within the Forest of the Fallen Giants, where the giants are attacking. You go through a tunnel and find Captain Drummond, who immediately recognizes you aren't supposed to be here. He advises that you should leave as the tower is about to fall down, and interestingly enough, it's theorized his armor is the one that we find under the Pursuer boss in the Forest of the Fallen Giants. Totally not the one that everyone wants to grab because it's totally not overpowered, but it's important to note that since you do have this conversation with him, and you're able to take items from the past and bring it back to the future, you're not just visiting someone's memories, but you're literally time traveling. Coming outside of the castle to see the destruction of the forest in action by the giants is something really cool that they didn't need to add, but I'm really thankful that they did. I appreciate that this dev team took notes from Dark Souls 1 Ulasile DLC to go back and explore things as they were. However, the biggest downside to these memories is that they are only temporary. You don't get to run around and explore and interact or even fight enemies for that long before being pulled out and having to start the memory all over again. It feels as if you just need to rush through everything and find the giant lying down somewhere, as there's no timer on the screen, there's no real indication of which dead giant has the giant soul that you need. And of course, this goes without saying, but these are the supposed giants that Vendrick fought against. It would have been pretty cool if we saw him fight the giants, even if it was in the distance. The next memory is that of Oro, and it's in this memory that you get to see the scale of the buildings as they were when compared to now. And we already established that the giants came and ravaged things a little, but seeing how tall the buildings in this location used to be is pretty compelling. But this is easily not the strangest thing that you will find in this memory. You will cross paths with Ben Hart of Hugo, a man who we bumped into before in the Forest of the Fallen Giants, wielding the large iconic blue sword. How the hell is this dude here? I mean, he didn't tag along with us and he certainly looks the same age, but my guess for this is Ben Hart is not from this world. He's similar to what Knight Solaire was in Dark Souls 1. Someone going on a very similar journey, and our worlds happen to be overlapping. This would explain how he acquired the Ashen Mist Heart, as it's not like we missed a second ancient dragon up on that mountain. But you want to know something even more trippy? He doesn't look hollow to me, so it's very possible this man is doing a zero-death speedrun as we speak. The memory of Jay, we see a return from someone else as well. When making our way through the memories, we will come across a giant boss battle called the Giant Lord. We've only fought one other giant previously, and that was the last giant, but if we read his soul description, it states the following. The Lord of the Giants, who had brought wreck and ruin to the entire kingdom, was said to have been felled by an unknown warrior. His beaten and broken broken remains were then dragged beneath the stronghold where he was sealed away. I'm not reading the Giant Lord's soul description, this is the Last Giant. So this would explain why the Last Giant in the beginning of the game screamed at you when you entered and even tore off his own arm in a last-ditch effort to destroy you. He remembers you from this very moment when you came to fight him and defeated him. This is storytelling done right, and it gives me chills every time I remember this fact. Another memory you can go into is the ancient dragon memory from the Duke's Dear Freya boss location, and although not a lot is known about this particular dragon beyond speculation, it's clear to see that you've gone a lot further than the other memories. This dragon was just slain by the OG lords from Dark Souls 1. I would have loved to see more going on with this memory as well, and while I think the memory of Jay and Oro give a little insight into two completely different characters, the whole time traveling back in time thing is really cool. But it seems like this was a huge missed opportunity to do something greater. Like imagine if you come in and saw a split second of Gwyn or the Nameless King riding in the distance. It would have been such a simple yet fun touch to an otherwise boring memory. A very interesting theory about the memories, however, is that the memories you are visiting are your own. You've forgotten your past after you've become undead, and you don't know how long you have been in this hollowed state for. It would make sense how you're able to freely go into the past while not altering the present. You're not time traveling, you're remembering. There does seem to be a very big emphasis at the start of the journey how your past is swept away by the curse of the undead. Perhaps Vendrick cast you out not wanting to get sick. But although this is a really interesting theory to play around with, I doubt it's the case, as there's another memory we will view soon after defeating Vendrick that contradicts this. From here we venture back to King Vendrick, as he's definitely going to be a lot easier with the help of these souls. You can get more, and that's what I did, but it makes this boss fight go from stupidly hard to stupidly easy. There are those that think this game would have been better off without the memories and they seem a bit pointless, and this is something I somewhat need to agree with. To get the most challenge out of the fight, it would be best to just get a couple of the souls from the memories, but that's just a silly thing to do because you're missing out on the story. But nevertheless, this boss fight is still eerie as the music doesn't change, and the creepy piano song is here to stay. Upon defeating him, you're able to peer into his memories and even have a conversation with him. But this begs the question, why did King Vendrick lock himself away? Well, it all leads back to Queen Nashandra, the unassuming tall lady in Drangleic Castle. Like I previously mentioned, Nashandra is a fragment of Manus, the father of the Abyss, who desired power and travelled to Drangleic only to seduce King Vendrick. She convinced Vendrick to travel to the land of the giants to steal something of great power, and all the while became queen. Nashandra desired the first flame and planned to claim it by using King Vendrick and the Throne of Want, which serves as a means to link the first flame. Whether it was blinded by love or ignorance, it took a fair while for the king to realise Nashandra's true nature and identity. Vendrick travelled all the way down here to keep himself locked away, past the Shrine of Amana, where the Milfinito's song sleeps creatures of the dark like Nashandra, and he was protected by his most loyal knight Velsat, who he entrusted to stay here eons past his hollowing. But at the stairs leading to the Throne of Want, you'll be greeted by the Emerald Herald, who will reveal her true identity. The Emerald Herald is a crossbreed of a human and an everlasting dragon, and her real name is Shanalot, a name given to her by the dragons. She says she was born of dragons yet created by men, which leads us to believe this man was Aldir, and in his experiments he succeeded in creating a dragon crossbreed, born to fulfill the role of Firekeeper to aid the undead in breaking the curse. She finishes this conversation by saying Nashandra is coming after you, knowing that you will now take the throne and link the fire. She yearns for the first flame and for the soul of a great soul, that of which you possess. And Shanalot asks for you to put Nashandra to rest. Nashandra used you to go straight to Vendrick as she couldn't do so herself. You can't open the door to the Throne of Want unless you equip the King's Ring, granting passage to the final steps of the game, and down, yet again, another epic walk to a boss battle, or in this case, boss battles. The first defenders of the throne, however, are not Nashandra, it is the Throne Watch and the Throne Defenders. These defenders have resided here for a very long time. One appears to be male and the other female, and their goal is to guard the throne, or wait until someone strong enough takes the throne. There are several theories theories on who these people may be. However, I've found one that's extremely interesting which we could explore. These defenders could very well be the Prince of Alkan and the Princess of Ven. This is based on the fact that the Throne Defender uses faith and sun buffs, and the Tower of Belfry Sol is Latin for sun. The Throne Watcher uses magic and moon buffs, and the Tower of Belfry Luna is Latin for moon. The Throne Watcher's shield also makes a bell noise when you hit it, and they are the only bosses in the game that revive each other, representing the love that they could have had for each other. Why exactly they are here to defend the throne is unanswered, but it's a pretty decent boss fight nevertheless. When you defeat them, something very interesting will happen before you fight Nashandra. The keen eye would notice that it's her passing through the fog wall to challenge you. In a way, you are her final boss. It's important to note that she may not even want the throne for herself. She may just want to battle you because she seeks power, and it's at this point where your soul will be the strongest. She's waited until you've defeated everything up until now, and getting yourself to the Throne of Want and winning over the Throne Defender and Throne Watcher was the final step. Others do believe her motivation is to stop you from linking the First Flame and ushering in an Age of Dark by taking the throne for herself. Before you're able to reach the throne, however, Aldia comes for one last time, asking you how much you really want this, and proceeds to battle you. This is a pretty underwhelming fight for Aldia, however, it's clear upon defeating him he does not die. He just wanted to test your courage in receiving the throne. This ending is clearly one of the most controversial endings in any Dark Souls game. Time after time there has been a chosen undead who links the flame and ends the undead curse. Time after time they choose to link the fire and prolong the Age of Light. This is just seen as the normal way to go about it. In this cutscene it's clear what was chosen, and you don't get to choose. It seems like you usher in the Age of Dark regardless of what happens. There are theories that this kiln to light the first flame is a way of not getting burnt from it, or it's an elevator down to the kiln, but it's a common belief amongst those that have played this game that the chosen undead refuses to continue it no matter what ending you choose. You could take the throne and link the fire, which will lift the curse of the undead temporarily, or let the flame die out and continue the cycle naturally. I really like the original ending of this game and the lack of choice and rejection of the choice entirely, as this is what Dark Souls 2 is all about. The quest for permanence is futile. But what I like the most about this story of this game is it focuses more on the chosen undead and the curse of the undead itself. It has some great characters and themes that represent real life struggles, and overall the adventure itself was extremely fun to play. I do want to note, however, this is easily the hardest Dark Souls story to understand. This script took me a very long time to type out because I kept going in circles about what things meant and what theory sounded the best, and what the hell this whole story was even about. But this is just a fantastic game, and it's really sad to see that people don't appreciate it as much as I do. Honestly, all of the negatives aside, it's hard to say this game isn't a masterpiece. It's so much more fun than most other games that I've played, and it's good enough to be a standalone game and stand on its own two legs. If you've managed to stay until the end, thank you so much. This took a while to make, and it would be greatly appreciated if you would consider subscribing or sharing this video around, as it's the only way this will grow. Also, I'll probably have a Patreon up and running by the time this video releases. I've got no real plans on what that will look like, but it'll mainly be a way of just supporting this channel. And full transparency, in total this channel has made about $106 AUD, which is around 72 USD, and while it's great I'm able to earn any kind of money from the stuff that I love doing without a boss telling me what to do, it's something I'll not be able to make a career out of right now. But if I could get to the stage where I could, turn this into a full-time job, that would be a dream. But if you have anything to add or have a theory you wouldn't mind discussing, it would be great if you comment that down below. If you want to check out my previous Dark Souls video going over Dark Souls 1, that would be in the description as well. This is part 2 of 3 in this video essay series, and I'm so damn excited to start working on Dark Souls 3, finally. And as always, stay safe, stay humble, and stay sexy. Moi moi moi, suck your nipple.
We're gonna do,
Yorm, old friend.
Lothric is in your hands. Please save his soul.
The lords have left their thrones and must be delivered to them. To this end, I am at thy side. May the flames guide thee.
Welcome home, Ashen One. This is Moldy Fish Sticks, and welcome to the third and final retrospective of Dark Souls 3, and why it's a masterpiece. Let's begin. The first Dark Souls game is deservedly many people's favourite. The enchanting story, the bosses, and the world design created something never seen before. It's a game that's responsible for the Souls-like genre entirely, and when the second game came around, it had several great things going for it. Fashion variety, magic variety, gameplay hours, and overall more varied locations and bosses that you could discover. There's an undeniable beauty to Majula. But even given the incredible story, it was most certainly missing something, and that something was Hidetaka Miyazaki, the man himself. With the case of Dark Souls 3, Miyazaki returned as the lead director after directing another masterpiece, Bloodborne, a single year beforehand. And with that, he brought his talent and experience learned from the first Dark Souls game, as well as Bloodborne, and fortified the franchise by creating another masterpiece. Ironically, Dark Souls 3 actually started without Miyazaki, and Miyazaki didn't even want to return to Dark Souls in the beginning for personal reasons. However, he had a change of heart and wanted to do something special for the final game. This also raises a hilarious point. Dark Souls 1 was said to be rushed in its second half. Dark Souls 2 felt empty without Miyazaki, and Dark Souls 3 went through some changes when Miyazaki joined halfway through. Yet all of these games are still masterpieces. So if any of you knucklehead McSpazatrons say that we shouldn't return to Dark Souls for another installment, imagine if all of these glorious conditions were met for Dark Souls 4. We get a fourth Dark Souls game, directed by Miyazaki, unrushed and unburdened by what has been. I want to compare a lot of parts about all three games. The gameplay, world and level design, the multiplayer, the challenge, the ladies. Everything. What they did right. What they did wrong. What has been improved with this game, and what seems to be missing, and which game has the best looking ladies. I want to start by saying I won't be touching on any DLC that much, as it would make the video too damn long, unless it does relate to the mainline game. But if this video does well, I will create a DLC retrospective for all of the Dark Souls games. Most of the gameplay is recorded by me on the PS5, but I may be throwing in some PC footage here and there, and could be throwing in other people's gameplay in there if I've missed something, and I'll make sure that I give them credit. Creating a third Dark Souls game that feels melancholic and depressing could have worked again, and I'm not saying that there's zero essence of these themes in Dark Souls 3, but this experience conveys a tinge of a different message that wasn't as prevalent in the former installments. Main menu music hits you like a truck. It's undeniably more invigorating and powerful than the others, and that very theme is solidified when you translate the lyrics into English. The words say, "Be strong, resist corruption, and abandon the sacredness," fitting well with abandoning the sacredness of previous rulers and worships. In essence, this is your third time coming. No more pussy shit allowed. One thing that's undeniably true about Dark Souls 3 is that it just simply feels good to play. Dark Souls 2 was very polarizing in the community due to a very clunky feel and questionable hitboxes. Dark Souls 1's gameplay was also slow and a little bit clunky, and although I'd prefer to say I love all three equally, the core mechanics of Dark Souls 3, both in the player-controlled experience, the way that the game feels to explore, is undeniably more polished and outclasses the former installments. Dark Souls 3 has the smoothest controls and player movement, with dodging, blocking, parrying, attacking, and although enemies and bosses feel faster, so do you. This makes it feel more swift and enjoyable in all respects. In saying that, the moves that you choose to make in Dark Souls 1 do feel more deliberate and planned out, as there are very slow and painful animations whenever you mess up a move or hit the wrong button. In return, the enemy AI seems more intelligent in regards to combat, and they are more aware of your flanks, but not like Elden Ring when they attack the split second that you try and heal up. The movesets seem fair and understandable, something Elden Ring again just perfects at being a pain in the balls.
It takes so much fucking longer! I keep trying to wait so long! It's like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like, god damn it,
This game does seem to reduce the number of unfair situations entirely, both in boss and regular combat, where there could have been more eyebrow-raising deaths, like, how'd that hit me? I swear I blocked, I swear I healed. The overall lack of jankiness does make the gameplay seem fairer, especially when coming from Dark Souls 2, where the controls were at times completely unresponsive for no reason. Or I was clearly outside someone's grab box.
Okay, alright, here we go, guys. We got the roll. Clearly out of the roll. Whoop! Gotcha, Billy.
And Estus Flask drink time is great in Dark Souls 3. Not only that, but you can move slowly to avoid enemy attacks. Granted, this does make the game easier on a larger scale, but I'd also argue that it may be balanced out with faster attacking enemies. My gripe with Dark Souls 2 was how damn slow it took to drink my Estus Flask. I may as well leave my monitor and go get a coffee with how long it takes. And not being able to move at all, this is absolutely bonkers. In Dark Souls 3, if I get smacked sideways when I'm trying to take a sip, it feels like my fault. Whereas it just didn't feel that way with Dark Souls 2, or even 1 every single time. This is then met with the best boss roster in any Dark Souls game, and although Dark Souls 1 and 2 had some extremely iconic boss fights, Dark Souls 3 just took the cake with how unique and downright classic they all are. This game has the best starting boss and ending boss, and I'd argue mostly everything in between. Although I won't be discussing DLC, it does have the best DLCs in any Souls-like genre entirely. On top of that, for a game that only released 2 years after Dark Souls 2, it's apparent that the graphics were a huge leap from the previous games, and although you can't knock an old game for looking outdated, Dark Souls 1 and especially 2 were outdated even for its time, where Dark Souls 3 looked good for its time and still looks good now. The world felt fantastic to go through, each location was very distinctive, and you could tell that each location was carefully crafted, both in enemy placements and overall visual appeal. But this was the worst at interconnectivity that made the Dark Souls franchise world design feel so brilliant. The game is very linear. It's pretty much just a straight line from start to finish, and there's no real reason to go back to other places later on unless you're achievement hunting or trying to pick up every single item. That's what made feel exploring the previous games so exciting. With Dark Souls 1, when you make it to the hub Firelink Shrine, from the get-go you can choose where to go. Same with Majula in Dark Souls 2. There's just more options for you to choose from. More so when I took the lift back down to Firelink Shrine from the Undead Parish, it was the start of so many interconnected locations that made checking every door and lift so thrilling. Will you find shortcuts to areas, or a crap ton of enemies that make you lose all of your hard-earned progress? With Dark Souls 3, there are small pockets that do this, and you will find shortcuts that make it so you don't need to go through a painfully difficult area again, but there were no mind-blowing interconnections, and while you can choose to explore certain areas, talk to NPCs and find covenants that you would have missed on your first playthrough, there's not the same level of branching off into different paths. However, saying that, although it's just common knowledge that Dark Souls 3 is too linear, the first Dark Souls game had a very unique problem that stemmed from branching off that that people tend to overlook. Looking back at Dark Souls 1 after I beat Ornstein and Smough, it surely felt like the difficulty plateaued or even dropped off after being given more places to go. Since you were now able to choose where to go, the game developers had to make sure that each area was the same difficulty. Dark Souls 2 had a similar problem that was apparent from the start of the game. Although you had more options, if you were ever stuck in an area, you could just visit another one. In saying that, I truly believe that Dark Souls 3 is the only one in the trilogy where the challenge kept climbing progressively as you were getting closer to the end of the game. In Dark Souls 1, it felt as if it reached a peak with Ornstein and Smough that it never really revisited for me. And with Dark Souls 2, it didn't have much of a challenge in terms of bosses until its DLC. But possibly due to its linearity, Dark Souls 3 is the most revisitable and the most fun I've had replaying over and over again. Across the PlayStation consoles, Xbox consoles, and PC combined, I've put in the most amount of hours in this game than any other Dark Souls game. I got the highest level in this game. Overall, had the most fun in this game. And I probably smelt the worst playing this game too. And I think it's due to its streamlined level design and overall familiarity. On the contrary, this leads me to another negative. This game feels the shortest. Due to its linearity, this can become a breeze to complete repeatedly, and although I would never say it's easy, the other two are more difficult regardless of how many times you're revisiting. And in Dark Souls 2's case, the game felt different due to the phantoms on each New Game Plus. I don't think that's a downright horrible aspect of this game, however, because Sekiro is another masterpiece that becomes pretty easy, maybe even more so than Dark Souls 3 when your muscle memory just kicks in after the second or third playthrough. But it's kind of different in Sekiro's case. You're rewarded for remembering skills and patterns, whereas with Dark Souls 3 you're just rewarded by knowing the path and right weapons to use. With all of those who claim to hate Dark Souls 3, as well as people who love it but admit its flaws, this is by far the most recurring complaint that this installment has. Although I gave my points on why it helped the game feel more like a fun and challenging climb to the top, I actually wouldn't recommend this game to newcomers due to its linear design. Because of Dark Souls 3, the term Souls-like just means challenging in the minds of a lot of people, but the interconnectedness in Dark Souls 1 gave the genre so much depth and brilliance, and in my opinion, it was just as important to the style of game as the challenge itself. This may be a controversial opinion, but I do think that Dark Souls 3 should have taken Dark Souls 1's approach when it came to warping. If it weren't for having to warp to the first area of the game after visiting Firelink Shrine, this game's linearity wouldn't have been hurt if they just didn't implement their fast travel system until a certain time. This would make it more challenging, yes, but more immersive. It would make you more careful going through each area in order to not miss anything. Because now that we have fast travel from the get-go, the gamer brain just tells themselves that they'll come back to this area, especially if you've played the previous 3 and you're expecting some interconnectedness, only to find out later that there's no need to do that in the 3rd game. And players may not realize that fact until the very end when they are finished. But I do get it, times are changing. I understand people's desire to just fast travel without any hassle or limitation, and who knows if I'd be complaining if it wasn't a thing in this game. Moving past the world design just briefly, I loved the aesthetic, but I agree with many other fans of the series that this game does look very Bloodborne-y. The visual hue of Dark Souls 1 was varied, Dark Souls 2 more so, but if I could pick a color that represents Dark Souls 3, it would just be grey. Sure, not every location ever is just grey, but it kind of has this murky filter on top of it. Granted, this is due to lore reasons, I understand, the fire dulling about to go out, but still it looks kind of dead from time to time, almost as if it's trying to change its identity from the previous 2. Some people, however, will rightfully disagree with me, and I completely understand the other side. This gothic horror and Castlevania-like look that Dark Souls 3 was going for is at the same time downright gorgeous. Lothric Castle is nothing short of art in its best form, but what I would have preferred is more vibrancy in other locations. This is something that I need to give huge credit for Dark Souls 2 to, like the Shrine of Amana, the Iron Keep, and Harvest Valley really expressed different locations, not only in architectural variation, but offer extremely different color palettes. It's just eye candy for me. I like it. It's my opinion. I think that there were a few missed opportunities that Dark Souls 3 could have taken from Dark Souls 2, bonfire aesthetics being the first. Bonfire aesthetics are easily one of the best mechanics out of any Dark Souls game by a long shot. The fact that you can just utilize it to make only a single area harder, as well as respawn the boss in that location to fight again, without having to wait until New Game Plus, and resetting the game entirely. It's just a brilliant idea that not only Dark Souls 3, but all of the later games should have implemented in the same way, especially since the bosses themselves in 3 was the strong point. Secondly, the Pharaoh's Lockstones and fragrant branches of yore not only made the hidden areas feel earned and super exciting, but gave you reason to go back to areas where you remember a Pharaoh's door, or where you remember a petrified person was. On the flip side, there is something that they did take away from 2, and that was not having stupid fucking boss runs. Dark Souls 2's boss runs is by far the most infuriating aspect of Dark Souls 2. You know that pissy feeling you get on the tip of your Johnson when you're really ticked off about a repeating, infuriating mishap? That's what Dark Souls 2 can feel like at times. Not to mention how easy some of these bosses were at the end of these excruciating chore-like treks. I still remember how confused and empty I felt when I finally made it to the Iron Keep's Iron King boss fight after hours of trying to get there, with like one Estus flask left. I was thinking about how far I came for nothing, as I'd be waffle stomped, but I flipped his muscular hunk of iron over and started experimenting with my sexuality. It took me a whole day to get there, and I beat it on my first go. Lastly, let's talk about the multiplayer and co-op. With Dark Souls 1, I did find that when I was summoning someone, I was more likely to get a failed summoning message than someone being summoned successfully. That could just be a me thing. But the main problem with invaders was the indefinite healing. Since humanities were a thing that both invaders and hosts could use to heal up indefinitely, both parties could be holding on to 99 at a time. So the multiplayer invading did feel broken. Dark Souls 2 did feel a lot more skill oriented, but the gameplay was jank as hell. And for whatever reason, I never really used summoning at all. I'm extremely biased towards Dark Souls 3 when it comes to co-op and multiplayer purely because I played it so much. But there is a lot to criticize. The main criticism of Dark Souls 3 multiplayer were the Ashen gank squads. Half of the time when I invaded a world, I was met with the host alongside 10 of his sweaty gamer friends, all toast emoting. This did lead to some funny memories and great moments, but when you just want to play the game how it's meant to be played, password summoning has these kind of downsides. A lot of people don't even play the game properly. The co-op, however, was the most active in my opinion, especially in comparison to Dark Souls 2. Didn't matter where I was or who I wanted to fight, there was always someone ready to summon, and I never really encountered any trolling behavior aside from PvP and the freaking gank squads. I also played through the entire game with my brother using summons, hence the bias, but I do need to acknowledge that a lot of people in the community praise the Dark Souls 2 PvP experience to the rest in terms of the core PvP mechanics, regardless of jank. My only gripe with Dark Souls and Elden Ring is that there's no seamless co-op where you can play with someone from start to finish. You're already able to summon overpowered turbo sweats that solo Millennia for you, so challenge isn't a good enough reason to restrict the experience. It would have been awesome to go through something like Blighttown or the Iron Keep with one of your friends to make the experience more enjoyable, but for what it is, they all had decent co-op when it worked, and when people had gamer etiquette, multiplayer was fun as well. I'll go over more complaints I have further into the story, but it's hard to say that I have any major major complaints about this game overall. And right before we delve into the adventure and lore of Dark Souls 3, it's important to point out the foundation. Dark Souls 3 uses 1 as the premise on which it demonstrates the story of the first game, and it intentionally uses familiarity to re-invoke memories of the first installment. Moreover, this is seen as Dark Souls 1's true sequel, not Dark Souls 2. Some believe that Dark Souls 2 could be based far into the future of both 1 and 3, and others believe that it just doesn't fit into the timeline, and this is because Dark Souls 2 did have a different director. I won't discuss the premise of Dark Souls 1 in its entirety, as I already have a 2-hour video going over that. You can check it out if you want. And you may be watching a supercut of the Dark Souls franchise all meshed into one video right now, but I'll discuss different key aspects briefly that tie into the premise of Dark Souls 3. The chosen undead from Dark Souls 1 and the Ashen One from Dark Souls 3 are both descendants of the Pygmy, with a distinct difference. In the first story, the cursed undead locked away in the Undead Asylum escapes and travels to Lordran to ring the Bell of Awakening, kill the remaining gods, and link the fire. The chosen undead was seen by the community as a meaningless title, with others going as far as saying that it was used as bait by the Way of White and or King Fram to try and weed out the undead who may be powerful enough to link the fire. The Ashen Ones, on the other hand, are humans or Pygmy that failed to rekindle the fire and were burned to cinders. In a sense, the Ashen One feels like more of a prophecy fulfillment than the chosen undead from the first game, and could be the reason for the shift in tone from hopelessness to triumph. However, before you're able to link the first flame in Dark Souls 3, all the Lords of Cinder must be sitting on their thrones. But all but one, Ludleth of Corland, has abandoned them. Although it's clear from the introduction that the Lords of Cinder will undoubtedly be boss fights later on, there's already some mystery about why they aren't choosing to sit on their throne and link the Firelink Shrine for the first time. The player awakens in the Cemetery of Ash, and in a parallel universe, the Untended Graves. It's important to mention this now because the Untended Graves means Moenbochi in Japanese. This typically refers to graveyards without relatives of the deceased. This could be due to the fact that nearly everyone else the player knew has died, and let's keep it real here folks, that does sound depressing. Failing to link the fire and turning to ash, and then having no family or maidens. But if you really take a step back and look at it in a different way, this dude has nothing else on his mind. This hairy-chested, Estus-drinking fire keeper Rizzler has already heard it all. He's already died over and over again. He's already seen all of his companions die. Other NPCs have already told him that his journey is hopeless. He's probably had to deal with patches multiple times. Meanwhile, he straight up just doesn't give a grey rat's ass. He's rising from the grave, ready to go to Pound Town over and over again. The name of the game is Gabos. Game ain't based on sympathy. If you got sympathy in this spot, you ain't gonna never make it. Even though the Lords of Cinder have abandoned their thrones, the Ashen One is going up to them one by one and taking their decapitated heads to the throne. Given that context, does it sound depressing or metal as fuck? Note that with Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2, you get a set goal from the beginning of the game, before you fight the first boss, either by Oscar in the first game or the Firekeepers in the second. Whereas in this game, the Ashen One seems more of an independent soul, already knowing what goal he needs to fulfill. Before we head to the first boss, there is something that needs to be addressed: the Bells of Awakening. Bells have woken you up, leading me and many others to believe that these could be the same bells from Dark Souls 1. But it's here that I go into a little more Dark Souls 1 lore that I failed to mention. The bells were likely never even crucial to linking the first flame in Dark Souls 1 at all. I mean, it was just used to wake up Sleepyhead This directly implies that the bells from the first game was a challenge, orchestrated by Gwyn, his associates, or Frampt, or anyone as a challenge for the undead to prove that they're worthy of entering Anor Londo. So unlike Dark Souls 1, this Bell of Awakening actually has purpose. The bells are either rung to resurrect previous lords or awaken the unkindled warriors. Gundyr was an ancient king of Lothric and was predestined to become a champion and link the first flame. But when he finally arrived, the bonfire had no flame and there was no firekeeper present. He was late to the party. Interestingly, if you remember from Dark Souls 2, the Hollows had a deep dark hole in their back, known as the Dark Sign, the exact same area that a sword is impaling Gundyr. It's apparent that from this fight, the sword was used to prevent some mysterious corruption or leakage of the abyss into his body. This abyss is also dubbed the Pus of Man, a physical form of the abyss spreading to mankind and hollows alike. The same thing that the shell-shaped protection things you will find other people wearing to prevent them from becoming seedbeds, which could manifest into the Pus of Man. What I absolutely love about this boss fight is how the Pus of Man transforms Gundyr mid-fight without the use of a cutscene demonstrating its second phase. I love how this game just throws all of this shit at you visually in an all-encompassing genius way, and it's probably my favorite first boss fight in the Dark Souls franchise for this exact reason. No cutscene, no monologue. It's visually telling you that this is how things work now. When we head to the Firelink Shrine, there are two opposing theories about its origin. Some believe this is the exact same bonfire from Dark Souls 1's Firelink Shrine, while others are quick to point out that there's more similarities between the Ringed City Firelink Shrine and Dark Souls 1. And both arguments offer some compelling reasons. Dark Souls 1 and 3's Firelink Shrine both have a bird atop the shrine, Pickle Pea and the Giant Crow. But there's more convincing architectural similarities between the Ring City bonfire and Dark Souls 1's bonfire. But nothing is set in stone with this dissolved space-time continuum gobbledygook. Sometimes asking sensible questions might get you bumfuck nowhere. Just like how the lords are supposed to sit on their damn throne. I mean, seriously, coming back to this shrine and looking at these seats, it doesn't make feasible sense that a giant the size of Yhorm could sit here, or the Abyss Watchers would just all sit on each other's laps. Like, I can see why you don't want to come down here. It appears to be quite complicated. Somewhat of note that you can find next to Firelink Shrine is Hobo Sekiro, a really fun and challenging fight. Nothing much else is known about this guy, but he likes wind blown in areas he's never felt before. Now let's talk about the characters you'll find here at the shrine. Starting off with the Firekeeper, who tends to the flame and tends to you by raising your level and raising something else. Now that we killed Gundyr, got the coil and used the waistband method, it's here that the Firekeeper instructs you on what to do and how to get there. You use the coil to go to Lothric, and interestingly she's using sovereignless souls to increase your power, and with your power she's creating the soul without a master, solidifying the notion that you are truly acting on your own accord, your own mission. And through your own mission, unlike the Firekeepers from before, she serves you regardless what choice you choose. Even if you choose to kill her, she doesn't seem to give a shit upon respawning, which can't be said for another crucial NPC, Blacksmith Andre. I've already talked about Andre of Astora before in my Dark Souls 1 retrospective, but you can't help but question why he's back here. And for that there are some common explanations. Linking the flame from the first journey doesn't simply cure the undead curse, it just prolongs the age of fire. So Andre must have been alive because the undead curse is still going strong, and he hasn't hollowed because he has a burning purpose, which is blacksmithing. So throughout all of these cycles that have come to pass, Andre was always present, providing new gear and upgrades for countless chosen undead and ashen ones. Another theory explores the idea that the Firelink Shrine that we're in right now, or this version at least, is not real, and the real one is in the untended graves, which would explain why all of the default NPCs in this version respawn when killed. An occurrence
occurrence, it's not very common throughout any of the FromSoft games. You generally find that out the hard way. This does lean me toward believing that this is an illusion. A very controversial addition that they added to the beginning of the game is that you actually need to warp to the first area that you venture to. And I'm not gonna lie, coming from Dark Souls 1, this confused the hell out of me, and I ran around Firelink Shrine for a while before figuring this out. Ironically, it was one of the only areas in the game that I got stuck on where to go. There are some lore theories, like I mentioned, this place being nothing more than just an illusion. However, there are some development theories where after they made this area, they didn't know how to connect it to the High Wall of Lothric, and they just kept it in anyway. Also, there's another lovely character called Patches, who's able to traverse between Firelink Shrine and the outside world, which is a convincing argument that this place isn't just an illusion, but perhaps he's warping in and out the same way that you are between this strange space-time continuum. Once you arrive at the High Wall of Lothric, opening the door to a grand view, the Lothric Castle view is nothing short of jaw-dropping. FromSoft really outshined with their medieval gothic aesthetic. It's here Miyazaki hones everything he's ever worked on. You see inspiration all the way from Demon Souls to Bloodborne, all beautifully expressed within this game's landscapes. You'll find these hollowed trees placed around the castle and other hollows reaching up to them, which makes it look like they're all reaching for the sky. Does this mean they're praising the sun, perchance? It's here not much further along the path that we find Greyrat the Thief, a citizen of the Undead Settlement. You may have a bad outlook on thieves in this game, no thanks to Patches for that, but this man is a very different character than what you would presuppose. I'll touch on his story and what makes him a great addition to the lore of Dark Souls 3. So, Greyrat was likely a prisoner or a citizen of the Undead Settlement, and probably locked away here for being caught thieving. Upon talking to him, all he really wants to do is find a woman called Loretta and give her a ring. This is someone of deep importance to him. It's not known the relationship between the two, however some voice lines lead the community to believe that this woman is his mother. The ring in question is the blue tier stone ring, boosting damage absorption when HP is low. This makes me assume that Greyrat knew this woman could have been in some sort of danger and wants to protect her from death. This turns out to be true after you find the corpse of this woman hung from the balcony of a house in the Undead Settlement. Further into the adventure, when you give him the bad news, you also give him a bone with a hole drilled into it, probably used as a flute, which is why Greyrat recognizes it. If this were his mother, I'd imagine she played this instrument to him when he was a child, but this is just speculation. He's overstruck with grief, then seemingly bounces back and offers aid to the player by pillaging throughout Lothric and returning items for you to purchase. Here's where Patches comes into play. Patches tries to kill you twice throughout Dark Souls 3 in a very similar scummy fashion as the previous installments. However, you can choose to forgive him and have him hang around the Firelink Shrine as a consequence. Now, why is he important to the story of Greyrat, and why am I talking about him now? Well, on an expedition, Greyrat won't return, and this actually concerns Patches. Patches actually seems to care for someone for once. Furthermore, killing Greyrat makes Patches hostile toward the character. Patches asks where Greyrat has gone off to, and it's here that Patches is actually the decider in Greyrat's fate. If you don't tell Patches where he went, Greyrat dies. If you tell him, it's assumed that Patches uses the disguise as Onion Bro, Sigurd, a knight of Katarina, to save Greyrat, the same costume that he tries to kill you in. But why does Greyrat say that he would have died if it weren't for that peculiar Onion Knight? Why wouldn't Patches, the man only concerned about himself, want any credit for saving Greyrat? Perhaps Greyrat inspired Patches to change his ways, and Patches doesn't perform this good deed out of self-interest? After all, Greyrat could have a lot of loot on him, but it's here that Miyazaki starts to give more insight into the character of Patches and his motives. Every time Patches attacks you or tricks you, it could be because he assumes that you are greedy for loot. This gives us funny similarities between Patches and blacksmith Andre. Andre never hollowed due to his passion for smithing, whereas Patches could have had a burning desire to halt the thievery and greed of the world.
Every age, it seems,
is tainted by the greed of men. Rubbish to one such as I, devoid of all worldly wants.
It's known that Greyrat was a thief who fancied himself a martyr for the poor, acting as a sort of Robin Hood, which is what drove him to climb the Wall of Lothric, where he could have saved Patches from imprisonment and wind up imprisoned himself. Greyrat's selflessness to put himself in harm's way for others, even after losing someone who meant greatly to him, is nothing short of admirable. He does wind up dying in Lothric Castle after a suspected fall or murder, trying to assist you until the very end. After all, he does say this to you.
I lived a petty rat, but would rather not die as one.
This tragic story has not only left the community to really like this strange man, but this strange man also has changed the way that people view Patches entirely. Deeper within the high wall of Lothric, before making it to the Undead Settlement, you will find a second formidable adversary, Vort of the Boreal Valley, once a valued knight sworn to protect the royal family of Lothric. It's written that Boreal Knights are victims of Pontiff Sulyvahn's rings, which transformed Vort into this beast-like creature due to the ring's effects. The first few boss fights of this game become very easy after a few playthroughs, however don't get it twisted, I still remember how difficult it was on my first playthrough to defeat this guy, especially on his second phase when he kept running around the place like a spastic. It's also here I hope to remember to play the boss's music in the background of this narration as I'm talking, that Motoi Sakuraba really showed his talent with the soundtrack of this game. I'm still confused as to why he wrote nothing for Elden Ring or Sekiro in FromSoft's later games, because each boss fight that he wrote fits so well with not only the boss itself, but the overarching theme of battling for victory. However, the other two artists in this game are no exception. This is 10 out of 10 music all across the board. The next area is also extremely well designed and interesting, the Undead Settlement. Greyrat describes the Undead Settlement as a dirty town, around for as long presumably as Lothric itself. This town lives in poverty, as seen by the litter scattered around the wasteland, covered in scraps, planks and wheels, with the townspeople also carrying around rubbish, making do with whatever they come by. The description funnily reads, "Rubbish with no value. Who in their right mind would bother carrying this around? Perhaps you need help." The enemies here represent this land: peasant hollows, hollowed slave, rats, and starved dogs. I really want to know what dogs did to Miyazaki when he was a child to make them all so shitty. I don't understand how I can go deathless in this game, then die to these bitches. Something interesting that happens when you land here is you witness peasant hollows opening a gate for starved dogs to come and slaughter all of the undead hollows that reside outside the gate. There aren't many of your usual hollows in these lands, but it's strange how they view themselves differently to your regular hollows. The weapons this enemy drops lets us know that some of their weapons aren't even intended for battle, rather used for burial purposes. It's visually expressed in this area that the residents of this land do not know what to do with the ever-growing and continuously rising undead that overpopulate this location. So it's at this place that you will begin to find countless strung up bodies inside and outside of houses, as well as the undead stuffed into cages, with some of those cages still having animated hollows attempting to attack you. Before you make your way through the gate, however, there is an interesting NPC that you will encounter at the end of a broken bridge in the direction of the high wall of Lothric. Yoel of Londo. Scattered around him are pilgrims like himself, however all of them except for Yoel have died, as was apparently supposed to happen to him. He's distraught that he survived, but sees you as a reason for him to keep living. Perhaps his cause is to offer you services, and when he arrives at the Firelink Shrine, he's able to draw out strength which allows you to level up a total of 5 times after dying a set amount of times without the use of souls. Another interesting interesting enemy in this area are the chunky but funky cathedral evangelists from the Cathedral of the Deep, who spread their religion as well as transport sacrifices, venturing back and forth from the road of sacrifices using the giant workers with the cages on their backs to carry people back to the cathedral. The Cathedral of the Deep is something I'll save for now and talk about later, but a reason that they could have ventured out all of this way and be seen spreading their religious texts among the crowds of hollows could be seen as an attempt to counteract the plague using their religion. Ever since the establishment of this location, all curses managed to seep into the Undead Settlement, and according to the item description of the cursed rotted greatwood, the worst of them was sealed inside a spirit tree, but eventually the curses took their toll, which resulted in the cursed rotted greatwood beast. What were these curses? Well, upon defeating the cursed tree, we get the option to transfigure souls into swords. Using the soul of the greatwood, we get 2 weapons along with 2 descriptions for each weapon. The greatsword reads the following: Greatsword used for a lifetime by a masked knight, harbors the fear that lurks within the minds of hollows, and interestingly also states bestowed to a proper mirror knight long ago. A masked knight from Mirror using a greatsword similar to this one describes Lucatiel of Mirror from Dark Souls 2. If we remember from Dark Souls 2, Lucatiel was hollowed and slowly losing her sanity, fearing that no one would remember her, so it's kind of tragic that her name isn't mentioned if this is truly her. She may have died without ever being remembered, the thing that she fears the most. The Curse Rotted Greatwood boss fight is some people's least favourite for many reasons. Some say he's easy, some say that the grab attacks and enemies running around make it a bullshit fight, but I think one of the positives that come with this fight is learning how to move and attack without locking on. I don't think it's a great fight, but I don't mind it either. This was definitely a pretty awesome spectacle to witness on my first playthrough. You don't generally get to fight a giant tree. And also I love how with the first 2 boss fights we got mid-action, mid-fight second phases. Wondering what would happen with this boss fight made it surprising when the Greatwood just totally demolished the whole arena, leading us down into this dark pit. Someone I really want to talk about here is the Giant Archer, an initially hostile creature chucking spears at you, but if you go up and say,
Sir, do I look like these hollows, you bug-eyed freak? If you throw one more
he will become your friend and continue to throw arrows at your enemies instead. He'll give you a branch with the description saying, "Good friend, no hit." It seems this desolate place is home to numerous kind souls as well, as many people in the community will find one of the most beloved NPCs arguably in any Souls game here, Sigurd of Catarina. Upon your first encounter, he seems to be entranced in thought, just humming to himself, not really acknowledging your presence. He introduces himself and offers assistance to you by talking about the giant archer and how to woo him. When the both of you figure out how to use the lift correctly, you can fight a massive beast together, solidifying your companionship and gaining a very iconic emote, the Toast emote. Arena of Carim can also be found here too. She's a blind merchant who can teach and sell you miracles. Arena begun her journey with the hopes of becoming a firekeeper. She is locked behind a cage by a man called Aegon until we get her out and take her to the shrine. Interestingly, not all of her tomes are pure and holy. Some of them have been corrupted by the deep. Some people in the community believe that Arena attempted to become a firekeeper but failed. She tells us that she feels dark surrounding her and little creatures nibbling at her flesh. We do learn that firekeepers are supposed to be drawers for humanity and do feel the humanities constantly nibbling at their souls. However, her condition is very different. Arena of Aegon previously went through the road of sacrifices. We know this because Morn's ring, a ring given to Knights of Carim, and a divine tome of Carim are found around the halfway fortress bonfire. On their way, Arena had been hit with the Dark Miracle Nor, a miracle created by the evangelists in the Cathedral of the Deep. The gnaw itself is a miracle that the evangelists use, and it's described as small insects being burrowed into the victim's flesh. So with this understood, it isn't her soul being gnawed at, it's her literal flesh. The more deep tomes she gives you, the more that the gnaw afflicts her, and purchasing all of her dark miracles causes her to stop being a vendor entirely. Although Aegon seems like a douchebag for locking her up and speaking rudely to you, he does care for Irina, and being a Knight of Carim, he will protect her with every ounce of might that he has. He takes her away from Firelink Shrine if you begin to teach her dark miracles for you to purchase. And in order to get her back, you need to fight and defeat Aegon. Here's where things just get a little bit sad. When returned to her usual spot after Aegon has been defeated, she will beg the character to touch her, and if the player is wearing Morn's gauntlets, a piece of armor that Aegon wore, she will ask for you to kill her, as Aegon apparently promised to do so. Him taking her away after she starts teaching you dark miracles tells us that he probably knows about this curse, and him not killing her as he supposedly promised shows that this dude is a softie for her, a simp per se. This curse, however, doesn't exactly mean that she's not a firekeeper. There is another path that you can take with Irina. If you instead purchase all of the miracles without purchasing any of the dark miracles, she will become a firekeeper and be able to level you up. This is a side quest that gets sorely overlooked, as it's both tragic and yet quite interesting, as she does turn out to be a firekeeper all along, or at least have the same abilities as one. The Road of Sacrifices leads from the Undead Settlement to the Cathedral of the Deep. The path has this title because residents of the Undead Settlement were led to the Cathedral of the Deep to be devoured by Aldrich, by the evangelists and the giants carrying the cages we mentioned before. An interesting enemy type that pops up here are the Corvians and Corvian storytellers, who teach you to be aggressive when fighting in order to defeat them before they sprout their wings from inside their body and attack you frantically. Their name derives from Corvus, a Latin word for crow. Additionally, the Corvians met in the painted world of Ariandel do not attack unless provoked. And here's where we can draw a connection between the painted world of Ariandel and the painted world of Ariamis from Dark Souls 1. These things seem to be related to the crows we see in the painted world of Ariamis, and by extension Valka and crossbreed Priscilla. The scythe these enemies wield, as well as the staff, solidify these connections. Great Scythe of the Forlorn Souls, guided by heretical storytellers. The mistress of the painted world is said to wield a great scythe herself. For an area that people normally rush through and don't pay too much attention to, the Gothic-style forest really screams Dark Souls 3. It's dark, dreary, and even though it's based in a forest of some sort, there's barely any greenery. It's pretty dark and dead, but in a really cool way. At the same time, I do wish there was a little more content here. I would have loved to see a Corvian-style boss fight deeper into the woods before making it to the next location, where we meet two NPCs, Anri of Astora and Horrace. Interestingly, this NPC is one of the only other Ashen One that seek to destroy the Lords of Cinder, and this is because Anri and Horrace are presented as the only two survivors of a group of children that escaped Aldrich before he had the chance to devour them. Funnily enough, the gender of this person is entirely different upon your own gender. If you're playing as a girl, he's got a pair of nuts, vice versa. She seems like a very sweet character and offers guidance to the player, offering directions to the Farron Keep and the Cathedral of the Deep. She also lets you know that although Horrace isn't saying hello to you, he's a pretty chill dude. A pretty controversial boss fight is also around the corner, the Crystal Sage. This boss is a large humanoid being covered in loose sorcerer's robes, wearing a large mage hat covering their entire face. The fight consists of magical orbs, and when brought to its halfway point in health, it will start spawning in clones that resemble itself very closely, except for the difference of the colors of the magic casted. Some say that this boss battle is boring and others say it's bullshit, but I'm personally impartial. I think it's pretty cool. I don't mind it. I do wish the fight was more complex, as the battle pretty much boils down to whack the purple fuck. But this Crystal Sage does have a interesting backstory that I wish to explore. The Crystal Sage is seen to be following in the footsteps of Big Hat Logan, someone that we explored in Dark Souls 1's retrospective. The Sage significantly influenced Farron's Undead Legion by teaching them faster and more practical sorcery. His teachings also extended into darker territories as he explored the deep sorceries. The corruptive deep sorceries are a taboo form of magic that differed from the traditional sorceries and mirrored the dark evolution witnessed in the Cathedral of the Deep, where the clerics turned to worshipping Aldrich, a cannibalistic entity. The Sage's involvement with the Deacons of the Deep suggested that he may have struck a deal, allowing safe passage through his domain and killing intruders like yourself from entering the Cathedral of the Deep, in exchange for access to forbidden knowledge. Forbidden knowledge, as we remember from Dark Souls 1, was the culprit of Big Hat Logan's descent into madness, and is likely one of the major contributors into the Sage's descent into madness as well. The corruptive influence of the Deep, the search for forbidden knowledge, and his continuous use of powerful crystal sorceries is likely the reason that this once formidable foe seems like such a pushover to fight against. Once again, mirroring the fight that we have with Big Hat Logan and Seath the Scaleless alike. In their prime, they would have been a lot harder to defeat. Now onto the Cathedral of the Deep, a location that stands out in the Dark Souls franchise, not just for its grand decrepit beauty and architecture, but for its narrative significance and dark history of religious corruption and cannibalism. It seems that no matter how many cycles that the fire goes through in this franchise, religion still returns with the flame in one form or another. Not being Captain Obvious here, but it seems to reflect humanity. Growing up Christian myself doesn't blind me to the fact that if Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, etc. were to never exist, another religion would just inevitably take its place in the midst of human suffering, loss, and the uncertainty of eternal rest. And just like this franchise, every cycle comes with different faiths, even in a world full of sorry ass hollows who just sit around all day gooning for eternity. The cathedral was overseen by 3 archdeacons, a position established from the Way of White, the oldest and most powerful organization centered around the venerations of the gods of Anor Londo. The Way of White's goal is to maintain their influence in the world of men and continue the cycle by extending the Age of Fire. Aldrich used to be a cleric of the Way of White, and the story implies that he was one of the descendants of gods who resided in Irithyll of the Boreal Valley. Despite his once devout and dutiful role, he eventually started to like the taste of human flesh once you start seasoning it just right. And the more he ate, the more he transformed, eventually mutating into a transfigured sludge-like beast. It's likely that the residents of the Cathedral of the Deep, all the way to the Undead Settlement, still held their faith in Aldrich because he was just one of the only lords that could link the flame and continue the Age of Fire. And because of this fact, they remained faithful to him despite the obvious corruption. Although we were expecting to find Aldrich here, it seems he ventured to Anor Londo, but something interesting shows up here: Aldrich's coffin. It's said that when the bells rang, the souls of Aldrich, Yorm, and the Abyss Watchers were taken out of the soul cinder and transported back into their bodies, even after they gave their lives to extend the fire. Although Aldrich is not in this area, the Deacons of the Deep remain as Archdeacons of the Way of White, who found themselves endlessly fighting the abominations that emerge from the deep. The darkness stagnated and accumulated, which MacDonald, one of the Archdeacons, found delight in that stagnation, realizing it would become the foundation of the world eventually. Thus he abandoned his faith in the first flame and the gods. Instead, he found himself placing the faith in the deep. He spread his newfounded belief among the other clerics of the cathedral and challenged faith in the deep to produce sorceries of dark power, fully embracing the newfounded cult. Royce, another another Archdeacon, allowed himself to be corrupted by the Deep as well, that eventually invaded the cathedral. In addition to accepting MacDonald's faith in the Deep, he started to admire the Deep and its Saint Aldrich. Speaking of MacDonald, McDonald's was apparently nearby because these Archdeacons be fat as fuck, boy. I mean, we can tell who Ubered it and who walked it at least, but hot damn, I thought it was the stench of the abyss. But no. These Deacons of the Deep are now a large gathering of deacons that you must fight in order to progress. These foes rely on pyromancy as well as close range attacks on the player. Throughout the fight there is a glowing red aura that enters a single deacon at a time, leaving you to try and snuff out the single foe while dealing with the others. And throughout the battle, additional deacons will start spawning from the coffin of Aldrich as they perish. Once all of the 5 glowing deacons have been bested, the final Archdeacon, Royce, will reveal himself. He will spawn in with 2 big and blue-robed busty deacons. The 4 deacons will cast force near the player in order to aid Royce, like a magical circle jerk of protection. This is by far probably the easiest boss in the game to defeat, and given the historical narrative, I wouldn't have minded more of a challenge. After defeating the Deacons of the Deep, you can find Sigurd, the onion bro, inside a well. It's not explicitly stated, but judging by the situation and whose hands the armor has wound up in, Patches probably told him that there was loot inside, and well, Sigurd needed to take off his armor to fit inside the well, and yeah, Patches up and ran with it. That's what I assumed happened, at least. You can get his armor off of Patches, that is, right after purchasing it back. Hey man, respect the hustle, don't judge. People do this kind of stuff on Facebook Marketplace all the time. The Farron Keep is the next location we need to head to in order to defeat the Abyss Watchers. A fascinating location, as many players believe this place could have been the Darkroot Garden and Ulusile before that. This is not only due to architectural similarities, but the items and clues that you can find inside it. There is a location where you can find a corpse praying to a mushroom that resembles Elizabeth, a character and merchant from Dark Souls 1, Artorias of the Abyss DLC. Here you can also find a golden scroll which reads a golden scroll, chronicling the vast research of the Xanthia scholars. Give to a sorcerer to learn the arts of Ulusile. In the lost land of Ulusile, the sorceries orchestrated light and was said to shine in golden hues. And directly next to this, all located together in this small cave, you will find the Princess Dusk of Dark Souls 1's antiquated set, the Princess Sorceress from the land of Ulusile. Furthermore, the NPC invader in the Farron Keep drops a helmet also stating that the crown worn was made in imitation of a divine creature of Ulusile. When this NPC is summoned for the Abyss Watcher fight, he also teaches you how to proper bow, the very same one that the Princess Dusk teaches you in Dark Souls 1. Another similarity between this land and Ulusile is the presence of an enemy resembling Havel atop the building next to the Farron Keep, along with his armor. There is a YouTuber that goes more in depth about this theory called The Ashen Hollow that has a great video on this topic. So if you wish to learn more about this, I suggest you check that one out. There is also a location of one of the only puzzles in Dark Souls, well, as puzzly as puzzles can get in Dark Souls. There are 3 ritual fires scattered throughout the swamp that need to be extinguished to open the Farron Keep gate. And fun fact, there were supposed to be 4, but they changed it to 3 because 4 is an unlucky number in Japan. And another fact, Miyazaki is a self-confessed masochist that loves poison swamps, and there are more swamps in Dark Souls 3 than the entire Soulsborne series, not including Elden Ring. This is probably the most widely hated level in Dark Souls 3, and it's not hard to see why. For starters, you don't really know what to look for, and you end up rolling around in the swamp getting covered in piss and shit while getting bumfucked nowhere. And when you finally figure out that you need to extinguish 3 flames, it's still a hassle trying to find the damn things and get there. I know for my first playthrough I didn't even find the bonfire closest to the Abyss Watchers because I was used to Dark Souls 1 and 2's long treks. I never even thought to loop around and find the bonfire here. Maybe that's just because I'm a little bit special inside. Another connection between Darkroot Garden and the Farron Keep are the Abyss Watchers themselves, taking inspiration from the Wolf Knight Sir Artorias, the Abyss Walker. They themselves sought to use the techniques of Artorias and partook in wolf blood to do so, which in return made them extremely strong and agile, fighting in a coordinated pack akin to wolves. Eventually the Abyss Watchers linked the fire and returned as Lords of Cinder, however became corrupted by the very thing they swore to destroy. When they arose again, they lost purpose and went insane, starting to perpetually kill each other, which is still present even during your fight with them. This is definitely one of the most pivotal moments in Dark Souls 3, and likely one of the first reasons why people decided to put this game down. This game, I mean, it's just not for them. You know, they've definitely given it a good try, but stressing over a game just isn't fun, you know? Sometimes you just want to purchase a video game just to relax. It's okay. You don't need to continue playing this. You don't need to complete this game because you can't. You can't do this. You just want to relax, don't you? After a long, hard, and mundane shift at your usual job, you want to slip back into your old habits, playing the same game that you always play, eating the same shitty food that you always eat. You don't have to challenge yourself with a hobby that you have, right? You don't need to get good at a video game. You're just happy playing the same one over and over. Playing the same Call of Duty game over and over for thousands and hours. You don't want to hone your blade, build some muscle, put
playing
some
the game.
hair on your chest. No,
Stop playing
it's
the
too
game.
hard. You'll
It's
fail.
too hard.
Give up. You don't have it in you, pal. This is your first major get good hurdle in the game, and it's here that you'll start to realize how damn important choosing the right weapons, spells, and armor is for challenges like these, ensuring all of your attributes and weapons are leveled in the meantime. But funnily enough, coming back to this game time and time again, this boss is one of the easiest, when you realize that you can parry, stun, and backstab him. The hardest part about this fight is easily the nuisances that are the other Abyss Watchers spawning in the first phase, and the flame attacks in its second. However, the Abyss Watchers can actually be used to your advantage if you just let them fight amongst each other. Their design is easily one of the coolest in the Soulsborne series, taking a lot of inspiration from both Artorias and a Bloodborne aesthetic. The great sword and carved dagger, along with their distinctive leather over chainmail armor and pointed helm, is nothing short of f***ing awesome. The Abyss Watchers reside atop the Catacombs of Carthus, and like many locations in the franchise, I want to use descriptions to give some context. I'll use the description of the Carthus Blood Ring to give some context of what the Sand Kingdom Carthus once was. A ring worn by warriors of the Sand Kingdom Carthus. They live for their High Lord Wolnir, conqueror of most kingdoms known to their people. So it's suggested that at one point the people who used to live around the Farron Keep and the people who built these catacombs were a part of a great kingdom long ago. This once formidable desert kingdom evolved into such with the tyrannical rule of High Lord Wolnir. The warriors of Carthus, skilled in wielding curved swords, much like what I wield in my pants, developed extraordinary techniques, allowing them to move with the weightlessness of a grain of sand. These warriors held victory in such high regard that they began incorporating pyromancies in their combat. The turning point for Carthus, however, came when Wolnir defeated various of the lords by force, grounding their crowns to dust and proclaiming himself to be the High Lord. This shifted the kingdom into blind loyalty towards Wolnir, dedicating their lives to his brutish campaigns. Alas, this new era saw Carthus and its warriors conquering most known kingdoms. Item descriptions state that Wolnir sentenced these kingdoms to death, keen to outlive all others. Wolnir would try to harness the abyss for everlasting life. However, he fell into it and became terrified. His sword states when Wolnir fell to the abyss, he was gripped by a fear of true darkness and pleaded to the gods for the first time. This holy sword, together with 3 armlets stripped from the corpses of the clerics, gave him some semblance of comfort. The reason why he may reside in this huge expansion of catacombs is that he began luring powerful souls into these catacombs to get slaughtered, perhaps to find themselves swallowed inside his gauntlet so he could become a greater vessel for souls. When we defeat him, he slides back into the abyss, desperately trying to grasp onto anything that he can hold on to with a great look of desperation on his face. Many believe that after defeating him, you don't exactly kill him, however you just destroy the bands that give him greater comfort, and he slides deeper into despair, deeper into the abyss. The abyss that Wolnir tried to harness could have been the cause of the Abyss Watcher's descent into madness as well, with Wolnir using them to guard the catacombs, only ensuring that the most powerful of souls enter his domain. The boss fight itself plays out very interestingly, although it's an easy fight. If you get too cocky with it and run too deep into the arena, Wolnir chucks up all of the Jack Daniels he's been using to mask his emotions, which could insta-kill you if you're not careful. But some people finish this fight so quickly that people don't even know there was a breath attack or that other skeletons can be risen by Wolnir to defeat you. Some players can't help but notice a connection between High Lord Wolnir and Nito from Dark Souls 1, both residing in catacombs, both skeleton beasts themselves, and both commanding a legion of skeletons. However, they are very different to each other. Wolnir feared death, whereas Nito is death itself. Interestingly, there are no necromancers throughout the catacombs of Dark Souls 3, where it's the total opposite in the case of Dark Souls 1. Perhaps this is due to Wolnir's goal of outliving all others. What I love about this game is although the next location is Irithyll of the Boreal Valley, there's an entirely optional and very expansive location further below the catacombs that I myself failed to find on my first playthrough, the Smouldering Lake. When you destroy the bridge to block off the path from the massive hordes of skeletons chasing you down, before making it to Wolnir, the bridge can be used as a ladder to venture deeper underground, to find a shallow lake with enormous trees that smoulder with embers, growing all the way up to the ceiling. This place is the remains of lost Izalith, and once home to the daughters of the Witch of Izalith. Around these ruins you can find the lifeless bodies of Capra, Taurus, and Asylum Demons, alongside a petrified arachnoid body resembling the Chaos Witch Quelaag, as well as another humanoid being that died next to her. Many people believe this person to be Quelana of Izalith, the one surviving daughter who was not severely affected by the recreation of the first flame, the Chaos Flame, by the Witch of Izalith, her mother. If this is truly Quelaag and Quelana finally reunited and dying alongside each other, this does suggest that she found her sister and they must have reconciled, which is both a sad yet somewhat wholesome sight to see. Quelaag could have found Quelana after her death, but I'd rather like to think that they spend their last moments together. Additionally, the Izalith Pyromancy Tome is found here as well. Reading: a Pyromancy Tome from Izalith, containing pyromancies of the witches. Give to the old master pyromancer to learn the chaos pyromancies of Izalith. When you give this tome to Cornix of the Great Swamp, he then has something very interesting to say.
Ah, what have we here? A pyromancy tome from Izalith. Then you found the home of pyromancy.
A detail many people miss about this pyromancy tome is that it seems to be wrapped in the same material worn by Quelana, suggesting that she used her garments to preserve this tome. In Dark Souls 1, we know that pyromancy did not come about until the Chaos Flame was created, and these pyromancies can only be taught by a female master. Salaman, the master pyromancer, is mentioned by Quelana of Izalith to be her first and last pupil of training. This is all pretty pretty solid evidence that this area is indeed the remains of Lost Izalith, the birthplace of the Chaos Flame. Also remember, all the demons in Dark Souls 1 emerged from the Chaos Flame, and with the description of the soul of a demon, we're able to understand why we are seeing less and less, and why the smoldering lake is slowly starting to cool down. Demons were born of the Chaos Flame, but the flame has not survived, and the demons are now a dying race. Even when we find and defeat a stray demon atop of the Farron Keep walls, its soul description reads, "The stray demon, now lacking even a trace of flame." The fight that you have reflects this too. If you keep attacking one leg or the tail, it will break and crumble, conveying his crumbling physical form. However, even though these demons are a dying race, one of these formidable demon bosses is also located here too, the Old Demon King. The whole environment of this arena tells a very depressing story. This demon is one of the many demons born from the Chaos Flame. However, he is the last remaining demons to have been kept alive before the chaos of the Witch of Izalith was defeated. Although he's a very challenging foe and is surrounded by Capra demons, Taurus demons, and centipedes from Dark Souls 1, all dead, all without flame, he too does not have flame at the start of the fight, however musters up strength to defeat you with everything that he has left. Interestingly, if you beat him within an inch of his life, he struggles to fight you back. With all of his efforts, he cannot find the power to stand up. He just sits there, panting, desperately trying to fend you off with one hand, unable to lift his great hammer, even for a second. Another creature that resides outside this boss arena is the Karthus Sandworm, and I have to address it even though I don't want to. Some people in the community believe that this massive worm beast is actually Solaire of Astora, thinking that the sunlight maggot Solaire received in Dark Souls 1 took over his mind in the ruins of Izalith and mutated into this massive beast. Granted, worms in this game do not usually use lightning-based attacks, and the worm drops a lightning stake, a lightning miracle, and even drops an undead bone shard, which are bones of the undead. Even given all of this evidence, I highly doubt that the developers of Dark Souls would take such an impactful and community-favorite character by the likes of Solaire and transfigure him into such a downgrade of an enemy. It's important to point out the design of the sandworm as well. If you inspect its body carefully, you will see that it's entirely made up of people. This gives us a reason as to why it dropped an undead bone shard. The beauty of this game, however, is people finding different explanations and meanings to things, so if you truly believe that this is Solaire, hey, it's your opinion, man. It's here that I want to return to the story of Anri of Astora that we first met in the Road of Sacrifices, the woman who travelled with the mute Horrace and escaped from Aldrich's tummy. Anri can be found at Firelink Shrine after killing the Deacons of the Deep boss, and she's unhappy that Aldrich's coffin was empty at the Cathedral of the Deep, assuming he must have left for his true home, Irithyll of the Boreal Valley, our next location. After killing the Abyss Watcher boss, you will find her in the Catacombs of Karthus with her head in her hand. It appears that Horrace has gone missing, and no matter how much she screamed out his name, there would be no reply. Shocker. Well, it's up to you to find him, and here in the Smoldering Lake, you can find him hollowed and hostile towards you, where you will get into a duel and end up killing him and tell her that the mute is now dead. It's here where things take a weird yet interesting turn. Enter stage left, Yuria of Londo. When you deplete Yol of Londor's ability to draw out true strength, he will die, and then Yuria will appear next to his corpse. Yuria is a member of the Dark Wraiths, with the main goal of bringing about the Age of Darkness. Does this sound familiar? Yuria is a follower of Darkstalker Karth, the primordial serpent from Dark Souls 1, and the leader of the Dark Wraiths Covenant. Both Karth and Yuria share a central objective. They believe the true destiny of humanity is to initiate the Age of Dark. Karth positions himself as a guide to the player, revealing truths once hidden to the player about the history of the world and of the Dark Soul. He persuades the player to forsake the linking of the fire and instead become the Dark Lord, leading humanity into its next era. Yuria is a disciple of Karth's teachings and refers to the player as the Lord of Hollows. She emphasized the importance of embracing the Dark Sigil, the black gaping hole in the flesh of hollows that resemble the brand of the undead. and the importance of usurping the fire. This is very interesting because Darkstalker Karth never specifically advocates for the player to usurp the fire, instead focuses on ending it entirely and becoming the Dark Lord. This could indicate a huge change in understanding how the flame works. Perhaps ending the age of fire and becoming the Dark Lord achieves nothing, as it's inevitable that the fire will re-emerge. And usurping the fire is the only true way to save humanity in the eyes of Karth and the Dark Wraiths. It suggests that you mustn't merely stomp out the flame for the inevitable cycle to persist, but learn to actively control its power to redefine the cycle itself, redirecting it to serve humanity. You can now see how important these characters are to the course of the adventure and its ending. However, we will touch on these characters again when the time is right, but for now we will venture to Irithyll of the Boreal Valley. This land is an ancient city existing during Gwyn's first age of fire, home to nobles who worshipped the moon and followed Gwyndolin. It's safe to say that when you first gaze upon this city from the mountains which you come from, you will most certainly need to clean off some of that pre-cum action at the next bonfire. This is downright one of the most gorgeous jaw-dropping locations throughout all of the Souls games. The ethereal architecture coupled with the luminescent aura makes this grand view so striking among many in the community. At a point in time, the powerful sorcerer Sulyvahn passed through this city to get to the city of the gods, Anor Londo, and then began to usurp the kingdom. Many of the royal family were either imprisoned or exiled, and Irithyll was shut off from the rest of the lands. He blocked this entrance to the city with a spell, ensuring that only Aldrich would be able to return when he was resurrected as Lord. The item that would enable safe passage through this magical blocked gateway was a small doll belonging to Aldrich. The small doll obtained after defeating the Deacons of the Deep, protecting Aldrich's coffin back in the Cathedral of the Deep. One of the more notable enemies in this location are the Fire Witches and the Pontiff Knights, regarded as Knights of Pontiff before their fall to the profaned flame. After Pontiff Sulyvahn took control of this city, he orchestrated a battalion of warriors to maintain the order of Irithyll, and despite having withered away to these hollowed spirits we now view them as, they still continue to defend it from any intruder, serving as the watchful eyes of Sulyvahn. These knights can be very aggressive and challenging to newcomers. They often attack with a plethora of rapid combos that can be hard to dodge or block for a lengthened amount of time, and these can easily kill the player if dealt with carelessly. This is one of the more expansive locations in this adventure. A lot of key plot points occur in this area, which we will touch on now. We will now explore the dungeons of Irithyll, founded by Pontiff Sulyvahn to jail those he deemed to be heretics. This location serves as a transit area between the city of Irithyll and the profaned capital, where Yorm resides. This area is full of dead ends, locked doors, and enemies behind every corner waiting to strike you. There's only a single bonfire, and it's up to you to find a way to open up shortcuts and discover the quickest path to make it out. One of the most challenging tasks for first timers visiting this dungeon. I still remember how damn long I was stuck here when I was a kid, and how close I was to giving up after losing countless souls over and over. You'll notice a lot of transfigured golem looking motherfuckers here who are probably failed dragon transformations, noted by the malformed wings on their back, and an item they drop called the tailbone spear, crafted from a feeble tailbone and seen as a sign of the dragons. Their screams are oft heard inside the dungeon as they naively mutilate their unworthy flesh. After freeing Sigurd from these dungeons, there's also another NPC you can free here called Carla, who has one of the most disturbing and strange item descriptions for a spell that you could buy, called the Dark Edge spell. Quit laughing. Passed from mother to daughter, this blade was intended for both protection and as a means of taking one's own life. The girl never swung it more than once. Carla herself says that she is a guilty, wretched child of the Abyss, something that she doesn't think she could be forgiven for. Perhaps she could be alluding to her taking part in giving her daughter this spell and her committing self-ending. All the comments on the Dark Souls 3 wiki about this item give more information about this disturbing item that I must read out for your education. I love edging to Sister Freed. Wait, wrong one. Anonymous writes, considering how Carla's ashes state that she never dies and how she's never swung it more than once, It's likely that she killed herself for being such a spurned child of the Abyss, but couldn't die, thus never swung the sword again. It's also likely that she's the daughter of Zuli, who uses this spell as a phantom summoned by the Judicitor giant in the Ringed City. I can't really find much grounding for these theories, but it's upvoted quite a bit, so I'll just leave it here for your imagination. When you finally meet up with Sigurd and make it to the profaned capital, a very tragic scene is about to unfold. Yorm the Giant was tasked with ruling over the people his father once conquered. Despite the initial distrust from his subjects, Yorm committed himself to their protection, and did so very courageously and selflessly. The Storm Ruler next to his throne, the very weapon used to kill him, was actually a gift to his people as a gesture of trust. His life took a tragic turn when the profane flame devastated his kingdom, destroying the city and killing many of the inhabitants. In a desperate attempt to save his people, he sacrificed his own life to become a Lord of Cinder in the hopes that his actions would extinguish the flame. However, upon resurrection, Yorm found that his kingdom was in ruins and his people were transformed into deformed monsters. It's stated that he also lost someone close and dear to him. So with all of these events that passed and Yorm losing everything that mattered in his life, he secluded himself. Perhaps he felt too much despair to take the throne and link the flame in the Firelink Shrine. But in the end, it was his friend, Sigurd, who came alongside the Ashen One to end Yorm's suffering, a promise that Sigurd wishes to fulfill. The other Storm Ruler Sigurd uses is not just a continuity error in this game either. This was indeed the second Storm Ruler Yorm gifted to his friend Sigurd. That's why there's two. This can be an extremely difficult fight if you're not aware of the Storm Rulers used inside this arena. However, with the two Storm Rulers at your disposal, there are huge lore reasons why this fight is so easy that many people overlook. Yorm is letting you defeat him. He has no purpose, he's already self-defeated. Upon defeating Yorm, Sigurd wishes you luck on your journey, and with your final toast, his duty is fulfilled, and to the shock of many, he ends his suffering by taking his own life. Instantly, we can see why there's so many reasons that the community has fallen in love with this character, through how he interacts with the world, the player, and how his mind seems to work. He's got a very quirky and unique personality. The humming while thinking adds a layer of charm and whimsy to his persona, a stark contrast to the grim and serious tone of the world that we are exploring. On that note, similar to Solaire of Astora, this man represents a glimmer of hope, optimism, accompanied by a strong sense of humor and relatable struggles within this game. Despite being a knight, he faces struggles that we ourselves face. Getting stuck in an elevator, getting stuck inside a well, dealing with patches. The vulnerability and comedic misadventures make him a pretty endearing character. Most importantly, throughout all of our interactions, he remains committed to his values and friendship, not only toward you, the player, but to his old friend Yorm, who he promised to confront. All in spite of the fact that he is utterly burdened with his mission, carrying such emotional baggage around without letting it show once. The cherry on top of this man's impact on the story, and something that Solaire perfected as well, is the use of a symbolic gesture such as the toast emote. This doesn't merely add a theatrical element to showcase his eccentric personality, rather it's something that we can learn and use ourselves to remember his impact on our journey. Yorm's soul states that he is the descendant of an ancient conqueror, asked by the very people once subjugated to lead them. Some people have their theories on this actually being the giant lord from Dark Souls 2. However, others theorize that Yorm's ancestor could be Wolnir, and the profaned capital was a part of Karthus. Yorm was the descendant of a ruthless tyrant like Wolnir, and Wolnir himself is a giant as well. Granted, his size could be an illusion upon entering his gauntlet, but a conqueror of lands led by a giant such as Wolnir does sound pretty plausible to me. For many playing this installment for the first time, the next major boss in Irithyll of the Boreal Valley is Sulyvahn, a very challenging and some may say bullshit enemy. Fun fact, he was supposed to be the original main villain of the story, which makes a lot more sense when given his backstory. Sulyvahn is a humanoid creature who was born and raised in the painted world of Ariandel, but despite his isolation from the outside world, he demonstrated incredible talent and intelligence for sorcery even as a young man. His powers ranged from creating clouds of freezing mist using the cold cold climate of his hometown to strengthen his weapons and creating all new frost-based powers. He grew to feel discontent with the life inside the painted world and chose to abandon it, seeking the knowledge and experience that came with the outside world. In the painting world, there is a very unique tree woman that can be found crying next to a spell Snap Freeze, which reads, one of the spells left behind by the young sorcerer Sulyvahn before leaving the painted world creates a cloud of near freezing mist. Sulyvahn was born and raised inside the painting, yet had little use for his frigid homeland, since he had not yet experienced loss. In relation to this, there is a cut sound file from the DLC, where the voice of a woman with a similar voice to the tree is heard saying, "Where have you gone, sweet child? It's awfully cold. Where have you run off to? I'm here, sweet child, right here. You're cold and have no place to go." This leads many in the community to theorize that this tree is Sulyvahn's mother. However, there is no evidence that the cut dialogue explicitly belongs to this tree woman, so this theory is still up in the air. Although Sulyvahn did not contain the divine blood, he was welcomed by the descendants of the gods in Irithyll, and earned the favor of Dark Son Gwyndolin, alas, receiving the N-word passed from him, after demonstrating his immense talent, creativity, and ambition. His name Sulyvahn means one-eyed in English, and Sulyvahn means little dark-eyed one in Irish Gaelic. Kind of ironic because he doesn't have eyes, bitch looks like Slenderman. Pontiff, the first name, also means bishop in Latin. When this dude was still a young chap, he found the profane capital underground the outskirts of Irithyll, where he also found the profaned flame, after it already destroyed the city, but was still being preserved by the survivors. He would manage to obtain the sinful flame, but what followed was an insatiable thirst for power. He used the flame to captivate the city's holy knights, which corrupted their hearts. His influence then expanded to the troops that they commanded, in return becoming Sulyvahn's personal knight, serving him directly. At first, they were spies and watchful eyes, then grew to become killers as they were all corrupted. The holy knights in questions are the one we know now as the Fire Witches. He continued to work up the way of White's ranks, and as his influence increased, Gwyndolin was struck by some form of illness. This is when Sulyvahn proclaimed himself pontiff and became ruler over the church and the realm of Irithyll. The Silver Knights were, however, still faithful to Gwyndolin. They didn't see Pontiff Sulyvahn as the true leader by any means. Sulyvahn cleansed the city of all potential enemies, killing or exiling the Blades of the Dark Moon until there were no more knights in his way. His tyrannical rule extended to creating the underground dungeon, killing painted guardians, and even turning the giants found in the city into slaves. The magical barrier kept outsiders away, but its main objective was to keep people from leaving. Although his spirit was corrupted and he ruled with a mighty fist, he still knew that he needed powerful allies, and continued to remain an ally of Lothric, which he gave gargoyles he discovered in the profaned capital to, which enabled Pontiff to gain the legitimacy and leverage, strengthening his position to keep other humans and high members of the clergy still faithful to his actions. The rings he gifted to his knights turned many of his followers into frenzied beasts, fusing their armor with their own skin and transfiguring them into monsters under Pontiff's complete control. One of these victims, as you guessed, was Vort of the Boreal Valley, the second boss in the game we fought, and soon the Dancer, a daughter of Guinevere, Princess of Sunlight. Only one managed to defeat Pontiff, the god Eater Aldrich, with Aldrich's army of archdeacons from the Cathedral of the Deep, motivated by the objective to devour the gods. Aldrich defeated Pontiff Sulyvahn in battle, clearing the way for Anor Londo. Pontiff Sulyvahn is one of the harder bosses in the Soul series for many different reasons. At the start of this battle, he just leaps towards you from a distance like a fuckhead, and if you suck balls at parrying like myself, you'll find yourself trying to parry over and over again like those videos that make it look easy as shit, and then you'll convince yourself that your monitor is delayed. You barely have any time to scratch your ass or take even a little tiny sip from an Estus flask before he turkey slaps that bitch out of your hand and proceeds to use his his deluxe BDSM strap-on collection on you. And if that doesn't make it any harder, if you start to get good at it, he gets pissed off and spawns in a clone like the Mauler twins, and even though one is a little weaker, it becomes borderline impossible to parry, and then you again check out those videos of crazy motherfuckers making parrying look easy as shit ×2. After all this time, this is clearly one of the more difficult bosses to defeat when returning to any Souls-like game, especially if you love your swords and shields and suck at parrying. To many who have played Dark Souls 1 before 3, the next location begins to feel very familiar in an odd way. I know for me at least, there was something that felt recognizable yet very alien. This is because Irithyll of the Boreal Valley had begun to fuse together with the one and only Anor Londo. This is the Anor Londo from Dark Souls 1, however a lot darker and colder due to the absence of Dark Sun Gwyndolin. In the first game, we'd remember that killing Guinevere makes everything dark, but something different has happened with this cycle of fire. This could be due to the corruption of Aldrich and Pontiff involving the Abyss and the Deep alike. Before we head to Aldrich, there is another character we must return to as well, back at Firelink Shrine, Yuria of Londo. Yuria of Londo informs you that Anri is hollow and being guided by one of her associates, an assassin. And also, you should marry her. Yeah, I think this is one of the only mentions of the player being able to marry someone in Dark Souls. With all of your interactions, she does act nice toward you, calling you brave and stuff back in Irithyll, but she doesn't call you handsome or anything, so it feels very strange for this mysterious Yuria to be orchestrating a marriage behind Anri's back. Yuria lets you know that the Dark Sun Gwyndolin's chamber, close to where we easily smacked Pontiff, Anri is waiting inside the chamber to be all wedded up, where you're given a sword and you wholesomely, romantically kill her. Honestly, you can't make this shit up. If this is what your marriage looks like, I can't imagine what the divorce would look like. Doubt there would be any paperwork involved. It's obvious that Anri isn't really in on the marriage, as her only goal is to kill Aldrich. The same pilgrim that gives you the sword is actually disguised as a statue back in the Church of Yorkshire. This is the assassin that probably already killed Anri and delivered her body inside the chamber. Interestingly, Anri and Yuria's quests aren't exclusive to one another. The turning point is the pilgrim in the Church of Yorkshire. If you wish to continue helping Anri take out Aldrich, you need to kill the assassin in the corner of this church. But if you want to do Yuria's quest, if you kill the assassin, this makes Yuria shit in the bed and throw hands next time you visit Firelink and you must kill her. We will come back to this story and how it affects the ending in the final stages of this retrospective. We've already touched on the next boss quite a bit in this retrospective, Aldrich, and we see this cannibalistic god-eating form in person upon entering the fog walls. When Aldrich reached Anor Londo, he consumed the last god residing here, Gwyndolin. He gave himself to Aldrich in order to save his sister Yorshka. Interestingly, according to the Life Hunt Seath description, Aldrich dreamt as he slowly devoured the god of the dark moon. In this dream, he perceived the form of a young, pale girl in hiding. Some believe this woman to be Priscilla. However, it's more likely that this girl in hiding is Yorshka, who we can find dwelling alone atop the prison tower in Anor Londo that rises above the Church of Yorshka. She herself has the traits of a crossbreed. When Gwyndolin saved his sister, he also entrusted her with the command of the Covenant Blades of the Dark Moon. If you already don't like the sound of Aldrich, you know, feeding on humans and then turning to eat gods, he also had lots of sexy time with a woman named Rosaria, a woman dubbed the Mother of Rebirth, robbed of her tongue by her firstborn child. Sexy time that led to a lot of babies, and a lot of babies ending up in the tummy of Aldrich. This leads a lot of people in the community, including myself, to believe that this sexy time was most likely not consensual. Since Rosaria has royal blood, it would make sense why Aldrich would be delighted with the endless supply of baby demigods to devour. But yeah, that's extremely messed up, and Rosaria is probably Anri and Horrace's mother too. For whatever reason, I seem to have the most trouble with this boss in comparison to all of the other bosses in this game. It's probably the most bullshit fight I've been up up against in Dark Souls 3, probably the worst RNG boss in the series. I've lost to him a multitude of times from his damn bow, and it's completely random when he chooses to use it. Sometimes it's straight away, sometimes 4 times in a minute, or other it's barely ever. He's laughably easy when he doesn't use the damn bow, especially in his second phase. But what's so funny about these games is when I'm comparing my experience with my brothers, we've both had difficulty to different bosses, and we've both had difficulty in different areas. He seems to smack Aldrich on his first time, every time, and for me, I seem to have to wait for good RNG on his damn bow. On the same topic, the next boss, Dancer of the Boreal Valley, is a boss many people seem to have trouble with, but I seem to beat it on my first or second go. The Dancer is a direct descendant of Guinevere minus the melons. After Pontiff Sulyvahn imprisoned Gwyndolin, he gave a set of enchanted swords to the Dancer, a symbol of her oppression to this tyrant, and ordered her to serve as the Dancer in his service. The swords mirrored Pontiff's, dark magic in the right hand and fire in the left. After Lothric refused to link the flame and the kingdom fell, Pontiff ordered the Dancer to serve as the Boreal Outrider Knight, which pretty much equates to her being exiled. The eye ring that he gave her, along with the one he gave Vort, transformed them into savages, mindlessly guarding the areas, ensuring the Pontiff had total dominion over them, preventing any type of betrayal. She guards the High Priestess Emma, and if you kill Emma before Aldrich, you can actually skip everything previously entirely and head to Lothric Castle early. But that's when this boss becomes a bit harder. I can see why people do have trouble with this boss, especially if you're underleveled or don't have enough health or a strong enough sword, because this arena is quite compact and her grab attack could easily just one-shot you if you don't have enough vigor. But I just don't have a hard time with this boss and never have outside my first playthrough. It's not to say I don't like this boss, I love it. I often use her armor as soon as I'm able to get it. Almost every single playthrough apart from the one that I filmed. The boss design and music is a solid 10 out of 10, but I do wish it was a little bit more difficult for me at least. The next area is one of the few areas where you can branch off into different locations and choose where to go, and one of them is entirely optional, but that's where we're going first. To Osiris the Consumed King. Osiris was the king of Lothric, and his soul description gives a clear insight into his backstory. Osiris went mad trying to harness his royal blood for a greater purpose, leading him to the heretics of the Grand Archives, where he discovered the twisted worship of Seath the Pale Drake. He would marry Guinevere and then be a father to Lothric and Lorien. Lothric was designated to become a Lord of Cinder, linking the flame to keep the Age of Fire alive. And despite all of the king's hopes, building statues that conveys his presupposed sacrifice, Lothric revealed himself to be a sick and shriveled child, never growing out of his toddler clothing, causing the start of Osiris's plunge into insanity. Then he continued to try and create a worthy champion that would link the fire. When Lorien was born, he would bind the souls of the two brothers together with a curse, but the union resulted in the older brother to share his condition with the youngest child, making Lorien crippled and mute. Alas, a third child came. Ocelot, a mysterious baby who we only hear in the boss fight, but we never actually see. Osiris seems to be cradling something invisible in his palms. The divine blessing gives a description of Ocelot. The queen of Lothric, married to the former king Osiris, was initially revered as a goddess of fertility and bounty. After giving birth to Ocelot, her youngest, she quietly disappeared. Why did she leave Osiris after giving birth to Ocelot? Was it born deformed or monstrous? Or was it the king's decaying sanity that caused her to flee and never return? Osiris completely ignored the state of his kingdom to protect the child of dragons, who was the representation of his desires and the only thing left in his life that he cared for. His twisted mind stemmed from the same root cause of Big Hat Logan's descent into madness, directly evident from the White Dragon's breath description, saying, Seath's research seemed to strike a chord with old Big Hat, who, in his mad disrobed state, made divine work such as this his own. Osiris was no doubt edified by this, and according to the dragon scale ring, he was said to be obsessed with dragons. In his later years, Osiris became fascinated with dragons. After going mad, he was more commonly known as the Consumed King. Many assassins were dispatched to his domain, but none returned. The Consumed King ascribed his resilience to the divine protection of the dragon scale. He also made his army wear shields decorated with a white dragon. You'd think he'd know what would happen if he followed in these two people's footsteps, but he took a gamble that would cost him his life. The next boss fight starts with a cutscene of Osiris in a delusional state holding up the invisible Ocelot in his palm. When he notices the Ashen One's presence, he picks up his staff and prepares for battle.
Ah, you ignorant slaves. Finally taken notice, have you? Of the power of my beloved Ocelot, child of dragons.
His attacks are relatively slow and easy to avoid in his first phase, and you'll find a lot of openings. However, the intensity ramps up a considerable amount in his second phase. He brutally disposes of the baby in his palm and destroys his staff by smashing them into the ground. He then crawls on all four limbs, and the battle becomes pretty similar to Vort's, but a lot more difficult. His scream in battle, Ocelot, is just so iconic, by the way.
Ocelot!
What makes his character so tragic comes down to several unique reasons. His fall from grace, obsession, madness, delusions, loss, desperation for a worthy heir, isolation. So many of these factors make this creature's story so impactful in all the right ways, and resulted in this being one of the saddest boss fights ever fought. Even though you know that you should kill him, it's like putting down a sick dog. It just leaves you feeling a little bit shitty. When you continue past this location and onto the next, things will start to feel very familiar, but something is very off. When you take in the landscape and start to remember this area, you'll realize that you're back at the beginning of the game, the Cemetery of Ash. I'll be honest, at this point I got very confused about the timelines and locations between the Cemetery of Ash and this new location, the Untended Graves. When you find and fight Gundyr, you'll notice he's a different person entirely, in his prime, which suggests that this area is set in the past. This is confusing because then you're left with 4 options as to when this area exists. This is either set in the past, future, present, or a parallel timeline. The most common theory is that this is set in the past when the fire almost faded completely. The reason why Gundyr with this boss fight is not named Iudex is because he came too late to link the fire and was greeted by a shrine without fire, coupled with a bell that would not toll. He was defeated in battle by an unnamed warrior and became the sheath of a coiled sword in the hopes that someday the first flame would be linked once again. But at the same time, things just don't make sense with this being in the past. If this is the past, why do orange sign messages left in the original Firelink Shrine show up in the Untended Graves? And where's Andre or the Firekeeper? How are they dead if this is the past? It must be the past because of the handmaid recognizing you after visiting here and then going back to the regular Firelink Shrine. And also it must be the past because Gundyr hasn't been affected by the pus of man yet. But then it must be the future because you find Andre's hammer and Yol's ashes in the Untended Graves of Firelink Shrine. But then I think that this must be the present or a parallel universe because Firelink and Cemetery exist concurrently without any time traveling involved to reach. The most reasonable explanation that I could come up with is that I think Osiris definitely has something to do with this. Perhaps with his madness he tried to create a portal in the hopes that Ocelot could relink the flame. And his muddled mind created something like this, something that doesn't make it a sense, boss. We know that time is weird in Dark Souls, but in this case I think it's a bit unnecessary. Even though it's unnecessary, however, seeing Gundyr in his prime, whether it's in the past, present, or future, whatever, it's damn awesome. I think they did a first boss fight refight a lot better than they did in Dark Souls 1, and it's somehow reminiscent of how you fight the giant boss twice in Dark Souls 2. Once in the present present and then going back in time to fight him in his prime. Granted, I whooped his ass again without breaking a sweat in the rematch. If you think we're going to continue normally from here, you're gravely mistaken. In between the untended graves and the consumed King's Garden, we pick up an emote which, when used in the right spot, takes us to a completely different optional area. And it's here I want to say something and call a lot of people out. There's no way in hell you guys found this out on your first playthrough on your own. You're not going to make me believe that you found this shit and was like, I remember this one place I went to. What if I use this emote sitting down and then get teleported to another area? You're lying to me and yourself. If you're going to try and make me and everyone else believe that you didn't Google this, I don't believe you for a second. Maybe the first guy who did this ever figured it out by himself, or some random guy in Japan misclicked, or this was his favorite emote and wanted to sit down and enjoy the view, but everyone after that Googled it. Alright, you're never going to convince me that you used this emote right here and got here by your own damn self. Alright? Okay, anyway, but on a serious note, although I do believe that if someone were to play this game blind for the first time without knowing anything about this game, they most likely won't wind up here, but having a part of this game this massive hidden away is absolutely wild. This feels like it could be like a mini DLC area, and what they deliver here is incredible. The Archdragon Peak is pretty much a sanctuary for those who didn't want to engage in the War of the Ancients, or for other outcasts who aligned themselves with dragons currently home to the Serpent Men, descendants of the ancient dragons. However, there aren't any dragons here anymore. All we see is wyverns. The next boss fight, the almighty ancient wyvern, is an extremely challenging—
Farewell, dragon! Yeah!
The ancient wyvern is a boss that is the same as the wyverns in Lothric Castle, the only difference being the ones in the castle are dying and pretty much defenseless. It drops a dragon head stone, a stone imbued with the power of the dragon. This item can turn your head into a dragon if you take off your helmet, allowing you to breathe fire, and the effects will last until you die. This is easily one of the most unimportant and uninteresting bosses in the game. Really, it's not even a boss, it's just a large enemy. And I really do think that this is a huge missed opportunity to make the wyvern fight a lot cooler. The wyvern fights in Dark Souls 2 before you get to the Archdragon Aerie and the peak of Dragon Aerie were a lot better. But I think there's a good reason why this is one of the weakest boss fights in the game, and that's because the strongest one is about to be revealed. The Nameless King, firstborn child of Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight, worshipped as the god of war slaying dragons. After his father Gwyn linked the flame, the throne of Anor Londo would be passed to him. He wore the crown titled the King of Gods. He carried his father's instructions, guiding the humans on the road to linking the first flame to continue the Age of Fire. The firstborn's reign was catastrophic in its later stages. The four kings of Londo were corrupted by the dark power of Darkstalker Karth, forcing them to flood the city after the Knight Artorias failed to defeat the Dark Wraiths. During this time, a group of cultists began targeting Gwyn and his kind with occult weapons, capable of killing gods. Also, this shit was going on when Seath went absolutely bonkers and transformed the archives into a prison and kidnapped the maidens of Guinevere to experiment on them. After shit kept hitting the fan to the point where it was flicking on all of the walls and on summon signs and in the Estus soups, the Nameless King stood up from his throne and went fuck this and fucked off to be besties with the dragons instead. The other gods of Anor Londo were super pissed about this because they clutched the win, and after all of the hard times, laughs, and drunk 3 AM conversations, the Nameless King abandoned everything, absolutely everything he worked for, all of the friends he had, his status, to befriend the dragons. The gods were so pissed, in fact, they erased everything about him from history, and his statues were completely removed. This is the reason why we don't hear from him in any of the other games, or we don't see him in the opening where Gwyn, Nito, the Witch of Izalith, and all of the gods fight the dragons in Dark Souls 1. He was there, but he was erased. A question you do ask yourself with every single boss fight in this game, but more particularly this one, why does he decide to attack you? There are many reasons that he shouldn't. You don't side with the gods or the dragons, you're pretty much neutral. However, he does have his reasons. You have the goal of linking the fire. Even if you're killing gods to do so, this is the goal of Gwyn, his father. The Ashen Estus ring proves that you also have a connection to Lothric, the place ruled by the descendants of the gods. No one really knows why Gwyn's firstborn decided to like them dragons. Maybe he secretly somehow befriended the dragon he's now riding in the boss fight, and when that dragon was about to be murdered, the Nameless King saves him and he was then exiled. But maybe he just thought they looked cool. This is easily one of the hardest bosses in the game if we don't include DLC. The first phase isn't overly difficult, but it's damn awesome. This dude just comes riding in ready on his massive beast of a wyvern, but you still need to be careful of his lightning bolts or spears because locking on is absolutely not going to go your way during this phase. Mouse and keyboard players will definitely be getting carpal tunnel too. The Nameless King will dismount and absorb the strength of the wyvern after you defeat it. Now he's a lot stronger, a lot quicker, and has a lot more health. There's barely any openings to find for a swordsman like myself. Anyway, that was a huge detour, as realistically from the Dancer of the Boreal Valley, the next mainstream location is Lothric Castle, to snatch the head of the final lords, the Twin Princes, before finally defeating the Soul of Cinder. In contrast from the previous area, the Kingdom of Lothric have a dragon-slaying foundation. The entire Kingdom of Lothric is orchestrated by three distinct political pillars that support the royal rule. These are the Scholars, the Priestesses, and the Knights Pillar. The Scholars Pillar represent the scholars of the Kingdom of Lothric, as well as the academic wing of the royal family. Their goal is to manage the knowledge and academic structure of the kingdom. The history of the Scholars began long ago, when Lothric was still young, dumb, and full of cum. And the reason why I'm going over this pillar first is Aldia, the scholar of the first sin from Dark Souls 2. Many people in the community believe that Aldia reached this kingdom and became the first of the scholars, teaching his sorceries to the inhabitants, and Prince Lothric himself, being his mentor. There's two supporting theories on why this might be the case. The item description for the Soul Stream reads the following: sorcery imparted by the first of the scholars. When Lothric and the Grand Archives were but young, the first of the scholars doubted the linking of the fire and was alleged to be a private mentor to the royal prince. The first scholar who doubted the linking of the fire sounds a lot like Aldia. If we recall some dialogue from him in Dark Souls 2, he tells us how Gwyn hurled himself into the fire, and it was only a matter of time before people would return to their hollowed state. He asks us about peace and pretty much says that it's nothing but an illusion, all implying his doubts about prolonging the Age of Fire. Another supporting piece of evidence that this scholar was Aldia is the visuals of the Grand Archives themselves. As we notice, there's heaps of statues and residents of the archives dousing themselves with some sort of liquid, and if we recall what Aldia himself looked like, he looked like a sploogey, oozy, poopy mess. Perhaps these people were trying to imitate his progressively oozed up looks before he went to Lothric, or before this place became Lothric, or before Lothric became this place. Either way, it's a fascinating theory that there's no solid evidence for. Moving past this theory, the archives themselves kind of mirror the Duke's archives. Both are an expansive labyrinth of books, staircases, and stupid fucking magic piss balls. But most importantly, the knowledge contained in these areas can represent a huge danger to the sanity of many curious sorcerers. Osiris and the Crystal Sage in this game, then Big Hat Logan in the first game. Interestingly, the Blessed Weapon description states that the Grand Archives weren't built by the scholars but acquired, suggesting that it was pre-existing before Prince Lothric. Another pillar is the Knights Pillar, which represents the army of Lothric and the armed wing of the royal family, whose task is the defense of the kingdom's borders and its security. The knights you will find around this kingdom wear lighter armor than they once did, as they were long ago tasked with killing the wyverns who were attacking the city. Funnily enough, these wyverns would later become a part of their army, and they rode them into battle together, crushing everyone that came into contact with the kingdom. The Lothric Knight set describes this well. The Knight has served as one of the 3 pillars since ancient times, and shares place alongside the Wyverns as a symbol of Lothric. The 3rd pillar of the Kingdom of Lothric is the Priestess pillar, representing the clergy of the kingdom. This is seen as the religious pillar. Their task is to manage the faith of Lothric and its people. They support the knights and citizens with healing and protective miracles. The Priestess ring gives us some more insight into this. In Lothric, the High Priestess has been considered one of the 3 pillars of the king's rule. The High Priestess also served as the prince's wet nurse. If you don't know what a wet nurse is, it'll be an honor to describe it for you in detail. A wet nurse is someone who cares for and breastfeeds another person's child. They're normally employed if the mum dies or if the mother isn't able to nurse the child. And also, just because it's funny to mention, wet nursed children are called milk siblings. And in some societies, the families are linked by a special relationship of milk kinship. I'm not making any of this up, I swear. So yeah, if you didn't know and I need to explain further, Emma, found inside the cathedral, who gives you the banner in the same room as the dancer, is the milk mummy, high priestess, and the prince sucked her nips, and they are both bonded by a milk kinship. I'm not sure if the prince had any milk siblings though, but yeah, anyway. The next location is the Grand Archives that we briefly touched on earlier. A cursed place, both figuratively and literally. Even when you're moving throughout this castle, you get spectral hands clawing at you. A physical manifestation of the curse of Seath representing forbidden knowledge and cursed knowledge. These arms actually share a resemblance with the arms that appear out of the Cursed Rotted Greatwood second phase as well. You can, however, plunge your noggin into the Grand Secretion to stop these hands from touching your no-no squares. This painful place consists of 6 floors and balconies and rooftops and magic bitches and little bitches. It's easily one of the harder areas in Dark Souls 3 for first timers and caused me to drop this game for a couple weeks or months. However, similar to the Duke's Archives in Dark Souls 1, once you learn it and smack the teleporting magic goober, it can be enjoyable to explore. There's also no bonfires present here, so activating shortcuts and remembering the way around this maze becomes a must. In all honesty, when it comes to comparing the two, I like the Duke's Archives better than the Grand Archives, as the Duke's Archives showcase the game's variability in terms of style, palette, and overall feel. The enemies, architecture, color, everything was different in the Duke's Archives to the rest of the game. However, the Grand Archives feels like it's anything else you'd see in Dark Souls 3. Just another mirror of a gothic horror. This isn't exactly a bad thing for all players, however. I can see the appeal for a dark fantasy through and through, and the game aiming for just that does achieve this purpose well. I think both locations reuse too many enemies as well. They should have placed a lot more unique foes in the library. The Chancellor and Crystal Sage both operate in similar challenging manners that does make the area feel more dangerous indeed, however both are reused. On the contrary, the Duke's Archives in Dark Souls 1 actually does have new enemies. The Grand Archives does not at all, apart from the grubby little mittens trying to grab your shit. However, bosses are the highlight of the 3rd installment, and up next is another immaculate S-tier boss, Dragon Slayer armor. This formidable foe is tied to the legendary past of dragon slaying in Lothric, belonging to a master who was synchronous with figures like the Nameless King and Dragon Slayer Ornstein. The lore suggests that Dragon Slayer armor's master may have been a high-ranking knight who utilized in a unique fighting style incorporating a giant great shield, which was a strange but powerful choice among the Dragon Slayers. This warrior's legacy is visually echoed in the armor's design, which looks similar to Ornstein's gear, hinting at a possible link between him and Dragon Slayer armor. However, it's also theorized theorized that his master could have been Havel the Rock. Despite the description of Havel's armor belonging to his warriors, the dragon tooth and great shield that he wields, both linked to Havel the Rock, do indicate that he may have had a broader role in dragon slaying than we thought. Havel's enmity with Seath and his connections with the Nameless King, as well as Ornstein, suggest a deeper narrative linking him to the Dragon Slayer armor. This theory, however, heavily relies on visual and thematic parallels, which is entirely speculative without direct confirmation from any item description or dialogue. You can find the theory here. I mean, I'll link this in the description as well, or you could just pause the video and just type out the characters one by one. It is a quite complex and confusing and quite frankly rather long but interesting read. This boss is S tier in many senses. A perfect level of difficulty where he's a good challenge but not dreadful. Awesome soundtrack, amazing setting, visuals are just impeccable. He always has been one of my favorite bosses in the entire franchise for hitting the mark on every level. We have already briefly touched on the next boss after this one, Lorien and Lothric, the twin princes, but I do wish to read out a lot of relevant information from item descriptions that we know about these two brothers, since there was pretty much all about the weird dragon slaying armor that was 100% known to us. Lothric's holy sword reads the following. Young Lothric was meant to be a champion and was expected to wield this platinum sword, but some things will remain distant dreams forever. Lorien's helm then reads, Lorien, raised a knight, is said to have been left mute and crippled by his younger brother's curse. It is also said that Lorien in fact wished it so. The soul of the twin princes and the twin prince's greatsword then contextualizes their relational curse with the following descriptions. Soul of the twin princes reads, the two princes rejected their beauty to become lords of Cinder and settled down far, far away to watch the fire fade from a distance. A curse makes their souls nearly inseparable. The twin prince's greatsword reads, their union is rooted in a curse and perpetuated by grief. While a lot of Dark Souls lore sounds vague and people get themselves into keyboard shootouts on Reddit over personal interpretations and semantics, there's quite a bit of grounding that we get from these descriptions. Lothric was meant to be a champion and was expected to wield the platinum sword, suggesting that he had very high expectations placed upon him, and significant responsibilities and a noble destiny ahead of him. Lothric's failure to meet these expectations implies a sense of unfulfilled duty and internal conflict, possibly a broader disappointment felt by those who placed their trust in him, such as his brother. The sword itself represents the lost promise of Lothric and the weight of his failed destiny. It's kind of ironic that you're able to take it from him, symbolizing the gap between what was meant to be and what ultimately became a reality. His refusal to link the flame could have been the final straw that revived the Ashen Ones. This is definitely one of the harder bosses in this installment, some folks online saying it was their hardest encounter in the mainline game. For me, it's definitely up there, very close with the Nameless King. The extremely wide slashes and stabs and teleporting and magic bolts and the second phase make him a bitch to come up against every playthrough. But just like any boss, enough memorization, determination, and your brother's spare controller leads to spanking a bitch sideways. Finally, it's now time to fight the best final boss in a Dark Souls game, accompanied by the best final boss arena in a Dark Souls game, with the best final boss music in a Dark Souls game. You place the decapitated heads of all of the Lords of Cinder onto their respective thrones and get teleported to the kiln of the first flame. The Soul of Cinder boss itself is the manifestations of all of the lords who've linked themselves to the first flame through history. The final test of worthiness. If you overcome the flame and all of those who came before you, you're worthy of becoming a part of it. There's a pretty cool theory where because Lothric chose to abandon his quest and not link the fire itself conjured its own defender. Personally, from a lore, gameplay, and visual aesthetic of the boss arena and the boss itself, I feel like people don't commend this enough. This is truly such a great send-off boss for the main story and embodies the themes of Dark Souls 3 entirely. So yes, in other words, this boss is the chosen undead from Dark Souls 1. I think it would have been really awesome if somehow the boss wore the same armor as your last save in Dark Souls 1, but I understand it would be quite complicated with different weapons and all of that, and still the boss design itself is awesome as hell. So really, not a complaint on my behalf. Just wishful thinking that may not work out as good as it does in my head. The quest line and choices that we make offer us different endings after defeating the game. The mainstream ending of this trilogy is very similar to that of the first Dark Souls game. The Ashen One fulfills their duty as Unkindled to link the flame once more, continuing the cycle. The only difference between the first and third is there was a bigger explosion upon linking the flame in Dark Souls 1, whereas the Ashen One just merely sits down and starts hanging around. There are people online who actually think this difference has importance. The Ashen One could have been unable to link the flame as there isn't enough power left in the flame to continue burning, and the world itself is becoming old and tired. The End of Fire allows the flame to finally fade out and die, using the Firekeeper to absorb the flame into her body, ushering in the fully metal age of dark. Personally, I believe this to be the proper way to finish the game. One day, tiny flames will dance across the darkness like embers linked by lords past. This piece of dialogue spoken by the Firekeeper encapsulates how I view the world of Dark Souls entirely. By allowing the flame to fade, we don't actually stop the cycles entirely. A new one can emerge from the rocks and trees just as it happened before. After all the dragons have been slayed. 99% of humanity are hollows. The souls of the lords were either shot off to other parts of the world or pillaged. It's time to start again, but does it all really matter? It's never really mentioned which ending is completely canon or which has even happened before. The cycle could have ended entirely 3 times over before the start of each Dark Souls game, or it could have been prolonged. We really don't know for sure because each game features an entirely different world and feel. The Lord of Hollows ending is where the flame is usurped by the Ashen One himself, and in return mankind, leading people in the community to believe that the dark soul of mankind becomes permanently entangled with the flame. In this ending, we align ourselves with a group of hollows who's controlled by the primordial serpent Darkstalker Karth, called the Sable Church of Londo. The reason why we know Karth to be behind this is through Yoria of Londor's death dialogue. When she says, "Karth, I have failed thee." She is also selling the Dark Hand, which is the iconic weapon of the Dark Wraiths of New Londo, the art of life drain given to them by Karth. Dark Wraiths themselves created for the sole purpose of stealing humanity so it's not used as fuel to keep the first flame going. Interestingly, Karth's plan has changed. In Dark Souls 1, his plan was to let the flame die out, whereas now he realizes that the fire isn't fading enough to stop the cycles. Karth's plan now is to use humanity to break the cycles and seal the flame so that they may rise up and rule the world. This is easily one of the more complex ending, and trying to search for an answer is so futile due to so many different theories being thrown around by what this means. Some say that we steal the flame and use it for ourselves. It's possible our character just committed a huge act of selfishness, becoming a god amongst men and using the power for ourselves. But some say alongside this ending, you are restoring humanity to all who bear the undead curse, with the new sun shown during the last cutscene symbolizing the dawn of a new age. This is a cool theory, sacrificing yourself for humanity, becoming a savior of mankind. I think I've mentioned this before, but this franchise truly solidifies my opinion. Video games are the best form of art mankind has ever created, and the Dark Souls series are living representations of that. I will never stop coming back to every single one of these games, and yes, every single one. I'll defend Dark Souls 2 until the day I die. Well, that's it. This is the end of the 3-part retrospective series I have on the Dark Souls franchise. However, if this video does well, or the supercut of all 3 goes well, I may spice things up by adding a supercut of all the DLCs involved. Now, if you think that this will be the end of the retrospective, you are sorely mistaken. We have one more bonus section for you all, and since you have stuck around to the end of this video, when I said during the intro that we were going to compare all of the ladies, I was not joking. Dark Souls 1's top ladies in the lineup are Guinevere, Crossbreed Priscilla, and Quelaag. Questionable choice, but hear me out. Dark Souls 2 has the Emerald Herald, Stone Trader Cloanne, and Strowan. Trust me? Trust me here, age comes in handy with the ranking system. Dark Souls 3 has Sister Freed, and the Firekeeper. Let's start with Dark Souls 3. Sister Freed and the Firekeeper will take S tier with this. Easy choices all around the board. You're probably going to agree with me and there will be no squabbles. Now on to Dark Souls 2. Stone Trader Cloanne will get an A tier. Mind you, it's a high A because I see the appeal. She's just a bit of a weirdo. Plus her dad's a G. I wouldn't want to get on his bad side with how awful I am with the ladies. Drowan gets an S. Age does come in handy with this ranking system. She's quite the lady. Probably full of lots of stories. I like someone who doubts me, you know. I love proving someone wrong. Plus it looks like she may have falsies. So I think that Guinevere has an undeniable charm about her. Charisma level 10 out of 10. She knows how to make a man blush. The only thing holding her back is the fact that I didn't get to know her that well, you know, she's not much of a talkative lady. But it could be seen as a pretty good thing in the long run, you know, solid S yet again. Crossbreed Priscilla would be a hard lady to date, not just because she tried to kill me, but because she's from another world. I kind of like the world of Lothric at the moment, although the housing market is fucked, so it would have to be a long distance relationship if I were to commit, so a solid A tier for that one. Quelaag, look, Quelaag could be really Quelaag. What could I say about Quelaag? Now, what could I say about Quelaag? Look, if you put sheets, like her waist down, just a bed, I think that could work. Just like a mattress on, like, right under her belly. I think that could work. The only problem is I don't know what a pussy is.